The Golden Shears, Book 2 in the Fated Destruction series, written by D.S. Murphy, narrated by Austen Gray. 1. Dark branches scratched my cheek as Puriel dragged me through the woods. I fought him at first, flailing at him with my arms, but it was like hitting a brick wall. Even though he was a fallen angel and no longer reflected Zeus's power, he was still too strong for me to resist. I remembered Citri saying that the torches were as strong as 10 or 20 human warriors, and now I was at the mercy of one of them, the one who'd been sent to kill me, the one who I'd released from chains. But worrying about it now barely registered. I didn't care what happened to me anymore. Matt was dead, and I'd killed him. First my little brother, and now Matt. But this time it was so much worse. I'd been trying to save my brother. I always thought I'd failed because I couldn't get anyone to believe me. So when I arrived at Neva and Abel and his family embraced my abilities, I was hoping it was my chance to redeem myself. Maybe my curse was actually a gift, and I could use it to save people. And at first, I thought I did. I thought I had saved Matt, challenged destiny, and won. How could I have been so stupid? Matt died anyway, exactly as I pictured it, killed by one of Zeus's winged hunters, by the sword I'd placed in Puriel's hand as I let him out of his cage. Puriel was slowing down. I twisted around his shoulder to see an empty parking lot with lights on. There was a basketball court, too. It looked like a high school. An indistinct glow gathered around the lights. The urban scene was so foreign to me after living at Neva. I felt like we had arrived in another world. "Where are we?" I choked out. "No idea," Puriel said. "Can you walk?" He let me down gently until my feet hit the ground. My legs were shaky, but functional. He strode through the lawn to the building and found a drinks machine. He dragged it out into the open, then tore off the back half and tossed it away. I noticed his biceps rippling with power. He reached in and grabbed 2 bottles of water. He handed one to me, but I didn't reach for it. "You could have just asked for some change," I said, nodding at the metal carnage behind him. Humor had always been my defense mechanism. "Drink," Puriel said. "You're probably dehydrated after, you know." I noticed that his shoulder was damp. I'd probably been crying all over him for the last hour. I shrugged and took the bottle. "I'm sorry about your friend," Puriel said, brushing his golden hair away from his eyes with one hand. "I didn't mean to kill him. He jumped out at me. I acted on instinct and reflex." I wanted to be mad at him. I wanted to scream and rage, but I knew Matt's death wasn't his fault. It was mine. The responsibility churned in my stomach, and I thought I was going to throw up. But I couldn't let myself drown in the guilt right now. Sarah and Jesse were still in danger. Right now, that was all my brain had room for. I'd think about the rest of it later, if we survived the night. I chugged the water down, hoping it would settle my stomach and clear my head. The anxiety lessened slightly, but I couldn't shake the growing sense of fear that felt like it was creeping up my body, sinking into me with dark claws of terror. I'd cut myself off from others my whole life, ever since my parents abandoned me. Everyone except Sarah and Jesse. They had been my home, my only family, for years. And now they were in danger because of me. For all we knew, Zeus's hunters had already taken them. I'd already gotten one friend killed tonight. If anything happened to Jesse or Sarah, I don't think I could come back from that. I would lose the will to live. For some reason, I couldn't stop thinking about Mr. Whiskers, the rat Sarah adopted her second year at JDRI. Jesse and I got in the habit of setting off all the mousetraps with pencils to make sure Mr. Whiskers didn't meet an untimely death. But without the mousetraps, the vermin population grew extreme, and they had to call in an exterminator who sprayed rat poison everywhere. We had to sleep outside for 3 days until the building was clear again. It was what I imagined camping would be like. Afterwards, we told Sarah that we'd helped Mr. Whiskers escape before the exterminators got there, and he led his rat family out into the woods where they could live in freedom and peace. I blinked, remembering that Puriel had said something. What was it? I'm sorry. Now he was looking at me with concern, waiting for a response. His pale skin was speckled with soot and ash, and I realized he hadn't even been allowed to bathe since he'd fallen. He was wearing some simple white garments, but half of his shirt had burned away when he ignited like a firework for refusing Zeus's orders. The singed edge revealed his sculpted torso, and the scorched burn marks where his angelic markings had been. He was still beautiful, in a tragic way. His eyes seemed to glow in the dark, burning like lit coals. They would have been terrifying if they weren't so mournful and lost. That's when I realized Puriel still didn't know anything about me or my powers. He couldn't possibly understand why Matt's death had sent me into hysterics. He thought I was just another fragile teenage girl. I'm not mad at you for that, I said quietly. He seemed to relax and leaned his head back against the wall of the building. I couldn't believe we were standing here together, in the real world, the back of some school. The angel Zeus had sent to kill me, who'd fallen because he couldn't carry out his orders, was now my escort. If I was smart, I'd run back to Neva, where I was safe. But I couldn't trust Abel either. At least Puriel had told me my friends were in danger, and right now he was my only chance at getting them out alive. Are you sure you're not going to kill me? I asked, taking a sip of water. He looked surprised, then thoughtful as if he was actually considering it. Finally, he shook his head. Hunters are bred without treachery, built to be loyal. I've never really had to think about anything before. Making my own decisions, to do or not to do. I'm not sure I'm capable of that. I agreed to your terms. You set me free in order to help save your friends. I don't believe that's likely to end well, but I will honor the deal. I don't see how anything has changed. Everything had changed. Zeus never told you what I was capable of, what I could do? I asked. Puriel raised an eyebrow and gazed at me with skepticism. You don't have any obvious power, he said. I'll admit, I didn't understand why Zeus thought you were dangerous. I can see threads of fate, I said. When I touch people, I see how they're going to die. Abel and Zeus think I might be able to do more than that, to cut the strings of fate. Decidium, God-killer, Puriel murmured, his eyes widening. He tensed and leaned away from me slightly, his eyes fixed on the dark gloves that covered my hands and reached up to my elbows. I saw Matt's death, I said. I warned everyone except him. When I stopped you from stabbing him the first time, when you fell, I thought I'd changed my vision. I thought I'd stopped it from coming true. But then you freed me, Puriel said, and it came true anyway. So you see, I killed Matt. I blame myself. What the fates have ordained, not even the gods can alter. Puriel nodded. When I freed you, I thought I could change things, save my friends, but everything I touch is ruined. Maybe I'm cursed. What if, in trying to save them, I condemn them? How can I trust myself? I don't know what's going to happen, but you did free me. This is the path we are on. How would you feel if you stayed here and did nothing? Is it worse to try and fail, or to not try at all? I can't speak for your situation, but in battle, he who hesitates is lost. I nodded, then pushed myself up. He was right. I was going to save Jesse and Sarah, no matter what it took. They were in danger because of me, and it was up to me to save them. We walked until we hit a main street, and I recognized where we were. JDRI was miles away. I would have tried hitching, but Puriel's appearance stood out in the real world. He could pass for human if he kept his eyes down and didn't make direct eye contact, but he still looked like a junkie. Strong and attractive, maybe, but not quite ordinary. It didn't help that he looked like he just stepped out of a fireplace. My own appearance was probably not much better. I had Matt's blood on my jeans, and even though you couldn't really see it against my dark jeans, it felt bright red to me. A scarlet stain of guilt. Red scratches covered my pale skin after our escape through the woods, and my hair was wild and tangled. I was frustrated that it even mattered, but in the real world, people who didn't fit in had a hard time getting where they needed to go. In the front of the school, a lone bicycle was chained to a rack. Puriel ripped apart the lock and climbed on. It was too small for him, but it was all we had. I sat on the handlebars as we pushed off. I clenched my jaw as he wobbled at first, but once he got the balance right, he pedaled harder. Soon we were speeding down the side of the road through the darkness, the wind drying my tears into itchy salt fields against my red cheeks. I tried not to think about how slow we were going, or what would be happening to Sarah and Jesse in the meantime. I couldn't help thinking that I'd made a mistake asking Puriel. Citri's sports car could have made the trip so much faster. But finally, we passed the cemetery, and I knew we were almost there. We left the bike at the main road and walked up the gravel driveway to the main building. JDRI looked just as I remembered it. The dreary, square building rose up from a patch of trees, looking more like a prison than ever. It seemed like ages ago I'd first seen Puriel, surrounded by tombs and candles at a Halloween party. Now I knew he'd been stalking me, but this time he was my protector, at least for now. However austere and unwelcoming its exterior, JDRI had been my home ever since my parents abandoned me, after being unable to forgive me for my brother's death. Seeing it again brought out a touch of nostalgia. But I didn't have time to reminisce. I pushed my feelings down and headed around the back. "Shit," I said, looking up at the shiny new sections of the fence. The hole we usually snuck out from had been repaired in my absence. Puriel gave me a grim smile and tore the fence open, ripping the metal links apart with his fingers. "Are all torches that strong?" I asked. "No, I think it's because I'm newly fallen and still have some Zeus energy in me. It'll fade." "Let's use it while we can," I said. We crossed through the backyard of the institution. It was late, but the back door was still open, probably so the guards could get in and out on their smoke breaks. "I'll go in and get the girls," I said. "You watch my back." "If they haven't been taken already," Puriel said, pulling out his sword, "then this is a trap. If it were me, I'd have hunters posted outside and inside. We go in together." I shrugged and followed him across the courtyard and into the back entrance. Then we crept upstairs to the dormitories. My heart pounded with every step, imagining hunters around every corner. I pulled out the short, lightweight sword Citri had given me at Neva. Hef told me it was made for a young prince, and even though I barely knew how to use it, it gave me a tiny bit of confidence. I let out a breath of relief when I saw Jessie sleeping in her bed by the window. I shook her awake. "What the?" She broke into a grin when she saw me and squeezed me hard. "Where the hell have you been?" she asked. "I can't explain right now," I said. "But you and Sarah are in danger. We have to leave tonight." Jessie's eyes grew wide. She nodded solemnly, then grabbed a bag from under her bed and started filling it with clothes. She had tried to get me to run away from JDRI for years. We probably would have, except for Sarah. If we left, she'd be all alone, and she was too young to travel without adults asking us where her parents were. "I knew you'd come back," Sarah said, appearing in the doorway, her golden blonde hair visible even in the darkness. She must have heard us from the other room. She wrapped her arms around me. I picked her up and held her to me tightly. "Grab your things," I said. "We're not safe here." For a moment, I was afraid Sarah was going to have one of her infamous meltdowns, but instead, she darted back towards her bed in the section for younger girls. A minute later, she returned with a pink unicorn backpack she must have picked out of the donation basket. "We've got to go," Puriel called from the shadows. I could see the gleam of his sword as he leaned out to check the hallway. Jessie raised one eyebrow. "And of course you returned with a tall, dark stranger," she said, pulling her short hair behind her ears and giving him a teasing glance. "Introductions?" "We'll have time for that later," I whispered, gesturing behind me and raising my sword. Sarah and Jessie ogled it but didn't comment, realizing the severity of my mood. "Stay close. Be quiet." I followed Puriel downstairs with Sarah and Jessie close behind me. There was a flurry of movement when our feet hit the ground floor. 2 hunters appeared on my right. One of them grabbed my arm and leered. His silver wings were like liquid mirrors behind him, and the symbols on his arms and chest cast a blue glow in the dim light. "We've been waiting for you to—" He cut off suddenly, a look of surprise on his face as Puriel's sword jabbed through his chest. Silver blood gurgled from his mouth, sparkling in the darkness like glitter. Jessie's jaw dropped, but I grabbed her arm and pulled her forward. The hunters came at us like a pack, moving so quickly they were almost invisible. Their swords lit up with blue fire and sparks flew as Puriel blocked each attack with nearly surgical precision. His sword sliced through the air with elegance, and hunters fell around him, painting the floor with silver blood. I noticed he was trying not to kill them. He cut off an arm or a leg to take them out of the fight, but I knew they'd heal and come after us again. We'd almost reached the front doors when Puriel slowed down and held his hand up for us to stop. A pair of hunters blocked the only path to freedom. "Haven't you disgraced yourself enough already?" One of them taunted, swinging his sword lazily. "Falling for a human was bad enough. Now you're what? Her personal escort? Or maybe you're just looking for a quick death. If so, you found it." They grinned just before they charged. Puriel deflected at first and slammed the second against the main doors, splintering the wood. Girls screamed as the hunters wrestled Puriel through the hallway. They smashed through the wall into the guest room where I'd met Citri for the first time, showering the tacky furniture with drywall and fragments of the wallpaper I'd always hated. I kicked through what remained of the front door and hurried down the steps, dragging Sarah and Jessie behind me. We'd made it to the fence when I turned around, breathless. Moments later, Puriel exited the building alone. I breathed a sigh of relief before I noticed the 2 hunters waiting for him outside. "Run!" he shouted. Jessie grabbed my arm and tugged me towards the woods, but I pulled away. Puriel may have made it this far, but now he was limping and holding his side. "I can't just leave him," I said. The 2 hunters cornered Puriel against the outside wall, and I saw a flash as one of them raised his sword. They were going to kill him. My heart pounded in my ears, and the space around me seemed to quiver and warp as the hunter's threads snapped into focus. In one sharp instant, it was like I pierced the veil of the ordinary world and could suddenly see everything. I knew exactly what to do. I reached up and tugged on the 2 glowing threads, and the hunters froze mid-strike. Their knees buckled and they dropped like statues. 2 more hunters appeared to my left, racing towards us with their swords raised. I flung my left hand out and plucked both threads with a swipe of my gloved fingers. They crumpled into a pile at my feet. Puriel hobbled over to us, shooting me a look of astonishment. Jessie's jaw was open and Sarah gazed at me in awe. But I didn't have time to explain. Not here. "We've got to move," I said. And then we disappeared into the trees, leaving the wreckage of JDRI behind us. Two. We raced through the tall pine trees, avoiding any lights or clearings. I scanned the patches of sky that weren't blacked out by the branches and pine needles, imagining hunters swooping down like oversized bats, their dark wings blocking out the stars. Puriel cut through the bush like he belonged there, hurtling over logs and boulders. He'd spent thousands of years as a hunter, and now, for the first time ever, he'd switched roles and become the prey, on the run from his former comrades. I tried to keep up, but my lungs were bursting when I heard Jessie shout at us to slow down. Sarah had fallen behind. She was a small speck of color against the creeping darkness of the forest. I watched her put her hands on her knees and bend over unsteadily. We walked back towards her to close the gap. "We need to keep moving," Puriel said gruffly. "Now that they know where you are, this whole area will be crawling with hunters." "No way," Jessie said, holding up her hand. "You said we were in danger. Fine, I trust you. But then there's this guy who looks like he just crawled out of a coal mine who killed those gladiators back there, who had silver blood. I'm glad to see you again, Kai, but I'm not taking another step until you tell me where we're going and what exactly is going on." "It's magic," Sarah said softly. "Right? The way they moved, the flaming swords, and you stopped them." She reached up and scratched at the air with her fingers, the way she'd seen me do earlier. "Magic, right?" A hopeful smile tugged at her lips. "Magic's not real, Sarah," Jessie said, pulling a twig out of her tangled hair. Jessie had always been a pragmatist, warning us not to believe in fairy tale endings like Sarah read in her books. Big dreams led to bitter disappointment. She reminded us frequently. I bit my lip and took a deep breath. There was so much I needed to tell them, but where would I start without sounding totally insane? We'd escaped JDRI for the moment, but now what? I had no idea where we were going next. I hadn't thought that far ahead. What if I had brought them out into even more danger? "You're bleeding," Sarah said, looking at Puriel and jarring me out of my thoughts. "I think..." Puriel's arms were crossed, but a thick patch of inky darkness was seeping out through his lightweight clothes. He'd always been pale, but right now he looked like he was on the verge of death. He'd saved us from the hunters and gotten hurt in the process, and I hadn't even noticed. "We should find a place to change and clean up," I said decisively. "Make sure we're all safe, then we can talk. Deal?" I said, looking at Jessie. She nodded, her brown eyes fixed on Puriel. "He doesn't look very good. I think we'll need to patch him up. Stop at a gas station for some hydrogen peroxide and surgical tape." I flashed Jessie a grateful smile. She had worked in the nurse's office at JDRI. It was mostly for cuts and scrapes, but she had more experience than I did. She always knew what to do. "I don't have any money," I said, fumbling in my pockets. I did have a handful of fancy gemstone necklaces, but I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be accepted as currency at the gas station. "I grabbed this from Mrs. Taylor's office on the way out," Jessie said, holding up a small purple purse. "I've known where she kept the petty cash for years," she said with a smirk. "Was always planning on grabbing it when I left." I tried to hide my look of disapproval. That was for the other girls at JDRI, for emergencies. But I bit my lip and didn't comment. Secretly, I was relieved. I couldn't be responsible for everybody. Right now, we had to save Puriel and then find a place to hole up for a few days. He moved surprisingly well for someone injured. Though now that I was looking, I noticed he was shielding his ribs with one hand and favoring one leg. He told me at Neva that he'd never even felt pain before. As a hunter, his wounds healed up almost instantly, fueled by Zeus's raw energy. Now, for the first time, Puriel could be facing mortal danger. We followed the sound of traffic until we came to an intersection lined with fast food joints and department stores. "Let me go," Jessie said, nodding at the gas station across the parking lot, in between a dry cleaning store and a Chinese takeout place. "I have to go to the bathroom," Sarah said. "I'll take her," I said. "You should stay here," Puriel said, putting a palm on my shoulder. "Out of sight." "I'm fine by myself," Sarah said. My stomach pinched. It made me uneasy to let Sarah go into a public bathroom alone, but I also didn't want to leave Puriel alone. I could see the restroom doors in the back of the building at least, so I could keep an eye out from here. "Hurry back," I said. Jessie grabbed Sarah's hand, and I watched them cut across the parking lot. Then Sarah went right to the bathroom, and Jessie pushed the glass doors into the gas station shop. When they were both out of sight, I turned back to Puriel. His eyes were closed, and he was breathing heavily. Even when restrained in his cell, he'd seemed strong and proud. Now his shoulders were slumped and dark circles spread around his drooping eyelids. I'd never seen him look this vulnerable. "Hold on," I said, leaning over him. My dark hair brushed against his hands, and his eyes opened suddenly. We were crouching in the bushes, so close our knees were touching. Even through the fabric of our clothes, it seemed intimate. I blushed and leaned away from him, but not before I caught his eye. For a second, I thought I saw something there. Desire, longing. It made my pulse beat faster. He looked away, as if disgusted with himself, and took a deep breath. Or maybe I was imagining all of that. Jessie always told me I was terrible at reading boys. Movement caught my eye, and I looked up. Just some creep going to the bathroom. But he passed the men's toilets, looked around him, then put a hand on the door to the women's bathroom and went inside. "Shit. I'll be right back," I whispered. I raced across the parking lot and flung open the door to the ladies' room. The man spun when he heard me come in. "I think you're in the wrong bathroom," I said, crossing my arms. "Get lost." He growled, not even bothering to meet my eyes. His hair was slicked back and oily, and his eyes looked bloodshot. Sarah came out of the stall. Her eyes widened when she saw the man. I motioned at her to stay put, and she backed away and crouched into the corner. "It smells so good in here," he said, sniffing the air greedily. What the hell? Something about this guy was all wrong. It gave me goosebumps to be in the same room with him. The space seemed charged with static electricity, and my skin was crawling. "Seriously, get the fuck out or I'm calling the cops." I hoped my voice was more confident than I felt, but he just turned slowly and smiled at me. The lights flickered and he took a menacing step towards me, his hands palm up, his fingers spread. I tried to act tough, as Jessie would in this situation. After fighting hunters, I figured one asshole would be a piece of cake. But I was wrong. My breath caught in my throat as I realized this wasn't just some guy. I wasn't even sure if he was human. The flickering lights made the man's shadow grow and dance along the wall. It spread across the ceiling, hovering above us like a dark cloud. Then I noticed the darkness swirling around him like smoke. His fingers grew long and pointy, and his smile was so unnaturally large, it seemed to reach his ears. He grabbed me and flung me across the room. Sarah screamed as I smashed into the window, then collapsed in a pile of falling glass. The man's lower jaw looked practically unhinged now, hanging down to his chest, and his eyes were as large as baseballs. As he perched above me, his tongue lashed out, impossibly long, and licked my cheek. My body shuddered in disgust. The bathroom door burst open, and Puriel tossed me the bag I'd stupidly left behind. Then he cleaved his sword into the beast's shoulder. It split him down to the waist, but he hardly flinched. He whirled towards Puriel and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him into the air. "You fool," the man bellowed, his voice like gravel. "You think a single torch can stop me? I've defeated dozens of you idiots. It's a waste of effort, too. You've no magic of your own, only your delusions and misguided efforts. He'll never love you again." I had tried to focus the way I had before, to find the creature's thread, but I couldn't. I'd never tried to use my power this close to civilization before. The hunter threads at JDRI were glowing, they stood out, and they were easy to see. But the human threads, there were hundreds of them. I couldn't tell who they belonged to, and I didn't see anything that matched this beast. The beast who was now squeezing the life out of Puriel. I reached into the bag and pulled out the shotgun. I raised it and pulled the trigger, sending the blast into the man's side, point blank. This time he let out an awful growl. The iron ball bearings sizzled, sending smoke and the smell of burnt flesh out of the holes in his skin. The black cloud retreated, and he began to look like a human again. His grip on Puriel loosened as his giant, grotesque fingers shrank. Puriel seized his sword, plucking it from the man's shoulder, and with a single swipe, cut the man's head from his shoulders. There was a second of startled silence, when the man fell forward onto his knees before collapsing hard on the tiles of the bathroom floor. Thick black blood oozed from his neck wound. I crawled across the broken glass and retched into a trash can. I pulled myself up just as Puriel stumbled onto one leg. The wound at his side had opened up, and the blackish blood was wet as it ran down his leg and dripped on the floor. Sarah ran to me and buried her face in my chest. I put my arms around her. "Thank you," I said to Puriel. He nodded, and for a second I saw him smile. But then his pupils went large and dark. He inhaled deeply and turned toward the carcass on the ground. I saw now that the creature's dark blood sparkled like sugar candy. It must have been a leech, a torch that continued to hunt magical creatures but began consuming its kills until it developed into something monstrous. Citri told me about them, but this was the first one I'd ever seen. "Stop me," Puriel said quietly, his muscles strained as he held a trembling hand towards the leech's body. I could see his grasping fingertips reflected in the pool of blood. I grabbed his arm and pulled him backwards. Jessie appeared in the doorway, holding a paper sack. She froze at the sight of the now headless man on the floor, and me struggling to keep Puriel away from the pool of blood. "Grab his other arm," I yelled. "We have to get him out of here." Puriel pulled more insistently against me. "No, it's fine," he said. "Just a little bit. Just enough magic to heal my wounds so I can protect you properly. I'll be fine." "No way. Do you want to become one of those things? You warned me about this, remember? You told me what happens to torches who hunt alone." He snarled at me, then caught himself and looked horrified. I took advantage of his hesitation and dragged him backwards, then forced him out the door. The three of us collapsed on the pavement, in a pile of tangled limbs. Three. I was still gripping Puriel's arm as Sarah quietly closed the bathroom door behind us. He looked at my gloved fingers on his arm, confused for a moment. But then I saw the darkness go out of his eyes. He pulled his arm away and stood up. "You okay now?" I asked. "I mean, yourself again?" He nodded. I thought he was going to say something else, but he didn't. I felt a stab of pain and reached down to pull a chunk of broken glass out of my leg. "Great, we're all fine," Jessie said. "Can we get out of here? The owner called the cops as soon as he heard the gunshot. You can tell me where the hell you got a shotgun and what happened to your pal in the bathroom as soon as we avoid being arrested for murder." I nodded, grateful again at Jessie for taking control and not freaking out. She was so much stronger than I was. We were halfway towards the woods and the edge of the parking lot when I looked back and noticed Sarah wasn't following. When I went back for her, her eyes searched my face like she didn't recognize me. I realized she'd just seen me shoot a guy, a leech, and then kept Puriel from drinking his blood. Her breathing was shallow and her pupils were wide, the beginning of an anxiety attack. I'd seen it before. She was a kettle just warming up. If I didn't calm her down, she'd start shrieking and attract even more attention. I bent down next to her and held her shoulders firmly. "I'm so sorry, Sarah, that you had to see that. But you were right before. Magic is real, but so are monsters. And they're after us now, you, me, and Jessie. But I swear I won't let anyone hurt you, ever. I just need you to trust me, okay?" The look she gave me broke my heart. But at least I'd gotten her attention. "If you don't feel comfortable with us, if you don't trust me, you can go back to JDRI later. But only after I've made sure you're safe, okay? Right now, we can't be in the open." Finally, she nodded and curled her little fingers into my gloved palm. We caught up with the others and jumped into the woods just as the police car pulled into the parking lot, flashing lights that cut through the trees. Jessie and I helped Puriel stumble forward into the woods. The further we got away from the leech, the stronger he became. Soon, he shrugged off our help and walked by himself. We kept moving until we came to a clearing and found a house with no lights on. Jessie scouted it out and came back holding a key and a grin. "There's only so many places you can hide a spare key," she said. "Found this under a plastic rock in the front yard. It's practically a red carpet invitation." I didn't like the idea of breaking in, but Puriel looked like he was about to collapse. I didn't know if he'd last much longer. We went inside and helped him up on the white marble counter in the kitchen. I tucked some pillows from the couch behind him and told him to lean back and take off his shirt. He paused, looking apprehensive. "No time to be shy," Jessie said, cutting what remained of his shirt off with a pair of surgical scissors. It clung to the tar-like blood. He flinched when Jessie tugged off his shirt and tossed it into the garbage bin next to the sink. I put my gloved hand on his shoulder, hoping to calm him. "I'm just going to assume he works like humans do. Stop the bleeding, kill the germs, and stitch him up," Jessie said. "Does that sound right?" Puriel looked at her like she was speaking a foreign language. Jessie sighed and put a hand on her hip. "From the way you took that man out back there, it seems like you've seen your share of combat. I'm just asking if there's anything I should know. If you're an alien or something and have your heart where your gallbladder should be, I don't want to make things worse." "I don't think he's ever been wounded before," I said. "Not like this. Just do your best." Jessie poured hydrogen peroxide over Puriel's abdomen and wiped away the blood with a pad of gauze. He gritted his teeth as she cleaned the wound. It was deep, but looked clean. I searched the cabinets until I found a bottle of whiskey and poured a glass full. I also found a bottle of aspirin. "Take these," I said, giving him 2 white pills and the whiskey. "For the pain." He looked like he was about to refuse, but then Jessie pulled a needle out of the sewing kit she'd brought and threaded the eye. He tossed back the pills and downed the glass in one gulp. Jessie stitched up his wounds and tried cleaning his other cuts. The soot and ash that covered him turned her gauze black as she wiped it over his skin. I grabbed a roll of paper towels and set about cleaning him as best I could with dish soap and warm water. He needed a bath, but he was just too weak, and I wasn't about to jump in the shower with him. When she was done, we rolled him off the counter and heaved him onto the couch. He grunted in pain as we moved him, but once we laid him down again, his eyelids dropped shut. Jessie tucked him in with some blankets. He was out cold. "Why don't I help Sarah find a bed?" Jesse said. "Then we can talk." Sarah looked up at me with pleading eyes and squeezed my arm. "She should hear this too," I said finally. "You both need to understand what's happening, especially after what you saw tonight." First, we made hot chocolate with marshmallows. The sugary sweetness melted in my mouth and warmed me up. Then we went into the next room and sat by the round table in front of a flat-screen TV. Jesse sucked in a breath and then let loose a tornado of questions. "So, what the hell actually happened in the bathroom? Did your friend kill that guy? With a sword? Why were you holding a shotgun? And what was that last thing you did at JDRI to those guys? You called them hunters, right? I could hardly see them move. It's like they were ghosts, almost translucent. And why—" I held my hand up, and she stopped talking. "Sarah," I said finally, holding up my arms. "We've never told you why I wear these gloves. Do you want to know the real reason?" Sarah's eyes widened. She must have asked me 1,000 times, and each time I deflected or given a bullshit answer. Jesse's look said, "Are you sure?" But I continued. "You probably heard the whispers at JDRI about me, that I'd killed someone. I never believed them," Sarah said quickly, but she looked doubtful. "Someone did die, my little brother. But the thing is, I saw his death before it happened. I tried to stop it. When it happened anyway, everyone thought I killed him to prove that what I was saying was true. Nobody could believe that I could see the future, so no one could forgive me." "You can see the future?" Sarah repeated slowly. "Only when I touch someone's skin, and only their death," I added, since I knew from the spark in her eyes that she was excited about the possibility of getting her fortune read. "I've always covered up, so I wouldn't see any more visions. That's why I don't let anyone touch me." "But if you saw their death, couldn't you stop it?" Sarah asked. "I couldn't with my brother. I tried really, really hard. After that, I gave up. Nobody actually wants to know they're about to die. The more I talked about it, the more sessions of therapy, the more meds they put me on, I finally learned to keep quiet." "You knew?" Sarah asked Jesse. "We talked about it a lot," Jesse said, "before you got to JDRI, but we were a lot younger then. It was easier to believe things." I could tell by her expression she was skeptical. "Remember I told you about the guy who visited me?" I continued. "His name is Citri, and he was testing me, seeing if I still had the ability to see death. After I attacked Dennis and they locked me up, Citri rescued me. Dennis came down to my cell. He would have attacked me if Citri hadn't killed him." "I knew it! Some of the girls have been saying that you killed Dennis, that you were his lover and it was all planned out. But then you killed him and stole his keys." She stopped when she saw my expression. "Don't worry, I shut them up. I knew you wouldn't kill anyone, much less sleep with anyone. Least of all Dennis. Yuck. Okay, I'm done. You were saying?" "He took me to a place full of magic. It's a sanctuary called Neva." "A sanctuary for what? From what?" Jesse asked. I took a deep breath and pushed forward. They were taking all of this pretty seriously, but I knew Jesse's trust would only stretch so far. Sarah was fascinated, but Jesse looked like I had gone off my meds. "This is where it gets weird," I said. "This is the weird part?" Jesse smirked, inching forward. "I'm all ears." "Zeus wants to kill all the magic in the world, so he's the supreme leader, and all magic comes directly from him." "Zeus, like the lightning bolt guy?" Jessie asked. I could tell by her smile that I'd lost her. "King of Mount Olympus," Sarah recited. "I have a book on Greek mythology. I've read it 12 times." "Of course you have," Jessie muttered. "The thing is, they're not myths. I've met them. Most of them, anyway. Met who? What are you talking about? Hades, Persephone, Dionysus, Artemis, Hephaestus, Hermes, I said, ticking them off with my fingers. Some of them aren't so bad. Hold on, did you just say Hades? Jessie said. Isn't he like the Lord of Hell? Kind of, I admitted. So wait, who were the hunters after you, and what was that thing at the gas station, and who is Puriel? The hunters at JDRI, they're Zeus's army. They had wings? Sarah said dubiously. Yes, I said. Holy shit, angels are trying to kill you? Yes, but it's not that simple. Now I just sounded like Citri. I understood how he felt trying to explain this to me. No matter how you phrased it, being chased by killer angels made you look guilty as sin. I frowned and put my hand against my forehead, trying to organize my thoughts. Zeus is trying to kill all the magic in the world, but it's at a stalemate because he knows Hades and the other gods and goddesses at Neva are no match for him, nearly immortal. But he thinks he's found a way to kill them anyway. He's looking for the Fates, 3 sisters who weave and measure the threads of life. Apparently, they also have a pair of golden shears that can cut those threads. What does any of this have to do with you? Sarah asked. I can see the threads. What I did at JDRI to those hunters, if I concentrate, I can see their threads and pluck them. Kind of like playing a harp. I can't kill them without the shears. It's more like I stop their vibration. The finger of death points at them, and they sense their helplessness, their mortality. So wait, Zeus is after you because he thinks you can what? Kill the rest of his family? I nodded. And Hades is protecting you at Neva or whatever, and you were living there with that haughty Citri? Yes, I said, gripping my mug for warmth. So why did you leave? Sarah asked. This was the part I didn't want to share. My eyes watered up as I remembered the events that led to my departure. First, some hunters broke in and tried to kill me. Puriel was one of them. He tried to kill you? Jessie said, glancing into the other room, suddenly furious. I put a hand on her arm to calm her down. Yes, but he didn't. He refused Zeus's order, and he fell. From hunter to torch, what he is now. I watched his wings literally burn off. That's why he seems a little strange. He's never been alone before. He's never really had any human experiences, pain, secrets, desires. Then what happened? Sarah asked. After he had fallen, Puriel told me Zeus planned to kidnap you two and use you as bait to get to me. I broke him out so he'd help me rescue you. You broke him out? Jessie repeated slowly. The guy who tried to kill you. I didn't know what else to do, I said. You and Sarah were in danger. You saw those things, the hunters, what they're capable of. I stopped a few of them, but I can't always. I didn't even know I could do that. I don't know how to control it. You couldn't stop the one in the bathroom, Sarah said. The monster. No, I couldn't, I said, frowning. I tried to. I couldn't find his thread fast enough. If not for Puriel, we'd probably be dead. The headless guy? Jessie said. You didn't see him, Sarah said. He was all... Ugh, she said, raising her fingers up like claws and giving a crazy smile. That was a leech. Fallen hunters become torches. Some of them continue hunting magic on their own, trying to get back into Zeus's good graces, but when they're alone, they can't risk the pull of magic, especially if they're injured. They start consuming their victims and turn into leeches. That's what Puriel was doing when I walked in. Jessie gasped. He was going to eat that guy? He couldn't help it. It's not just the pull, remember? He's new at this. He's never felt temptation of any kind before. Never had to develop willpower or restraint. Great, Jessie said. Are you sure you can trust him? I stood and checked on Puriel in the other room. He was still out cold. We had a deal, and he kept his end of the bargain. I don't know what happens next, but right now, you two are safe, and that's all that matters. Yeah, but for how long? Whoever's house this is will probably be back soon. We can't go back to JDRI if the hunters are watching it. So, what's the plan? I looked back and forth between Sarah and Jessie, but I had no idea what to tell them. My brain was fried, and I never had a plan apart from saving them from Zeus. Right now, the only thing I'm capable of is passing out on the bed upstairs, I said. We'll figure the rest out tomorrow. I slept like the dead until dawn, when a bad dream woke me up suddenly, my heart pounding in my chest. It was something about Puriel with an unnaturally large grin and long, sharp fingers hanging down to his knees. I took a deep breath and wrapped my fingers around the rays of light beaming through the blinds. The upstairs master bedroom seemed cramped after living in luxury at Abel's mansion. But with Sarah curled up at my side, I felt a peace I hadn't experienced for weeks. I let my fingers brush her golden hair away from her face. She looked so young and innocent. What had I gotten her into? Jessie had taken the room next to ours. I got up to see if she was awake, moving gently so I wouldn't disturb Sarah. Her room was empty, but I found Jessie in the kitchen eating a bowl of Lucky Charms. I froze when I saw the empty couch, but Jessie waved her hand at me. Relax, she said through a mouthful of cereal. He was up just standing by the door, peering through the blinds like a creeper with one hand on a sword. I made him take a shower. Had to teach him the difference between shampoo, conditioner, and body wash. Seriously, though, why do we use all that shit? It's just soap, right? I put on a pot of coffee. Jessie grinned at me as I helped myself to the sugar and creamer. What? I asked. It's just... This is great, isn't it? The three of us, living in a real house like this. It's so much better than JDRI. It's stealing, I said. Barely, she snorted. I think they can afford new coffee filters. And what kind of life would this be for Sarah? Running all the time? At least JDRI had compulsory education levels. Jessie frowned and set the cereal bowl down hard. You don't have to be so depressing all the time. I know people are trying to kill us, and you basically murdered a guy yesterday at a gas station. But can't we pretend everything doesn't completely suck? Just let me enjoy my freaking breakfast for a minute. You're right, I said, taking a sip of my coffee. And it's better if Sarah thinks we're on a grand adventure. It's just, we can't keep doing this forever, and I have no idea what to do next. Jessie's eyes widened at my admission, but before she could question me, Sarah came downstairs. Jessie tousled her hair and gave her a bowl of cereal. I used the interruption as an excuse to check on Puriel. Everything okay in there? I asked, knocking on the bathroom door. Steam fumed out from underneath it. Almost done, Puriel called from inside. I tried unsuccessfully not to imagine him naked. Call it biological curiosity. The three of us ate breakfast together in silence until Puriel came downstairs. He was so tall that he had to duck under the doorway into the living room, but it was the lavender bathrobe he was wearing that grabbed my attention. The bathrobe barely covered him, falling just a few inches above his knees. Sarah and Jessie burst out laughing, and I couldn't contain my own smile. He looked comical, like a football player in a tutu. What is it? Is this not suitable attire? It is soft and loose-fitting, similar to the garments we wear under our armor. Should I remove it? He started disrobing. Jessie covered Sarah's eyes with both hands, but she pulled her fingers down to peek. He was still wet from the shower, and his ash blonde hair lifted in spiky tufts. The bathrobe was open in the front, displaying most of his perfectly sculpted chest. With his pale skin, now freshly scrubbed, he looked like a marble statue, each muscle clearly defined. The tattoos covering his forearms had been branded into his skin in dark whorls and scrolls. The burn marks made him look like an ancient, indecipherable textbook, a mysterious message of some kind. "I think it looks great on you," Jesse said, "but it might draw a little too much attention in public." "It's fine for now," I said. "We should change your bandage and clean your wound again before you get dressed anyway. Eat something, and we can decide where we're going from here." "You want me to stay with you?" he asked, lifting his eyebrows in surprise. "I know that's not the deal we made," I said. "If you want to leave, that's fine. We'll figure it out ourselves." "Let's not be hasty," Jesse said, glancing for the third time at Puriel's glistening abs. "I don't know what you're planning, but having some muscle with us wouldn't be the end of the world. I can think of several situations where Puriel might come in very handy." I rolled my eyes at her. "I didn't have much of a plan, other than saving you. But after what happened at the gas station, they'll be drawn to our magic, little that it is," Puriel said. "Even if the hunters don't find us, others will. Which means Sarah and Jesse will be in danger if they're around us. We'll attract leashes, hunters, everything. We need to get them somewhere safe." "You should all go back to Neva," Puriel said. "They will protect you there." "After what I pulled, they may not let me back in. And they'd expect me to fight, to kill Zeus." "Is that such a bad thing?" Jesse asked. "I mean, he is the guy sending hunters to kill you, right?" I frowned and bit my lip. "I ran away because I didn't want to pick sides. I don't want to be used like some chess piece. But if they let you two in, I'll do whatever Abel wants. As long as you're safe, I don't care what happens to me." "What if you get the Shears first?" Sarah asked. "I have no idea where they are," I said. "If Zeus and Abel couldn't find them, why would I be able to?" "Sarah's right," Jesse said. "Seems like everyone is after you because of what you might be able to do, but these golden scissors are crucial. They're a weapon only you can wield, right? If they're meant for you, maybe you can find them. And once you have them, then it gives you more leverage. Abel will have to let you back into Neva, and you can bargain for us to come along too. He couldn't refuse you. You'd have so much bargaining power, maybe even Puriel could come." The burning pit in my stomach reminded me that I hadn't told Sarah and Jesse about Matt yet, or the fact that Priya would probably kill me herself when she found out what really happened. Even if I got the Shears and made a deal with Abel, I'd never be able to face returning to Neva. But at least with the Shears, I wouldn't be asking for favors. I'd have something to offer, something to bargain with, maybe even something I could use to keep us all safe. It wasn't a terrible idea. I glanced up at Puriel to gauge his reaction. "I won't be able to protect you," he said. "I'm just one torch, and my power is mostly gone after last night's fight. I would have been lost if you hadn't stopped those hunters. As it stands, I'll probably fail in the next battle, and you'll be captured or killed by Zeus's forces. So, I need to get stronger." I mused. Even without the scissors, I stopped 4 hunters. I just need to practice what Stephanie taught me. "I can fight too," Jesse said. "You can teach me." She smiled at Puriel and batted her eyelids. "There is something else," he said, shifting uncomfortably. "All this freedom, it's distracting. I can't trust myself to make the right choices. I thought I was strong enough, but at the gas station, I lost control. I could have hurt someone." "You just need a mission," I said. "Maybe protecting us will keep you focused, give you purpose. You help us find the Shears, And we'll keep you from doing anything stupid. And really, what's your alternative? I am fallen now, outcast. I will wander alone, regretting my moment of weakness for all eternity. Sounds like fun, Jessie said. But surely a nearly impossible and almost certainly fatal quest to find some mythical ancient weapon capable of killing gods is a more attractive offer. I'll even sweeten the deal with some lucky charms. She held her bowl out to him, and he sniffed it, dubiously. Okay, I said, feeling relieved. We have a plan, but seriously, where do we even start looking? Puriel grabbed a banana from the fruit basket. He was about to bite into it when Sarah grabbed it from him. She removed the peel and handed it back to him. There are people that trade in information, Puriel said, taking a bite out of the banana. We call them watchers. Leeches, torches, and watchers, oh my, Jessie said, fanning herself. They are neutral, Puriel continued, so the hunters leave them alone. He finished his banana and grabbed another from the basket. You think they can help us? I asked. Maybe, Puriel frowned, but not without a price. The nearest I know of is in Seattle, financial district. In that case, Jessie jumped up and ran out of the room. She returned with a navy blue suit on a hanger. I saw this in the closet earlier. I think it'll fit you brilliantly. Plus, she said, her eyes trailing down over the lavender bathrobe, I really can't look at you like that anymore. Four. I couldn't stop staring at Puriel in his suit. He walked just ahead of us, clearing people off the sidewalk with his broad shoulders and his serious expression. He's like our own personal bodyguard, Sarah said. Like we're famous. All he needs is sunglasses and an earpiece, I said. If he's the bodyguard, I wouldn't mind being Whitney Houston, Jessie said, elbowing me in the ribs at her 90s movie reference. You know, one of these days we should just go to the movies, I said. A real theater, not all the old VCR crap in the so-called entertainment center. Can we get popcorn? Sarah asked, squeezing my gloved hand. And chocolate, Jessie said. Lots of chocolate. And some male companionship for making out in the dark and stuff. If only we knew any boys, she said, making eyes towards Puriel's heavenly backside. We had used the last of Jessie's cash for bus tickets to Seattle. I felt bad about all the stuff we'd used at the house, so I left a pair of diamond earrings on the counter with a thank you note. The sky was clear and the air smelled like coffee and fish. The last time I'd been here, I'd been with my parents and Charlie. I was too young to remember much, other than them throwing the fish at Pike Place Market. I squeezed the small block of Legos that hung around my neck. It was an anchor to my past, to remind me of what I'd lost. But today, the memories lifted me up. We'd been happy here. I could almost hear the sound of Charlie's laughter. A brisk sea breeze brushed my hair across my cheek, and a smile teased at my lips. It felt like an excursion day when they let us roam on our own for a while. It would have been fun if people weren't trying to kill us. Puriel said the bus was pretty safe, and once we were here in Seattle, we'd be protected by the crowds. Hunters flying above wouldn't be able to spot us easily, and they couldn't search every city in America. We'd lost them for now. Hold on, I said, noticing a pawn shop up ahead. We're almost out of cash. I'll run in and get some more. With what? Jessie said. When I left Neva, I grabbed some jewelry. You outlaw, Jessie teased. I don't like stealing, I said, but I didn't think Abel was going to miss some necklaces, and I didn't know how I was going to get to you or where we were heading after. Easy, Machiavelli. You don't need to defend yourself to me. She wasn't the one I was worried about. I didn't want Sarah to get the idea that stealing was okay. We only take what we need, and only from those who can afford it. Deal?" "Fine," Jessie shrugged. "Buy me some Skittles if they have any." "I don't think it's that kind of store," I said, pushing the door into the shop. I was greeted by the sound of jangling bells. The interior was nothing like I expected. Incense and candles filled the space with smoky, flickering light. Though there was a small section for electronics and power tools, most of the store was filled with curiosities that looked like they belonged in a natural history museum. "What you got, honey?" a voice called. I looked up at the girl behind the counter. She was a few years older than me, with bright red hair, green eyes, and dark eyebrows. Her face seemed to light up the small room, but it could have been just the light emanating from the jewelry case in the front counter. Some of the gems seemed to be positively glowing. I passed a shelf I hoped wasn't full of shrunken heads and a case of multicolored potion bottles. Definitely weird, but it was Seattle, after all. I unzipped my bag, reaching for the necklaces I'd taken from Neva, careful not to disturb the items I was carrying. I'm not sure if it was illegal to be walking around with an antique sword, but I'm pretty sure the shotgun was not okay. I didn't want to draw any attention to myself or give her anything she could identify me with later. One of the necklaces was stuck on something in the bottom of the bag. When I jerked it out, the sword nearly fell. I had the handle wrapped in a sweater, but it fell off when I caught it, revealing the hilt and sparkling gemstones on the sword Citri picked out for me. Shit. "Oh, that's pretty," she said, reaching for the handle. I jerked back, flinching. So much for not drawing attention. Her eyes widened, her hand frozen in midair. "Sorry," I said. "I've been jumpy lately, but these swords are not for sale. I need some cash for these." I dropped a couple of the stolen necklaces on the counter. I felt a twinge of guilt, but they had been left in my room. I figured they were gifts and that Abel had plenty of trinkets like this. The girl switched on a lamp and took out a microscope. She held one of the necklaces up to the light and squinted at it. "Perfect," she said finally. "But boring." "Excuse me?" "I mean, yeah, it's a natural sapphire necklace with flawless gem quality, but it's not even enchanted." She giggled at the deer-in-the-headlights look on my face, but then pursed her lips and studied me further. "Sorry, with that sword and your torch friend out there," she said, nodding through the windows at Puriel. "I just assumed you were a seeker." "A seeker? Of magical artifacts?" "Are you an heir?" I asked, using the term that meant a descendant of an immortal. "Heavens, no!" She giggled again. "All seekers are human. We don't have any magic of our own, so we locate and trade in enchanted objects, spells, and rituals." "Like a witch," I said. She frowned at the term. "You're new at this, aren't you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "I only found out magic was real a few weeks ago," I said. "And you already have treasures like these?" she asked. "You wouldn't believe what I had to do just to get a functional dowser or pendulum. Once you have one of those, the world is a constant treasure hunt. Though if a handsome torch wanted to give me some jewelry or a fancy sword in exchange for a little companionship, I wouldn't turn it down. How is it, having one for a lover, by the way? I've always wondered." "What? It's not like that," I said. My ears were burning. "You mean he's single?" she asked, leaning around me to get a better look at Puriel. "Listen, right now, I just need some cash. My friends and I are all out, and we don't even know where we're sleeping tonight. Can you please just take the necklaces?" "Oh, sure, sweetie, no problem," she said, but the friendliness was gone from her eyes. Oh well, I wasn't here to make friends. "I can give you 800, she said. "Each?" I asked hopefully. "Altogether, take it or leave it." I was sure I was getting ripped off, but I didn't have a lot of options, and 800 would get us by for a while. I nodded, and she started counting out bills from her register. "Thank you," I said, grabbing the cash and stuffing it in my pocket. I held her eyes for a moment longer than necessary, trying to silently communicate that I was sorry for snapping at her. She actually seemed pretty cool, and though I'd probably never see her again, I didn't want her to think I was just some bitch. "Be safe out there," she said as I turned to leave. Back on the sidewalk, I gave some cash to Jessie and Sarah in case we got split up. Then I fell in step with Puriel as we walked towards the financial district. "So, who is this guy, exactly?" I asked. "You called him a watcher earlier. What does he watch?" "Everything and nothing," Puriel said. "Well, that's clear," I said under my breath. "It's not like they have an official organization or anything," Puriel said. "They do whatever they want, trading favors for more time." "Wait, they trade in time?" I asked. "How does that work?" "It started a long time ago with King Admetus. When Atropos cut his thread, Apollo, who was friends with the king, begged the fates to undo their work. It was not in their power to do so, but they promised that if someone took Admetus's place in the gloomy underworld, he would live again. The king's wife, Alcestis, volunteered. But Hercules, who happened to be Admetus's guest at the time, rescued her from the underworld, and Admetus and Alcestis were reunited." "Finally, a story with a happy ending," I said. "Based on that precedent," Puriel continued, "some humans began hiring others to take their place in the underworld, thus postponing their death indefinitely." "But who would do that?" I asked, horrified. "There are plenty of desperate humans, willing to shorten their own lifespan in exchange for money, power, or their heart's desire. Watchers keep an eye out for anyone at their weakest in the hour of their greatest need. Then they'll offer exactly what the person wants in exchange for an agreed-upon number of years. Over so many centuries, they discovered that knowledge had its own value. So they collected secrets, gathering wealth and power unto themselves. Most of them have thousands of years stockpiled." I had a bad feeling about this. It sounded too much like those stories about signing your soul over to the devil. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" I asked. "It's a place to start," Puriel answered. "We lose nothing if he can't help us. You just need to be careful. Watchers are tricky, and they don't give up anything without a price. You just need to make sure you don't offer more than you're willing to give." I felt a chill as we passed into the shade of a gleaming silver skyscraper. Puriel nodded towards it, and we entered through the revolving door. The lobby was all glass walls and red couches. Men in gray suits crisscrossed the polished marble floors. We rode an elevator to the top floor. Sarah's eyes lit up as it started moving, and I wondered if she'd ever been in one before. A woman in a black business suit and horn-rimmed glasses greeted us in front of the company logo. It looked like an infinity symbol. Her smile faltered when she looked directly at Puriel and saw his smoldering eyes, but she pressed on bravely. "Welcome to the Foundation," she said. "What can we help you with?" "We're here to see Jadus," Puriel said, his low voice rumbling. "Mr. Mustafa has meetings all day. Can I tell him what it's regarding?" "Tell him I'm looking to make a deal on a very limited edition item," Puriel said. She went back to her phone. We caught pieces of her hushed conversation. Then she hurried back to us. "I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Let me escort you in." She led us down a hallway and through a pair of double doors. It opened into a wide room with floor-to-ceiling windows and a panoramic view of the city. "You can see the Space Needle from here," Sarah said, heading straight for the window. Couches and desks were spread out generously along the windows. In the center of the room was an enormous hourglass. It looked like it was made of solid gold, but when I stepped closer, I could see that it was filled with tiny gold flakes. They sifted through the curved glass and tumbled down to a pile of gold at the bottom. 100 pounds of pure gold dust. A man said, joining us. His black hair was tinged with gray, though his face was tan and youthful. With the current price of gold, it's worth 1,798,158.65 cents. But who's counting? Jadus beamed a wide smile, flashing a set of teeth so perfect they looked unnatural. Then he slapped Puriel on the arm and gestured us over to a row of couches. It's good to see you again, my old friend. Though I won't say I'm surprised by your visit. His gold watch jingled as he signaled his assistant, a young Asian man, to bring us some coffee. His suit was impeccably pressed, and he had on a bold red tie that stood out against the dark fabric. Close up, I could see he had a trace of dark stubble, like he hadn't shaved in days, but it was carefully groomed and obviously intentional. You were expecting us? I asked, suddenly tense. Not you, darling. I have no idea who you are. But one of these guys usually makes it to my office whenever things heat up. There's been a lot of activity lately. Some chatter. Figured one of them might come looking for information. I didn't think it would be you specifically, Puriel. It must be serious if you're here. Though there's something different about you this time. Let me see. What is it? The suit? Your hair? Don't tell me. Ah, I see it now. You've lost your wings. Recently, too, from the look of it. Puriel frowned as the assistant returned with a tray of espresso in small white cups. He even had a hot chocolate for Sarah and handed it to her with a smile. Now, unfortunately, Jadus continued, crossing his legs, that may change the nature of our business a little. See, previously you had a lot more to offer. You waltz in here with your golden uniforms and a team of 6 hunters, and between you, you'd give me a few centuries of years. It meant nothing to you because you lot lived so long anyway. But now, he said, looking Puriel over and shaking his head in disapproval. Torches also live a long time, Puriel said. Not all years are the same, said Jadus. It's about quality, value. After all, I may not use them for myself. I may trade with some of my friends. Often a few years of something unmistakably fresh and distinct is better than another century of monotony. When you've lived as long as I have, there's nothing really new to experience in life, other than experience itself. Putting on a few refreshing years of someone else's life is like donning a pair of rose-colored glasses. Frankly, I'm a little sick of hunter years. I use them up during slow periods when nothing else is going on. They're unimaginative. Torch years, however, are nearly unbearable. You guys are so depressed all the time, so solemn. It sucks all the joy out of life. Angel years are like cocaine. You feel invincible but don't actually do anything productive. Demon years are like heroin, the soul-crushing beauty of self-destruction, regret, and longing. I sat up a little straighter in my chair. Did he just call Puriel a demon? Plus, I have a ton of them already. You wouldn't believe how many torches come in here begging for me to take away a few years to shorten their suffering. So you see, you may not have arrived with much to bargain with, but why don't you let me know what you need first, and we can negotiate afterwards. We're looking for a pair of golden shears, I said, leaning forward. They belong to the Fates, the Moirai. Any clue to where the Fates would have hidden them? Or where the Fates themselves are hiding? The last trace of them before they disappeared. Anything would be helpful. It sounded ridiculous to say it out loud. I thought Jadus was going to laugh at me. He kept grinning, looking between me and Puriel. Is she serious? He asked. Puriel nodded. The weapon that Zeus has been after for 1,000 years. The weapon that would end the stalemate and bring us all into open war again. Even if I had an idea about something like that, what makes you think I would give it up to some teenage girl? Because, Puriel said, she may be the only person who can actually use them. He nodded towards my gloves, and I peeled them off slowly, displaying the dark red band that cut around my wrist. I'd always been embarrassed by it. It looked like I'd tried to cut my whole hand off or something. According to Abel, however, it meant I'd been chosen by the fates. Do you recognize that mark? Puriel asked. Jadus leaned closer and reached for my hand. I pulled it away before he could touch my skin, then shoved my hands back into the safety of my gloves. I had enough on my plate already, without the accidental discovery of Jadus's death on my conscience. The Scarlet Thread. He sighed softly. Well, that explains a lot. If you're here, Zeus must be getting frantic. Unfortunately, however, I never involve myself with politics. It's bad for business. You're already involved, I said. Zeus wants to take all magic out of the world, control everything. As long as Abel and the others resist him, he can't have total control. But how long do you think your little operation would last if Zeus gets more powerful? He'd continue to clean up all traces of magic. It seems like you're operating in a very gray area. Once he stamped out all the big stuff, he'd focus on the small stuff. Like how you're cheating death by dealing favors to humans. You seem to forget that my little operation depends on trading secrets and information. I thrive in conflict. If either side actually won the war, I'd be out of business. Plus, if I do help you now, I'd almost certainly be punished for it by Zeus later. Unless we win, I said. Unless you win, he repeated, stroking his chin. He stood and paced in front of the windows, looking out over the city with his arms behind his back. Many writers, including Ovid and Aeschylus, questioned whether Zeus had less power than the Fates. The conclusion was that he could not escape the destiny they foretold. Just before they disappeared, the Fates gave Zeus a prophecy. There would be a time when sea and land and heaven's high places in sweeping flames should burn, and down should fall the beleaguered bastions of the universe. That doesn't sound good, Jessie said. Why are you telling us this? Puriel asked. It seems to me, Jadus said, that the course of action you're on will waken slumbering giants. We haven't had any earth-shattering battles for thousands of years. If you get what you want, whether or not you win, the consequences will be severe. Even if you succeed, the fallout may be worse than you imagine. I didn't know how to respond to that. Was he saying if we provoked Zeus into an open fight, we were risking the whole world? Would it be better just to go somewhere and hide out, live quiet lives somewhere, put all this behind us? If we did that, Zeus's hunters would keep picking off magical creatures one by one, until there were none left. And besides, I hadn't actually committed to using the shears yet. Maybe I wouldn't have to. Maybe just having them would be enough to negotiate a ceasefire, or at least protect my friends. Consider us warned, I said. So can you help us or not? I can't give you the shears, but I think I may know where to look, Jadus said, locking his fingers together. However, there is still the matter of my payment. What do you want? I asked, cautiously. Did you know that the Fates were singers? Jadus said, changing the subject. According to Plato, Lachesis sings the way things were. Clotho sings the way things are, and Atropos sings the way things will be. And this matters why? Jessie said. Well, normally I wouldn't give up something this valuable for anything less than 1,000 years, Jadus said, letting the number sink in. However, given your unique abilities, I'm willing to make a very particular wager. Not on what you're able to do now, but on what you might be able to do later. Living forever has its perks, but seeing that much time, the grains of dust are always moving downwards. You only have one chance, one opportunity to do everything right. Every choice you've ever made creates an inalterable chain of events. After 1,000 years, all those experiences, all of those opportunities missed, add a tremendous gravity. Imagine being able to go back and do one small thing that changes the fate of the world. You could watch empires rise and fall, and build fortunes overnight. For some reason, I thought about my brother. What if I could go back and change what happened? The moment that changed everything and ultimately ended up with me locked in JDRI. Would I go back and fix it if I could? Time travel? Really? Jessie scoffed. It might be impossible, sure, Mr. Mustafa said. Or it might not be. But if the stories are true, you can already see glimpses of the future. What if you could see more of it? Such information in the right hands could be priceless. So, I'll help you find the Shears, and you will owe me a favor. If you don't develop any new powers, simply telling me the manner of my death will satisfy our agreement. I trust you are capable of that. That's all he was asking for? I felt relieved to get off so easy. Oh, and I'll need 5 years as a down payment. Wait, what? Jessie said, standing up slowly. No way. It's a mere token and obligatory, I'm afraid. It will keep our arrangement professional. Otherwise, you don't have any skin in the game. How do we know your information is even good? I asked. Tell you what, I'll only take my years once you get what you're after. How does that sound? He watched my expression, and when I didn't refuse, he smiled and snapped his fingers. His assistant appeared suddenly with a formal document drafted up. The assistant's smile was gone, and he looked nervous. Sweat was beading on his brow, even though I was freezing under the strong air conditioning. Just sign here, Jadus said, taking a gold pen from his jacket pocket. I didn't reach for it. You don't have to do this, Jessie said. We can find the Shears on our own. There must be another way. What other way? I asked. I looked between Puriel and Jessie, but they didn't offer up any solutions. This was the only lead we had, and I didn't want to leave here empty-handed. If I could find the Shears, at the very least, I could get Abel to let Sarah and Jessie stay at Neva, where they'd be protected, even though they didn't have any magic of their own. Since Matt's death and our escape from Neva, I had felt out of control, a pawn in some ancient supernatural war. I was tired of being helpless. What difference would it make if I died at 70 instead of 75? I couldn't even imagine living that long anyway. We could spend years looking, all the while on the run, hiding from Zeus's army, not to mention fighting off leeches. This needs to happen soon. Besides, he only gets the years if his information leads us to the Shears. If not, no harm done. Right? Jadus nodded, then leaned back and crossed his fingers. I was sure he was gloating as I signed my name along the line. Perfect. Excellent, he said, handing the signed document to his assistant, who scurried away and placed it in an impossibly long file cabinet. All right, I said. Let's have it. Nobody knows exactly where the Fates disappeared to after refusing Zeus. But there is one curious story I think you'll find valuable. One of the most famous paintings of the Fates is by the British artist Jonathan Strudwick. But it was based on a much earlier painting by an early Renaissance painter, Oreste Zetico. He went to one of the far walls and slid back a thick wooden panel, revealing shelves full of ancient-looking books. Here it is, he said, pulling out a manuscript and leafing through it. There are only 2 references for this. The first is a note from Jonathan Strudwick himself, admitting that he'd based his painting on Zetico's, but changed a number of details. The second is this 14th century description, from a book on incredible supernatural tales. It's in Latin. Allow me to summarize it for you. Oreste was already a famous painter when his wife died. She was the love of his life, and he became obsessed with stories of bereaved widows like Orpheus descending into hell to retrieve their beloved. In many stories, the gods were sympathetic, but were powerless to restore life after its thread had been cut by the fates. In order to save his wife, he concluded that he needed to petition the fates directly. So, he studied everything he could, every reference to the fates, and then he prepared for a long journey. He was gone nearly 2 years. When he returned, he wrote in his journal that he found the fates and begged them to save his wife. The fates were angry by his intrusion, but mollified by his love for his wife. So, they made him a deal. They'd bring his wife back, but they'd take his eyes so he'd never see her beauty again. I shuddered. I'd never thought of the fates as cruel. What would happen if I found them? Why can't Greek myths just end with, "and they lived happily ever after"? Jessie asked. When he finally got back to Florence, Jadus continued, Zetico was reunited with his wife. They were happy for the first year, but he became frustrated with his blindness. Not being able to paint, the household soon ran out of money, which led to domestic conflict. He grew surly and bitter, resentful that he had to depend on his wife to provide for them. Eventually, his wife left him for a younger man. In remorse, cursing the fates for granting his wish, he painted one final painting, showing the secret location of the fates' hideaway. But since he was blind, the colors were grotesque, randomly mixed together. Strudwick's copy smoothed everything out, but lost much of the original detail. Jadus put the book away and pulled out a large print from a stack of reproductions. This is Strudwick's version. Notice anything? The painting showed 3 women in a cave. 2 women were holding a thread between them. The third one was sitting behind them with a hand on her chin. It looked like they were frozen in time, waiting for something. These must be the Morai. Clotho was the spinner, Lachesis the measurer, and Atropos the cutter of life's thread. Spinner, measure, cutter. Past, present, future, I said, remembering what Jadus had told us earlier. Go on, Jadus said. The woman on the right was the youngest, she must be Clotho. She and Lachesis were pulling the thread tight between them, almost like they were holding it up to Atropos to be cut. But Atropos was just sitting there, looking bored. There are no scissors, I said, my eyes widening. Quite right. They're almost conspicuously absent. A normal scene of the fates would show her performing her duty and cutting the thread with shears. But in this painting, it's almost like she's deliberately refusing. Now that could be because of the circumstances of Orestes' deal. Jadus continued. He didn't go there to end a life, but to save one. Maybe the shears are absent because only Clotho and Lachesis were needed to spin and measure a longer thread, to extend his wife's life. Maybe the absence of the scissors is meant to represent the triumph over death that the fates alone can provide. Or maybe not. What else do you notice? There was hardly any detail in the painting other than the cave walls and a few steps. In the far background was a very small opening, lit up from the light outside. It showed a miniature scene that looked like sand and palm trees. The desert? I asked. That's what it looks like. So, we might be tempted to guess that the fates are in a cave somewhere in the desert. But don't forget, Strudwick altered some details. Without seeing the original painting, there's no way to know what Zetico actually painted, and whether it was creative fabrication or a deliberate map to the place where he'd found the fates. So, we need to see the original painting, Puriel said. Do you know where it is? I asked eagerly.
Apparently it's been missing for several centuries, but it recently surfaced at an estate sale. This,
Jadus said, handing me a piece of paper,
is the address of a small museum in Florence. He's a private collector and a friend of mine. The painting should be in his possession.
Wait, that's it? Jessie said, breaking the hushed silence. You want us to go to Italy to find some old painting by a blind guy who might have seen the fates 800 years ago? That's your hot lead?
That is the information I have promised,
Jadus said stiffly.
Since this manuscript is, to my knowledge, the only copy in existence, I doubt you'll find better information elsewhere. What you do with it isn't my concern.
Can you help us get to Florence? I asked.
I'm not in the habit of helping people for free, Jadus said. I'm afraid you'll have to make other arrangements.
My hopes of retrieving the Shears vanished in a cloud of frustration. I'd just traded the last of our currency for a measly $800. That wasn't going to be enough to get the 4 of us to Europe. What were we going to do now?
I'll see you out,
Jadus said, standing up and brushing off his jacket. He walked us to the front and pressed the button to call the elevator. I felt like we were being dismissed, and I wondered if we'd made a mistake coming here. What exactly had I bargained away? And for what? I was so distracted with my thoughts, I didn't look up until the doors opened on the ground floor, and Sarah let out a surprised cry. A dozen hunters were waiting for us in the lobby. Five. Puriel threw me behind him and pulled out his sword. I fumbled for the shotgun in my bag. One of the hunters smirked and raised an eyebrow at Puriel, a silent challenge. He knew we were trapped. There was no way we could overpower 12 hunters. The tense silence was broken by a tinkling sound, and a small silver sphere rolled into the middle of the room. It looked like a Christmas ornament, until it started spewing thick blue smoke. The hunters scattered, holding their eyes and screaming. "Run!" a voice shouted from the exit. It was the redhead from the pawn shop, her fiery hair silhouetted by the glow of light from the open door. There was no time to think. I grabbed Sarah's hand and pulled her towards the exit. We ducked as one of the hunters took a swipe at us. His sword was deflected by Puriel's. It hit the ground so hard it shattered the tiles of the floor. Another hunter charged us from the left, his eyes red and what looked like tears streaming down his face. The redhead threw a dagger that sank into his neck. We ran past him as he fell to his knees, sobbing. 5 motorcycles were waiting for us outside, each carrying men in leather with long dreadlocks. The redhead jumped on one of the bikes and revved the engine. "Get on if you want to live," she said when she saw me hesitate. I shared a look with Jessie and Puriel, then nodded. I had no idea who this chick was, but we'd never outrun the hunters on foot. We straddled the bikes just as the doors burst open, letting out a stream of hunters. We ran 3 red lights and then turned onto the highway. I glanced behind me and saw a shimmer of light chasing us. It looked like a heat-seeking missile following us as we swerved back and forth between cars. "They're still after us," I shouted over the wind. "Shut up and let me drive," she answered. I held on tightly as the bike swerved down an exit ramp to the sound of squealing tires. I wrinkled my nose at the smell of burnt rubber. We turned on a road that curved around a wide lake, shielded on both sides by tall pine trees. "Hold on," she yelled. "This is going to get rough." She signaled to the other bikers, and they scattered, turning off the road down dirt paths that cut through the forest. I held my breath as our bike flew off the road and landed with a bump that almost made me lose my white-knuckled grip. Trees whizzed past us as the bike raced through the forest. There was a loud crash behind us, and I turned my neck in time to see a flock of birds flee a shaking tree. Idiot, the redhead said. Their wingspan is over 12 feet wide. They can't maneuver in tight spaces like this. We pulled into a tight grove of trees, and she skidded to a stop. I jumped off the bike, and she quickly pulled me down into the grass. She put a finger up to her lips, then pulled a red velvet pouch from her pocket and took out a pinch of something that looked like glitter. She sprinkled it around us and then whispered, "Obscurious." The colorful grains twinkled like stars, and then the world around us went dark. I could still see the forest around us, but it was like we were hidden in a patch of shadows. "That'll keep us hidden for a while," she whispered. "What the hell just happened?" I asked. "You got sold out," she said. "That's impossible," I said, thinking of Jadus. "We just made a deal with him. He had nothing to gain by double-crossing us." Nothing to gain except 1,000 hunter years. Had he made a side deal to hedge his bets? Someone in that building called the hunters. She shrugged. "Who are you, anyway?" I asked. "Madeline, Maddie for short. Now shut up, will you? One of them could still be nearby." We waited for almost an hour, until Madeline stood up and brushed herself off. Then we drove back to the main road and looped back on a road that curled up the side of a hill. The dark pine trees parted, revealing a clearing with a view of the lake. It was so clear and smooth, it reflected a perfect mirror image of the cloudy sky above. It was hard to tell where the trees ended and where the water began. In the center of the clearing was a grand lodge made out of whole tree trunks with massive panes of glass facing the lake. It was surrounded by small white tents, yurts, and teepees, and looked like some kind of hippie commune. We were the last to arrive. I jumped off the bike as soon as Maddie stopped and ran to Sarah and Jesse. They embraced me in a hug, careful not to touch any exposed skin. I was relieved to see Puriel, but he only gave me a grim smile. "I'm sorry," he said. "I thought we could trust him." "You couldn't have known," I said. "Plus, maybe it wasn't Jadus. His assistant looked pretty shifty. Or maybe we were just caught on a traffic cam or something and they figured out where we were." "Maybe," Puriel said, looking doubtful. "Can someone please explain to me what the hell just happened?" Jesse said. "Where are we? And who are you people? What was that thing you threw? I've never seen anything like that." "Q-bomb," Maddie said. "Made from quers. It's like angel kryptonite. Rare, but effective. I hope you're worth it." "Clever," Puriel said. Quers was a perfume used by the Egyptians during mummification. It was said to provide the first sweet breath of the afterlife. It's actually made from the river Styx. To humans, the water can have substantial benefits. Hercules' mother dipped him in the Styx to make him nearly invincible. On angels, it has the opposite effect. "How so?" Jesse asked. "Angels are nearly immortal. Their courage and willingness to die for their cause is, in part, because they have no fear of death. Queres, the scent of oblivion, fills them with a terrifying dread. Imagine if you were on the most popular drug in the world, which is what Zeus's light is like. You were invincible, eternal, a mirror to his power, flowing through you, and then all of a sudden, it all stops. And suddenly, you recognize all the deeds you ever committed, all your sins, all your mistakes, self-consciousness, regret, shame, self-pity, all at once, and all for the first time." "Is that what you feel now?" I asked. 100 times worse," Puriel said with a sad smile. "But Queres temporarily mimics those effects. It's one of the few effective weapons against the hunters. I guess we owe you our thanks," he said, turning towards Maddie. "How exactly is it that you came to our aid?" "This one stumbled into my shop today," she said, nodding at me. "Seemed a little shaken. I knew something was going on, so I followed her. When I saw the hunters move in, I knew you were going to need help, so I called some friends." "But why help us?" Jessie said skeptically. "What do you want from us?" "That's just what we do," a man said, joining our circle. He was as big as Puriel, but built like an ox, with a thick beard. His dreadlocks curled up in a dark bun on top of his head. "We're the Resistance. Whatever Zeus's hunters are up to, we try to slow them down. Even take them out, if possible. I'm Taylor, and this is my land. Anyone being persecuted by Zeus's army is welcome here."
"Like Abel," I said.
"Not exactly," Taylor said with a frown, straightening his red flannel shirt. "Abel saves to recruit, to join his cause in his war against Zeus. But he's a collector. He prefers beings with long lifespans and their own magic. He and Zeus are immortal. 100 years can pass before one of them makes their next move. It's like a slow, arduous chess game, and most of the time they're just waiting, scheming, planning. The rest of us don't have that kind of time. We won't live as long, but our lives matter too."
"Magic shouldn't have to be hidden," Maddie added.
"And we don't want to give up our freedom by becoming guests in Abel's house, even if we merited entry into his private club. So we live off the grid, in the cracks of society, but we also fight. Hunters live with impunity. They can kill anyone who possesses even small amounts of magic. Nobody stands up to them. Nobody but us."
"Wait, explain that to me," I said. "You said you're a seeker, a human who collects magic, right? How does that even work?"
"I told you some of it in the shop," Maddie said. "Very few of us have any magic of our own, but we learn to store it up, discover magical artifacts. Sometimes we can tinker with relics and make new magical devices of our own. With a magic wand or enchanted item, we can channel magic, store it, unleash it, direct it." "We couldn't beat a hunter in a fair fight," Taylor interrupted with a smile. "So we cheat, though they're almost always in teams. Truth be told, we try to avoid confrontations since they're unlikely to end well for us. But if we can distract them long enough to save a life, the risk is worth it."
"And you live here?" I asked, marveling at the view. It reminded me a bit of the camp back at Neva, where the heirs and shifters lived, only more rustic. Beside the main lodge, most of the structures were pop-up shelters.
"Don't worry, we're protected. We pool our resources. There are probably 20 wards and charms protecting this camp. It's invisible from the sky, and any leech drawn to our magic will get more than he bargained for. We actually set traps sometimes. Torches can store infinite amounts of energy, and once they become leeches, they're easier to kill since they're all alone," Maddie said. "They get reckless, they're dangerous, but not too bright. If we can bring one of them down, it's enough to fuel 100 devices." Puriel shifted uncomfortably, and Maddie put her hand on his arm. "You're safe here," she said. "A leech wouldn't have passed through our defenses. Plus, they always travel alone, though most torches do too. And you lot are all human." She gestured at the rest of us. "Now, why don't you tell us who you are?" Taylor said gravely, crossing his arms. "Hunters usually avoid public confrontations. The less unexplained miracles that point to the existence of magic, the better. I've never seen them send a whole team like that, which leads me to believe there's more to you than meets the eye. No offense, but you don't seem all that remarkable to me." Puriel and I exchanged glances, but neither of us volunteered information. Maddie and her friends had saved us from the hunters, but that didn't mean I trusted them. On the other hand, we still didn't have a way to get to Europe to look for Zedeko's painting, and allies would be useful if we ran into more hunters. "We want to stop Zeus.
I said, finally, deciding to lay my cards on the table. But we need to get to Italy. You lot? Taylor smiled. What makes you think you have any chance at taking down Zeus? You couldn't even handle a team of hunters. Besides, stopping Zeus is like trying to catch the wind. He's basically pure energy. He can take a corporeal form, but even then, you couldn't hurt him. With that much energy, he heals instantly. Plus, nobody's seen him, like ever, Madeline said. He sends his hunters down to do his bidding. Stay with us for a while. We'll train you to fight. If you work together, you might be able to take out a hunter or two. We have something he wants, I said, and we're after something that can hurt him. With your help, we can end this war once and for all. The men who'd been driving the bikes had formed a circle around our group, and they huddled together, speaking quietly. Taylor said something to them before turning to face us again. We'll think about it, he said. In the meantime, relax. You're safe here. My son Max will show you around. We'll talk more tonight. Max was 21, with dark hair and an easy smile. He led us to a couple of spare tents that were set up between some trees with a view of the lake. You all get settled in, Maddie said, stripping off her leather jacket and tight jeans. I'm going for a swim. She walked straight into the water until it was up to her knees, then threw a coy look over her shoulder at Puriel and winked. He blushed and turned away quickly, pretending to inspect the woods. Of course he wanted her. She was practically Edenic. She exuded raw sex appeal. She might as well have offered him a juicy apple. Max offered to teach Sarah to fish, and the three of us sat watching the light ripple of the water until dusk. There was a casual sense of freedom here. I could feel it in the air. At Neva, everyone was protected by Abel's magic. Here, they made their own. They were scavengers, scrapping artifacts and storing magic, and probably nomadic. But it was so peaceful here. It was easy to forget we were on the run. What if they decide not to help us? Jessie asked finally. I'd been pondering the same question all afternoon, and I had an answer I knew she wouldn't like. $800 is enough for a flight for one person, I said. I'll go by myself. I'll look at the painting and I'll come back. Simple. Don't even think about it, she said. Plus, we still don't know who sold us out. What if everything Jadus told us was a lie, just to kill time until the hunters got there? Even if the painting is real, he could have told the hunters about it also. They could be waiting for you there. Going alone would not be smart, Puriel agreed. What choice do we have? I asked. If Jadus did tell anyone else about the painting, then we need to get there quickly before it disappears for another few centuries. And at least you'd be safe here. Look how happy Sarah is. Don't you think this would be an amazing place to grow up? You sound like you're planning on ditching us here, Jessie said. Which would be an unforgivable offense. Sarah already has abandonment issues. You think leaving her behind would be good for her? She was a mess when you disappeared from JDRI. I can't calm her the way you can. They had to put her in the basement for 3 days until she stopped wailing. My eyes widened. While I was at Neva, dining on silver cutlery, Sarah had been locked up by herself. I didn't know that, I said. No shit. But now you do. So don't think you can sneak off to Europe on your own. You won't be protecting her, and I don't want to have to pick up the pieces or try to explain your absence to her. Not again. Jessie went to help gather wood for the campfire, leaving an awkward silence behind her. Still glad you decided to join us? I joked, trying to relieve the tension. When he didn't answer, I glanced over at him. His expression was so solemn it was almost pained, like he was wrestling with himself. I wondered if he'd also been thinking of leaving. I couldn't imagine what we'd do without him, but I also didn't want him to feel trapped with us.
You don't have to stay, you know, I said quietly. We made a deal, and you kept your end of the bargain. You don't owe me anything. You don't have to be here. It's not that. Puriel interrupted, turning towards me. His gaze was so intense I had trouble looking away. His eyes sparkled like amber crystals. You were right before. I need this. Without a master, without a purpose, I would probably give in to my misery, my anger. I would rage against the world, consuming magic, trying to restore my former glory when Zeus's light flowed through me. But eventually I would lose myself and become a mindless beast preying on innocence. That is what I fear most of all. But why help us? You've served Zeus your entire life, and we're trying to take him down. Don't you feel conflicted? He breathed a heavy sigh of relief then, and looked at me with wonderment. Yes, Puriel said, and it's been eating me up from inside. I've never felt conflicted loyalties before. I was made to serve Zeus with blind allegiance, to kill without asking questions. But after spending time with others, with you... He drifted off, looking out at the lake. I wanted for him to finish his sentence, but instead he changed the subject. I don't really believe that the Shears exist, that Zeus is vulnerable, or that you could ever defeat him. The weight of something like that, the responsibility, deciding to kill a god. I wasn't built for those kinds of decisions. I can't even begin to comprehend it. But I will protect you and your friends as best as I am able for as long as I can. I don't know if it's right. I was taught to obey, not to consider. But it will give me purpose and prevent me from turning into a leech, especially now when I'm vulnerable to temptation. For the moment, that's all I can do. I didn't know how to respond to Puriel's confession. I was glad he was on our side, but if he didn't believe in our mission, could I trust him when it mattered most? I haven't actually decided to kill Zeus yet, I said. Because of my ability to see death, for most of my life, people have seen me as a murderer, even my own parents. That's why I wear the gloves. I don't want to be responsible for anyone else's life. I don't want to bear the knowledge who's going to die and how, and wonder whether if I can't save them, their blood is on my hands. I don't want to kill anyone. I just want Sarah and Jesse protected. But I also only found out about magic recently. When Abel told me about my abilities and what he wanted me to do with them, I refused. I was actually planning on leaving Neva before you told me that my friends were in danger. But these people, I said, gesturing at the camp, all they want is to be left alone, the right to exist without being hunted down and destroyed. I don't think magic has to be evil. I think it depends on the person wielding it and what they hope to achieve. If I had to pick a side in this war, I would choose this one. The campfire was roaring now, and people were gathering around it. I heard laughter and the sound of a guitar. The sky was dark blue, and a handful of stars twinkled out patterns. Puriel and I, sitting alone in the dark, sharing our intimate thoughts and fears with each other, it felt like we'd had a moment, like something out of a romantic movie. "Can I ask you something else?" Puriel said. I felt his body shift next to me. "Sure," I said, biting my lip. My pulse raced with anticipation. "What's a wink mean?" Crushing disappointment filled my chest, and then I felt stupid for getting my hopes up. What was I expecting anyway? Of course he was still thinking about Madeline's saucy walk into the lake earlier, and it's not like I'd let him touch me anyway. "It's a sign of companionship," I said. "Like there's a secret and only the two of us know it and nobody else does. We're both inside the loop." "Like a conspiracy," Puriel said.
Kind of. No wonder Zeus doesn't like them. I shivered and rubbed my arms, then stood up to join the others by the fire. I was a little pissed at Puriel for ruining the moment, and a little angry at myself for fantasizing about something impossible. It was easy to forget that Puriel and I had been thrown together during tragic circumstances and to confuse emotional profundity with something deeper. My mood worsened as the night went on. Max was playing the guitar. He was younger and scrawnier than Taylor. Not small, just lean. His dark hair was shaved on the sides, but long and unruly on top. He and Jessie seemed to be hitting it off. And Madeline was all over Puriel, laughing and touching his arm. I wanted to hate her, but she wasn't doing anything wrong. It's not like Puriel and I were a thing, but watching everyone else having a good time just made me feel isolated and alone. Even Sarah, stuffing her face with roasted marshmallows, filled me with bittersweet melancholy. I found myself missing my brother. He would have been Sarah's age now. He would have loved it here. I felt for the chunk of Legos I wore around my neck to remind me of him. Suddenly, I felt exhausted. I said goodnight to Sarah and waved to Jessie. Puriel and Maddie I ignored. They probably wouldn't even notice I was gone. Then I returned to my tent and drifted off to sleep. I woke up to a dark shadow gripping my shoulders. My eyes widened, and I flailed my arms until I was awake enough to recognize Jessie. She put a finger to her lips and helped me stand. "What is it?" I whispered. "We've got company." We ducked between the tents and peered out at the open space in the center of camp. The fire had died down to burning embers, but I could see several figures standing around the fire. I recognized Taylor, talking with someone else who looked familiar. When he turned his head towards us, I recognized his face. Citri. I was unprepared for the flood of feelings I experienced at seeing him again. Relief, joy. My first instinct was to run to him and confess everything. But then I saw the girl standing to his side, looking around at the tents. Priya. How could I tell her the truth, that Matt's death was my fault, that I let Puriel loose, that I betrayed them all? "We are looking for a torch," I heard Citri say. "He killed one of the heirs at Neva and kidnapped a girl. She's very important to Abel." "I haven't seen them," Taylor said, crossing his arms. "Besides, why would we harbor a torch?" "See, the funny thing is," Priya said, "we got our hands on some surveillance footage from Seattle. It shows a redhead and a bunch of bikers helping them escape from a hunter attack using an interesting device. So we figured, it's probably a bunch of seekers trying to help out." "This is one of the largest seeker communities," Citri continued. "If you did help them, we're grateful. We're actually prepared to offer a large reward. Abel can give you more magic than you know what to do with. You just have to tell us where they are." Maddie grabbed my elbow, and I jumped. "Is it true?" she whispered. "Did he kidnap you?" "No," I said. "Kind of. It's complicated. Well, you better get out of here, unless you want to fight." She nodded to the right, and I saw 2 torches creeping through the camp, checking tents. Citri must be keeping Taylor busy so they could search for us. "Where would we go?" Jessie asked. "Florence, duh. We can get you there. Grab your shit and follow me." Puriel was watching Citri from the darkness, with one hand on his sword. I waved at him to follow us. Jessie picked up Sarah, who was still half asleep, and we headed to the back of the camp, up a narrow path through the woods. We came to a small clearing with a large barn. Maddie opened the doors, and I heard a rustling of feathers. I thought it was a chicken coop of some kind, until I saw them. Giant black birds, as big as horses with feathers like obsidian. Their enormous claws scratched against the wood floor.
One of them lifted its head, and I felt like it was sizing me up with its yellow eyes. "Minakawa," Maddie said. "These are the last of their kind. Legendary creatures said to be able to swallow the sun and the moon. They can get you to Europe in a few hours." She grabbed what looked like a saddle and started strapping it to the creature's back. No thanks," I said. "You don't have a lot of options. It's either this, or you go chat with your friends and sort out your own problems. Oh, and Max and I are coming with you." I was about to protest, but she was already helping Sarah and Jesse into their saddles. A flash of metal caught my eye, and I saw a pair of torches cutting through the trees towards us. There was a shout, and the Minakawa beat their massive wings. The torches stumbled backwards. Puriel climbed on one of the Minakawa, then reached down and offered me his hand. I took it, just as Citri came into the clearing. Our eyes connected, and I could feel his confusion staring at my gloved hand in Puriel's white fingers as he lifted me up onto the giant bird. "I'm sorry," I mouthed. We took off, and I looked down to watch Citri's jaw drop open and the trees bending under the dust kicked up from the beating of wings. Then we cleared the trees and were gone. Six. I was terrified for the first half hour, as the Minakawa climbed impossibly high and the landscape shrank away below us. We passed constellations of electricity, small towns and large cities as we made our way east. But once we'd crossed North America and started over the Atlantic Ocean, everything went silent and dark. Other than a half moon reflecting over the dark water, there was nothing for the eye to fix on in any direction. The Minakawa flew silently, with only a quiet ruffling of their inky black feathers. I was afraid of hurting them at first, but during the rushed takeoff, I reached deep down our ride's neck and clung to the soft, woolly area underneath the plate-like armor of their feathers. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" I called over to Maddie. She was riding another Minakawa to our left. Sarah clung on behind her. I would rather have Sarah riding with me, but we hadn't had time to choose our riding partners. Jessie was riding with Max. I could hear them chatting, and every once in a while, she giggled at something Max had said. "This is right," Maddie said. "Can't you tell by the moon?" I had no idea where the moon was supposed to be, so I didn't respond. "How are we even controlling these things?" Puriel asked. He didn't seem afraid of heights. He used to have wings himself, after all. But without reins or anything to steer from, it was easy to feel like our trajectory was being decided for us. "I told them where we were going before we left," Maddie said. "You told them?" I asked. "They understand you." "They can read minds," Maddie said. "I just pictured where I wanted them to take us." The sun glimmered on the horizon as we neared London. I squealed when I recognized the eye, the giant Ferris wheel on the Thames River. Our Minakawa felt my enthusiasm and swooped down for a closer look. We spotted Big Ben and Westminster Abbey, then followed the course of the river around past the Tower Bridge and the Tower of London. "I wish I had a camera right about now," Jessie said. "You'd probably drop it anyway," I teased. She stuck her tongue out at me. "Can't people down there see us?" Sarah asked. I thought she'd been asleep. It was past dawn now, and maybe the light had woken her. "Minakawa's wings are reflective, kind of like a chameleon," Maddie said. "That makes them nearly invisible." "Like Priya," I mused, mostly to myself. Priya, who I'd widowed and then run away from when she came to save me. The guilt burned in my stomach. Even if we managed to find the Shears and return to Neva safely, she'd want to kill Puriel for sure, and probably me as well, once she learned the truth. Less than an hour later, the giant birds landed in Florence. They set us down in a wide garden with wide pools around decorative fountains and dozens of outdoor statues.
Boboli Gardens, and that's the Palazzo Pitti, Puriel said, pointing to a huge 3-door rectangular building that looked like a fortress. We're south of the Arno River. We just have to cross Ponte Vecchio, the old bridge, to get downtown.
You've been here before? I asked.
Once or twice. He smirked. Florence during the Renaissance was something to see.
I'll bet Zeus had you here persecuting witches and scientists, Maddie said under her breath.
Witches, yes. Didn't really care about the scientists. For much of the Middle Ages, humans persecuted their own. Anybody with any power was a witch and persecuted, as well as people who were just different or didn't fit in, or anyone challenging biblical truths. But Florence welcomed everyone, as long as they had a little money. And if they didn't, they could just work for someone who did.
Do you feel guilty about it, at least? Maddie asked.
Guilty about what?
Killing people, magical people. People like me.
I never really thought about it before, but I don't think so. I was doing my job, what I was created to do. I was taught that Zeus was the source of all magic, and anyone using it was stealing from him, detracting from his glory. Compared to Zeus's light, they were nothing.
So you enjoyed it? Maddie pushed. I'm not sure why she was on his case like this. She'd been nothing but flirty smiles earlier. Was she trying to get him to confess something?
Never, not once. But I enjoyed doing my job well and pleasing Zeus. When the task was difficult, it increased the burden, which made the job more valuable. Dealing with roots was the hardest. Mostly young children who had no idea of the power they possessed. It was different, with seekers like you, people who had no magic of their own but picked it up out of defiance.
My father was a collector, Maddie said.
He had a handful of enchanted objects and some books on magic. He didn't know how to use them. One day, he bought a book from a shop and raised some kind of red flag. A team of hunters came and killed him. They killed my mother for trying to protect him. Then they burned down the house. I fled through the back door and spent the next decade in foster care. It was only because I knew about magic, because I'd seen the hunters, that I took an interest and dedicated myself to seeking out more. At least enough so I could protect myself in case they came again.
That's horrible, Jessie said.
I'm so sorry,
Puriel said.
I know it's not your fault, Maddie said. You fell. You're one of the good ones. It might have taken you a while to realize what you were doing was wrong, but you did. I'm just tired, and I need some coffee.
We hadn't told Maddie that Puriel fell recently. For a horrible moment, I wondered if Puriel was part of the team that killed Maddie's parents, but his face was impassive. Still, if not that particular mission, Puriel must have been on 1,000 missions just like it. I wondered if he was really sorry, even if he realized how many lives he'd ruined. We headed down the street until we found a coffee shop. We ordered an assortment of drinks and pastries. The weather was chilly, but not as cold as Washington.
I can't believe we're in Florence, Jessie said, sipping her cappuccino. I never thought I'd get anywhere. We have to try the pizza.
And the ice cream, Sarah said.
Later,
I said, pulling out the piece of paper Jadus had given me with the gallery's address. Is anyone else concerned that we're walking into a trap? Maddie asked. I saw her grip the handle of a concealed dagger underneath her jacket. That's when I realized we'd just smuggled a shotgun and a couple of swords into the country. No customs or anything. We would need to be careful not to get into trouble with the local authorities.
It's possible,
Puriel said. I don't think so, I said. I'm pretty sure it was Jadus's assistant who sold us out. Even if Jadus knew what was coming, I think he intended us to escape. The deal he made with me, he'll get nothing if we don't find the Shears.
A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush,
Jessie grumbled. We don't have any other options, I said. So, We go and check out the museum, but we keep our eyes open. Puriel led us through tight cobblestone alleys framed with luxury shops. I paused when we reached the main square and saw the massive cathedral. Its facade was covered in white tiles with pink and green designs. Il Duomo, Puriel said, pointing at the large red dome. Engineered in 1436 by Filippo Brunelleschi. It was the largest dome in the world for 4.5 centuries. A market selling bags and souvenirs surrounded the church. Puriel stopped a man with a tweed jacket for directions. Mi scusi, signore, sai dove questo indirizzo? Of course he speaks Italian. I'd have to try and stop being surprised by Puriel. The street curved narrowly until we found a tiny sign outside a yellow sandstone building with the right address. The hand-painted sign outside was so weathered it was difficult to read. Museo del Sconosciuto. Museum of the Unknown, Puriel translated. Well, that's not creepy at all, Jessie said. I rang the bell and pushed the door open when I heard the click of an electronic lock. The floor was polished wood and the white walls smelled like fresh paint. The round ceiling looked like it had been frescoed at one time, but all that remained were indistinct shapes of faded colors. I thought we'd have to buy tickets or something, but there wasn't any sales counter. It actually looked like they didn't get that many visitors. We walked around the small room, glancing quickly at the paintings. They hung in hand-carved wood frames that had been gilded in gold leaf. I met Jessie on the other side of the room after we'd scouted out each side. It's not here, I said, my voice heavy with disappointment. Most of the paintings showed scenes from mythology, but none were especially remarkable. Had we come all this way for nothing? The tourists usually flock to the Uffizi or the Galleria dell'Accademia, a man said behind me. He was mostly bald with round glasses and a red bow tie. We have particular interests, Maddie said, raising an eyebrow and giving him a teasing smile. He pulled at his collar. We're looking for a painting of the Fates, by Oreste Zedico, I said. His eyes raked over us, and I realized what a band of misfits we must have looked like. Sarah and Jessie were wearing some of the clothes they'd grabbed at JDRI, a random collection of hand-me-downs. My clothes from Neva were a step up, close-fitting and well-made, though his eyes lingered on my long, dark gloves. Maddie looked amazing, a hippie biker chick with a killer body. We stood out as tourists, if nothing else. In comparison, Puriel looked surprisingly normal in his suit and white-collared shirt, apart from his scorched eyes. Never heard of it, the man said. It's important, I said, and Jadus told us you might have it here. He turned back and peered at me over his glasses. Well, in that case, he said, I'm Mr. Ackerley. Follow me, please. He grabbed a set of keys and led us through a door to the side. We climbed a set of winding stairs into a plush apartment with purple sofas and leafy houseplants. There were marble statues, framed paintings, and glass cases full of gold figurines. Wow, Jessie said. Some crib. Business must be good. I'm not sure why you're so interested in this particular one, he said, ignoring her. Zetico's earlier paintings are much nicer to look at. Maybe not extraordinary for the period, but nice. This, on the other hand... He unlocked a small door that opened into a mini gallery with a tall ceiling. Paintings covered almost every inch of the wall. I'm pretty sure I spotted a Rembrandt and a Picasso. He gestured toward the far wall. I gasped when I saw it. Zedico's paintings stood out completely from the others, which were mostly landscapes and portraits. With heavy brushstrokes and thick coats of paint, it looked like it was done by a colorblind Van Gogh or a 5-year-old with finger paints. The layout was basically the same as Strudwick's version, with 3 women in a cave, but this one was exploding with detail. Indecipherable inscriptions were carved into the cave walls. 2 women were holding the thread, but the one behind them was pointing towards the mouth of the cave in the background. I stepped closer to view the tiny scene outside the cave. "It's different," I breathed. "Strudwick had a desert outside. This one..." It was like a giant boulder sticking up out of the earth, and on top of the boulder, in almost miniature detail, a temple with symmetrical pillars.
"That's it?" Puriel said.
"Yeah, I thought there'd be a clue or something," Jessie said. "It is a clue," I said. "All we have to do is find a temple like that, up on a rock or a high place."
"You've just described every Greek and Roman temple," Puriel said. "They always built them in a prominent position, on a hill or a plateau. This could be anywhere."
I searched the painting for more information, studying the facial expressions of the 3 women. I examined their posture and their gestures and tried to make sense of the scribbles on the walls, but they were gibberish. "There must be something here," I said, feeling panic rise up in my throat. There had to be more, but maybe I was the only one who could see it. I unfocused my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to see through the flat surface of the canvas, like I did when I was looking for threads. It was subtle at first, just a faint, subconscious recognition that something was off about the painting. I squinted, then widened my eyes as the whole thing suddenly snapped into focus. "I can read it," I said. "Read what? There's nothing there," Jessie said. "Underneath the paint, I can see the individual threads that make up the canvas. Some of them were stitched differently. It creates a very subtle pattern woven into the fabric of the canvas. Not a pattern, words." "What does it say?" Sarah said, suddenly excited. "Look beneath," I read.
"Beneath what?"
Puriel asked.
"Beneath the painting, obviously," Jessie said. "We have to turn it over."
She reached out to grab the frame.
"No touching,"
Mr. Ackerley shouted. Jessie's hand dropped like she'd been burned.
"You've seen what you came for,"
Mr. Ackerley said, his voice icy, but his face red.
"I think it's time for you to leave."
"Now what?" Jessie said when we were back on the streets. My eyes brimmed with tears of frustration. We'd been so close, only to be thwarted by a little man in his bow tie.
"I could subdue him," Puriel said.
"Let's try to avoid using violence as a solution, for just one day," I said. "Please." "So, we come back at night," Maddie said. "Sneak in while he's sleeping, take a peek at the back of the painting and see what's there." I nodded. I'd been thinking the same thing. "What should we do in the meantime?" I asked, looking at Sarah. She flashed a wide grin. An hour later, we were finishing off our raspberry gelato in line for the Uffizi Museum. We'd already polished off 3 large pizzas. Puriel ate 2 of them. After we ate, I gave Jessie some cash and told her to take Sarah and get some new clothes. With Zeus looking for us, we had to try harder to blend in. Maddie joined them, and Puriel kept me company while they shopped. I wanted to see more of the city, so we took a long walk along the Arno River, passing the tourist shops full of souvenirs. A short man with a bunch of red roses blocked our path, holding up his bouquet. "A flower for the lady?" he asked. Puriel waved his hand to dismiss him. "No thanks," I said. "Newlyweds? Honeymoon?" the man asked. I looked up at Puriel in surprise. "We're not together," I told the man. He shrugged and moved on, but he gave me a look like he didn't quite believe us. I caught our reflection in a shop mirror. Puriel with his ash blonde hair, built like a professional athlete, white collared shirt barely concealing his large chest and chiseled abs. He looked like one of the marble statues scattered throughout the city. I gasped when I realized he literally could have been a model for one of them several centuries ago. I was wearing tight jeans and a black sweater. The colorful squares of my Lego necklace stood out, so I tucked it under my clothes. I stopped to buy Puriel a pair of aviator glasses to hide his eyes, and picked out some oversized sunglasses for myself. My own green eyes, rimmed with dark blue, were nearly as striking as his. With our sunglasses, I couldn't help think that we made a good-looking couple. Puriel looked like the sun, tall, handsome, and strong, a golden boy, a perfect human specimen. I was like the moon, with my pale skin and dark features. We could have been actors or movie stars on a vacation. We continued walking in silence, but the air was charged between us. I wondered whether Puriel was thinking about the same things. The sun was going down, turning the sky into a breathtaking array of colors that reflected in the river. It flooded me with feelings of gratitude. "Thank you," I said suddenly.
"For what?"
he asked. "This, coming with me, protecting me. You don't think it's bizarre, the two of us just taking a walk together after all that's happened? I mean, if we can get along, why can't the rest of the world?" Puriel frowned at this. I bit my lip, waiting for him to respond, wishing I hadn't said anything. "Are you not happy to be with me?" I asked, breaking the silence, which was becoming unbearable. "Do you regret it? I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do." He considered both questions with equal seriousness.
"I was told the same story my entire life. All magic is evil, stolen from Zeus. It's unnatural, impure, deluded, grotesque."
He curled his lip. Did he just call me grotesque?
"Hunters are bound by duty and obedience, trained to destroy the warped reflections of his glory. Anyone who couldn't control their baser instincts weren't worthy to serve. Falling was a fate worse than death. It's difficult for me to shake that narrative."
He slowed down, looking out over the river before turning to face me.
"Am I happy?"
he said with a sad smile.
"No, and I may never be. However, I'm also learning that there is a little bit of magic in everything, and some of it is more beautiful than anything I've ever experienced."
He reached up and tucked a strand of my dark hair behind my ear. His fingers nearly touched my cheek, but I didn't pull away. I had to fight the urge to lean in and feel his skin on mine. We were uncomfortably close, but neither of us moved away as our eyes locked. There was an intensity in his gaze I'd never seen before. I licked my lower lip and closed my eyes just as I saw him lean in. My heart went into my throat when he grabbed me around the waist and dragged me over the edge of the cement canal. Air rushed past my ears as we plummeted toward the water. Before I could think to scream, he landed on a tight walkway alongside the river and pulled me underneath the Ponte Vecchio. "What the hell?" I whispered. He raised a single finger to his lips. There was barely enough room for both of us to stand. His body pressed into mine, pinning me against the wall in the shadow of the bridge. But he wasn't looking at me. He was peering up above at the street.
"Hunters, 2 of them."
I leaned into him to get a better view of the street. I ducked my head back when I saw them, strolling down the sidewalk where we'd been just moments ago. They looked almost like twins. I'd given Jesse my bag with the sword and shotgun, but now I wished I had it back. I could feel the hard metal of Puriel's sword stashed inside his jacket. "How'd they find us?" I asked.
"They probably haven't. Hunters are stationed at every major town looking for heirs or roots, and Florence has more magic than most cities."
My heart pounded as I watched them walk past us. What if they looked this way? What if they found us? I tried to see their threads. It was difficult with so many humans around, but I finally picked them out. 2 glowing white strands, not nearly as bright as Mist's had been, but still brighter than a regular human. However, there were too many other threads around in a diverse array of colors. I gasped as I realized all of those threads must be magical creatures or heirs of some kind, or even roots, descendants with magical blood who hadn't yet uncovered their abilities. "Don't," Puriel said when he saw me reaching my fingers into the air. "Hunters can sense each other. If you take these two out, a dozen more will show up to see what happened." We watched the hunters cross over the bridge and disappear around the corner. I exhaled slowly, trying to control my racing heart. I think we can leave now," I said. Puriel turned back to me, with undisguised longing in his eyes. I felt his warmth against me, and my body responded. We both leaned in at the same time, and our lips met. Not quite on the mouth, but only half our lips locked together. My first kiss was everything I thought it would be, and more. I saw fireworks. Maybe not literal fireworks, more like a universe of stars and galaxies spinning into a whirlpool and then blinking out into nothing. It was like when Puriel touched me the first time we'd met at JDRI. He showed me the universe, the end of time. I hadn't known what it meant then. Did it mean Puriel was immortal? That he'd live forever? Would he stay the same age forever as I grew older? I pushed him away gently. "I'm sorry," he said, looking at me like he was trying to read my soul. "I've always wondered what that felt like, forbidden fruit and all." Was that all I was to him, just an experiment? "Careful, or you might turn into a reprobate," I teased, trying to play it off like it was no big deal. The truth was, even though Puriel and I didn't make sense at all, I enjoyed kissing him. And to be able to touch someone, to let them touch me, it was more than I'd ever let myself hope for. It filled my chest with warmth. I wondered if I'd ever have a chance to kiss him again, or if Puriel would lock himself away under his rigid demeanor. We walked back quickly to meet the others. Long shadows grew across the city as street lamps were lit. "Where were you two?" Madeline said with a raised eyebrow. "Hiding from hunters," I said. "Scouts," Puriel added as her smile fell. "There might be more in the city. We need to keep an eye out." We headed back to the museum in silence. The lights were still on upstairs, so we found a restaurant down the street where we could keep an eye on the building. I had to go to the bathroom, and Jessie said she'd come with me. When we were alone, she cornered me. "What's up with you?" she asked. "What do you mean? You've been smiling since this afternoon. You almost never smile. It's creepy." I bit my lip, trying to reduce my grin, but I couldn't contain it. "Oh my God, did something happen with the Incredible Hulk?" "He kissed me," I said. Jessie's eyes widened. "But what about—" "I didn't see anything," I said, shaking my head. "I mean, nothing violent. Maybe he doesn't die for a really long time. I've been wondering about this, but I think I can only see a death if it happens during my own lifetime. This thing with immortals, I don't know how it works exactly." "Who cares how it works?" Jessie said. "You found a guy that you can touch without freaking out. And a guy like that, we should celebrate." I had salmon pasta for dinner, and Jessie made me get a glass of white wine. I was worried they would ID us, but the waiter didn't give me a disapproving glare. Apparently, we looked above the legal age for drinking in Italy. At midnight, we returned to the museum. "There's a window up there," I said, pointing to a dark window on the second floor. "I can climb it," Sarah said, her eyes picking out the space between the railing and the window. "No way," Jessie and I said at once. "Relax," Madeline said. She made a complex gesture with her hands and whispered something under her breath. I heard the lock click open. "You've got to teach me that sometime," Jessie said. We darted through the dark hall to the first gallery. Jessie dug into the drawer behind the desk and emerged with a set of keys. Then we headed up the steps to the main gallery. Even on my tiptoes, my footsteps echoed in the empty space. Zedeko's painting was just ahead of us in the dark. Madeline pulled something out from her pockets and snapped her fingers, igniting a bright spark of magic. In the flickering light, I raised my fingers towards the frame. That's when I heard the click of a gun behind me. "Don't move," a voice said, a voice I recognized. Seven. I spun around in surprise. Citri had a large handgun pointed right at Puriel. "Drop the sword," Citri said. "You'll just kill me anyway," Puriel said, but he set the sword down on the ground and kicked it away. "How did you even find us, and how did you get here so fast?" I asked. "I stayed around the camp until I heard someone say where you were headed. Abel has a private jet." "Of course he does," I said. "We can discuss this on the way back to Neva," Citri said. "I'm not going," I said. "Not yet." "You're right," Citri said, stepping closer and pointing the gun at Puriel's forehead. "I am going to kill you." "I can't let you do that," I said, quietly stepping in front of the gun. Citri's eyes went wide with disbelief. "He kidnapped you. He killed Matt." "Yes, but it was my fault," I said. "He didn't kidnap me. I released him." A look of horror distorted Citri's face. "You did what?" "He told me the hunters were after Jessie and Sarah. He told me Abel knew about it. I didn't think you'd let me save them, so I got help elsewhere." "And you thought I knew, too," Citri finished with dawning comprehension. "You didn't trust me." Citri's face looked so pained I wanted to reach out to him. The gun wavered. Puriel knocked it out of Citri's hand, then punched him so hard he flew across the room and smashed into the far wall. Citri launched himself at Puriel with a feral growl. For a second, as they exchanged blows, we stood by watching. I'd never really seen Citri fight before. He was fast and strong, way stronger than a normal human. He took a swipe at Puriel with his fingers and left ragged slices of his shirt. I snapped out of it when I saw blood. This had to stop. I focused on the places over their heads and concentrated, taking a deep breath and holding it. When I could see their threads, I pinched each one gently, as if I were taking a firm grip on their ears. They both froze like statues, completely paralyzed. "Don't you see?" I said. "I can't go back to Neva, not after what I've done. I've nothing to offer. I didn't know if Abel would forgive me, if you would forgive me, but if I could find the Shears." "On your own? Are you crazy? Do you even know how many hunters are after you?" "We've made it this far already. That painting holds the secret location of the Fates. I read it earlier. It was a secret message meant only for me. It says, 'Look beneath.'" "What's beneath?" Citri said, his eyes widening. "I don't know yet, moron. You stopped us before we could find out." Guys?" Jessie said, nodding towards the door. In the dim light of the hallway, I could see the silhouette of a man, his bald head gleaming in the moonlight. "You fools," he shouted. I was pretty sure it was Mr. Ackerley, but something was wrong with his hands. His fingers were too long and writhed like serpents. They stretched towards us like growing vines. Puriel dove for his sword just before the tentacle-like extensions encircled us. Puriel cut through them with a clean swipe of his weapon. The man smiled, and out of the wound at the end of his arms, new finger snakes started growing. But there were more of them this time, 10 on each hand. They wrapped around us before we had time to react, squeezing our arms against our chests so tight I couldn't breathe. They grabbed Sarah and lifted her up in the air. She screamed. Her high-pitched squeal made the whole room tremble, drowning out the hiss of the snakes. The man dropped her, his fingers shrinking back into his hands to cover his ears. Sarah didn't stop screaming. Her scream intensified, and as it did, the light bulbs overhead started glowing until they were so bright I had to shield my eyes. Then one by one, they exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. Electricity leapt from the empty sockets and struck Mr. Ackerley like a bolt of lightning. I saw him for a second, lit up by the blue light as the energy encircled his body. Then he gasped, and a puff of smoke left his mouth. He fell, convulsing on the floor. Citri grabbed his gun and put 2 bullets in the man's forehead, then kicked his legs. "Better safe than sorry," Citri said. An alarm went off, making us jump. "There are hunters in the area," Puriel said, eyeing Citri's gun. "They'll be here in minutes." "Time to go," Madeline said. "You boys can continue your pissing match once we get out of here." Citri nodded and tucked the gun into the back of his jeans. Footsteps pounded on the street below. "Here comes the cavalry," Jessie said. "But the painting," I shouted as Citri pushed me down the stairs. "We'll come back for it. Right now, we need to get out of here." "Halt! Arresto!" voices shouted. Citri darted across the street and jumped into a red convertible. "You coming?" he shouted, starting the engine. He peeled out into the street and paused so we could pile in. It was a tight squeeze. I sat in the front with Sarah on my lap. Puriel sat in the back between Maddie and Jessie. Bullets rang out, shattering the front windshield. Then Citri sped into the darkness of the night, leaving a trail of smoke behind him. I gripped my chair as Citri cut through the narrow streets, turning into alleyways so tight I was afraid the car would get stuck. As soon as he was outside the city, he switched off the lights and drove blind. I could barely see the road in front of us, but Citri seemed to know where he was going. It was a relief to escape the claustrophobic town and ride into the sloping Italian hills. After about 20 minutes, we pulled up outside an abandoned villa overlooking Florence and stepped out of the car. Ivy crept through the broken windows, and the lights of the city twinkled below. "This is your fault," Puriel said, glaring at Citri. "Everything was under control until you got here." "What do you know about control, Torch? You lost yours to a pretty face, and then killed a friend of mine rather than face justice." "There is no justice in Abel's dominion. Only punishment." "More of Zeus's rhetoric? Why don't we table this discussion until you can learn to think for yourself?" Citri smirked, crossing his arms. Puriel grunted and swung his fist against the convertible's side mirror. It broke off and went flying into the bushes. Citri whipped out his gun just as Puriel's hand grasped the handle of his sword. There was a moment of tense silence, neither one of them willing to blink first. "Guys, settle," I said, coming between them again. "Our plan didn't work and Citri was a surprise, but you need to cool your shit until we figure out what to do next." "You're not so tough without your guns," Puriel muttered, taking his hand off his sword. I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow at him. "Try harder," I said. He pushed his hand through his hair and sighed. "Sorry about your car," he said. Citri shrugged and put his gun away. "No big deal. It's a rental." I sat on the hood and took a deep breath. I hadn't had time to think since we'd entered the gallery. We'd been so close to finding out what was behind the painting when all hell broke loose. First Citri, then the monstrous Mr. Ackerley, and now we were on the run from the Italian police. I had no idea what happened with the lights, but they'd probably assumed the 2 bullets Citri left in his forehead were the cause of death. So much for avoiding violence. We really needed to stop leaving a trail of bodies behind us. "I can't believe we came all the way here. All of that risk. For nothing, I said. Sarah came around the car and sat beside me. I leaned my shoulder against her. She was being unusually quiet, but she always went into her shell around conflict. And after what she'd seen tonight, I wouldn't be surprised if she was in shock. She was too young to be dealing with all of this. I wished I could have left her behind at JDRI, but if she wasn't with us, Zeus would find her and use her to get to me.
We're not entirely empty-handed, Jessie said, pulling a roll of canvas from her jacket.
I don't believe it, Puriel said. Is that what I think it is? I asked. Jessie grinned, then unrolled the canvas on the hood of Citri's car. Zetiko's painting. But how?
Sarah kept everybody distracted during the light show. I cut the canvas off the frame just before the alarm sounded.
Turn it over, Madeline said. What's it say?
There's writing,
Sarah said. Only those who live without can look within, I read. KOS.
That's it, Jessie said. That's not a location. It's a fortune cookie.
What about the letters? Citri said. They could stand for something.
Kill other sausages, Jessie guessed.
Ketchup on sandwiches, Madeline smirked. Knavery ostracized semantics,
Puriel said. Remind me to be on your team next time we play Scrabble, Jessie said, raising an eyebrow at him.
Maybe it's the key to a lock or something, a code, but what does it unlock and where?
Why don't you guys muse on that while I go back and get the Minakawa,
Madeline said. Max is probably worried about us, and it's safe to assume we're no longer welcome in Florence, right? I nodded, even though I didn't know where we were headed next. The golden shears felt further away than ever, if they even really existed. Was this all a wild goose chase? If so, I was putting Sarah and Jessie in danger for nothing. You shouldn't go back alone, I said. It's too dangerous.
Better one than a whole group. I'll blend in. They'll never see me. But if you insist,
Puriel can keep me company. She winked at him, and I felt something twist in my stomach. Was I seriously getting jealous right now? Besides, I did want to talk with Citri, and I may not get the chance with Puriel hanging around. Meet us back here with the Minakawa, I said. In the meantime, we'll try and figure out a plan. After they left, Jessie and I tried to work on the puzzle behind the painting. If it was a clue to a location, we couldn't figure it out. While we were talking, Sarah had climbed into the back seat of the car and curled up. She must be exhausted. My eyelids were getting drowsy as well, but the frustration of the puzzle wouldn't let me rest. Only those who live without can look within. It sounded like some Zen poem or something you'd see on a bumper sticker, and the letters KOS didn't mean anything to me. I took a break to clear my head and joined Citri. He was smoking a cigarette near the house, looking out over the lights of Florence. Those things will kill you, I said. They better hurry up, he said, or they'll miss their chance. He was joking, but I felt a chill over my skin and shuddered. My sweater felt thin against the cold November wind. Citri stomped out his cigarette and draped his leather jacket over my shoulders. I smiled at the gesture. It felt like ages ago when I was at JDRI with Citri. He'd been my protector then, until I'd stopped trusting him. So you really didn't know? I asked, shooting him a glance. About Sarah and Jessie. Puriel said he told Abel that they were in danger. Why would he keep that from me, unless he didn't want me leaving? Citri frowned. From his perspective, it was probably the safer decision. He knew you'd want to go save them, but he knew he had to keep you away from Zeus. Don't forget, you're a weapon. In the wrong hands, you are one of the few things that could kill Abel. First of all, nobody's getting their hands on me. Secondly, you think Abel is afraid of me? That seems unlikely, but if it's true, shouldn't he be trying harder not to piss me off? I don't know what Abel's thinking all the time, Citri said. He doesn't always confide in me, and I don't always agree with him. But he sees the big picture, and I've learned, over many centuries, that he doesn't do anything without a reason. My mind flashed back to the kittens locked in the basement, the ones that were killed brutally as a test to flush me out, to find someone with my abilities. I wondered if Citri knew the violence Abel was capable of. But I didn't want to bring it up right now. I was tired of fighting with Citri about his allegiance to Abel. Did he send you to get me? I asked. Is that why you're here? To bring me back to him? I'm here for you, Citri said, frowning. I thought you were in danger. You were gone, then we found Matt's body. I nearly lost my mind worrying about you, thinking about what he was doing to you. Puriel wouldn't hurt me. He tried to kill you, Citri yelled. His neck was tense and he clenched his fists like he wanted to punch something. You can't trust him. After what he did to Matt, how can you even stand to be near him? I'd done more than stand next to him. I'd kissed him. And Citri was right. Kissing Matt's murderer should have made me sick to my stomach. The fact that it didn't made me feel even guiltier. But I didn't want Citri to know that. You sound like mist, I said coldly, dismissing a torch as untrustworthy. Not every torch, but this one certainly. Maybe he didn't really fall at all. Maybe this whole thing is staged to get you to trust him. Maybe this is Zeus's plan all along and you'll lead him right to the Shears. Is that even possible? I asked, suddenly nervous. I hadn't thought of that. Who knows? Citri said. Zeus is sneaky, and there's nothing he won't do to maintain his hold on power. But in that case, all the hunters at Neva could be spies. We can't think like that, trusting nobody. Puriel saved us from a leech, I said. He could have died. He didn't have to do that. I have to believe I can trust him. As long as you're digging your own grave, you better dig one for your friends as well. They're in danger as long as you're out here unprotected. His words sent a chill down my spine. He'd named my worst fear. If anything happened to Sarah and Jesse, I'd be lost. I'd have nothing else to live for. Citri seemed to realize he'd gotten through to me, so he backed off and took a deep breath. I pulled his leather jacket closer around my shoulders. His scent was earthy, exotic, and sensual. I picked out traces of citrus, cedar, and something spicy that tickled my nose. I'd forgotten how attractive Citri was. Even in jeans and a black t-shirt, he was more appealing than Puriel, whose suit made him look like a GQ model. But I couldn't afford to let myself get distracted. I had a plan, and I was determined to stick with it, with or without Citri's help. So, what are you going to do? I asked, finally. Go back and tell Abel? Tell him where I am? Citri frowned and ran a hand through his hair. If I don't, I'm putting you in needless danger. You're too important to be out here on your own. Then stay with me, I said. Help me get the Shears, then we'll go back together. All of us. I can't protect you, he said, hanging his head like he was ashamed of himself. Maybe from a handful of hunters, or a leech if I'm properly armed, but the world is full of powerful creatures. If we met an immortal, or got cornered by Zeus's army, I won't be able to help. Mist, Dion, Sam, the whole family is stronger than me. You'd be safer with them. But they aren't here. You are. I put one gloved hand on his arm. My heart raced as I felt his powerful bicep flex under my touch. He gave me a grim smile before finally nodding, and I knew I'd convinced him. His lips were rounder and fuller than Puriel's, a brooding pout. I yearned to run my fingertips over them. When I kissed Puriel, I hadn't had one of my terrifying visions. Did that mean I could kiss others? Maybe my gift was restricted to my hands, and my lips were blissfully free of prophetic visions. But I couldn't risk it. If Citri was headed towards a bloody death, I didn't want to know about it. The guilt of Matt's death was already eating me up inside. I couldn't handle being responsible for someone else, especially not Citri. I leaned away from him just as Jessie approached us. "Are you guys done sorting out your issues?" she asked. "Yeah, I guess so," I said. "Good, because they're back with the Minakawa, and I know where Koss is." Eight. Jessie found a map of Europe in the glove compartment and discovered that Kos was the name of a Greek island off the coast of Turkey. It was the only clue we had, and we couldn't stay in Florence, so we boarded the Minakawa and took flight. I dozed off during the trip, and when I opened my eyes, I saw palm trees and pretty white buildings with blue domes jutting up from the desolate black rocks. Dark blue waves crashed against the island's treacherous-looking cliffs. We found a place for the Minakawa to land just outside of a small village that was perched on the edge of the water. Its crisp white houses were accented with blue trim. "Where should we start?" I asked. "Breakfast," Jessie said. "And after that, I'd love a swim. Look at that water." "Seriously?" I asked. "When we're this close to finding the fates?" "She's right," Citri said. "We all need to eat, and we don't know when we'll get another chance. And walking around here together," Citri said, looking at Puriel's ash-blonde hair, "probably isn't a good idea. We stand out enough as it is." "Are we splitting up?" Madeline said, linking her arm with Citri. "If so, I'll take this one." "Is that a good idea?" Max asked. "Shouldn't we stick together? Plus, I missed all the action in Florence. I'm not staying behind with the birds again." "Oh yeah, we had a great time," Jessie teased. "Fighting monsters, getting chased by cops. You missed out for sure." "The Minakawa will probably be fine here on their own. Florence was crowded, but it'll be easy for them to hide here and forage for themselves." "They'll wait for us?" I asked. "I'll let them know we're coming back with food," Maddie said, putting her forehead against the creature's long, curved beak. He did a little dance and shook his tail. "What did you promise them?" Sarah asked. "Fresh fish. It should be easy enough to pick up from the market here." "All right," Citri said. "We eat first, then we pick up some treats for the buzzards." We walked into town and found a restaurant with patio tables and a view of the sea. Breakfast was an elaborate affair. The strong Turkish coffees had grounds and sugar at the bottom. The waitress brought trays full of cheese, honey, soft-boiled eggs, dates, bread, and slices of ham, cucumber and tomatoes, and a bowl of fruit. Apart from a pair of old men playing backgammon on a table near us, we were the only ones there. "Not exactly tourist season," I said. "I'm never leaving," Jessie said. "This place is amazing." The sun was higher now, and the dark waters were turning aquamarine blue. "An island is the literal opposite of a desert," I said, pulling out the painting. Strudwick changed Zedeko's painting to hide the real location of the fates. "But what's the connection?" Jessie asked. "Why would the fates be here?" "Hunters are afraid of water," Citri smirked. "What?" I asked, looking at Puriel. "Not afraid exactly," Puriel said. "Justifiably cautious around the ocean. We try to stay away from it." "But why?" I asked. "You know the story of Icarus, right? Wings melted when he flew too close to the sun. The real fear isn't the falling, it's falling into the sea that terrifies us. Hunters aren't easy to kill, but we need air.
And there are plenty of creatures in the sea that are still loyal to Poseidon. Whom Zeus betrayed and murdered, I said. Right. Puriel nodded. Hunters have been picking off magical creatures for thousands of years, but our reach is limited. When Poseidon died, the oceans became wild. Any hunter who flies too close to the sea is likely to be seized and drowned. We have learned to keep our distance. Islands have always been beacons of revolution, though. Citri cut in. Asteria, for example, ran from Zeus when he pursued her and dove into the sea. As punishment, he turned her into an island. Later, when Zeus got her sister Leto pregnant, Hera chased her all around the world, refusing to let her give birth in peace. Everyone was too afraid of Hera to offer her shelter. But Asteria called to her from the Isle of Delos, and Leto bore twins, Apollo and Artemis, on rocky soil where only seals had given birth before. The twins were powerful and talented. Zeus was delighted with them, Apollo especially, which made Hera hate them even more. Eventually, Hera poisoned her husband against Apollo and talked him into this coup against the family. Wait, I thought Zeus just wanted more power, more control. It was Hera's idea? Zeus's infidelities made Hera a jealous and bitter wife. Nobody knows for certain, but it's likely Hera was just securing her position, getting rid of all of Zeus's bastard children and his other lovers, making herself Queen of Heaven. What about Athena? I asked. Isn't she with them also? She's not a threat to Hera, Citri said. And she wasn't born from a mistress, like most of Zeus's other children. Zeus lusted after Metis and changed forms to match hers as she ran from him. After he'd conquered her, an oracle told Zeus that Metis's first child would be a girl, and her second child would be a boy that would overthrow him like Zeus did to his father. So he swallowed Metis whole, along with her unborn child. A while later, Zeus developed an unbearable headache. He screamed so loud it could be heard throughout the earth. Hermes realized what needed to be done and directed Hephaestus to take a wedge and split open Zeus's skull. Out sprang Athena, fully grown and in a full set of armor. But that's mythology, right? It couldn't have really happened that way, Jessie said. It was before my time, Puriel said. Mine too, Citri nodded. But I like the story. Athena is all brain, no heart. She's crafty and ruthless, always 1,000 moves ahead. Just pray we don't run into her. When the waitress came with the bill, I showed her the painting. Do you know where this is? I asked, pointing at a small scene in the background. She leaned over and squinted at the small sketch of the temple on the rock. It looks like the rock on the other side of the island, she shrugged. But there's no temple up there, not like these. I fended off disappointment as Citri paid the tab, counting out bills from a fat stack of euros he pulled from his jacket pocket. Maybe the woman was wrong. What did she know anyway? After breakfast, we continued through the town until we found a market. Maddie picked out 3 large fish with pink scales and pouty mouths. While we were waiting for them to be wrapped, I had this sensation of being watched. I turned and saw a girl leaning against a building. Her nearly white hair and skin stood out from the local population. Her face was in shadow, but I could still see eyes. They were light blue, like a frozen lake. She looked Nordic, like a Viking. When she saw me looking at her, she pulled up her hood and disappeared around a corner. We passed through the market and continued down the main road through the crowds. Probably half the island was there buying fresh produce. Besides the strong odor of fish, I could also smell the large chunks of fresh goat cheese. I wondered if they even had a grocery store here. I was examining a cooler full of multicolored lobsters when someone pushed past me, bumping my shoulder. I stumbled and Citri caught my elbow, helping me balance.
I caught a glimpse of blonde hair and blue eyes before she was lost in the crowd. I stood on my toes, trying to see where she went. "What's up?" Puriel asked, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "It's nothing. I could have sworn I passed that girl earlier. Or maybe her twin sister." "What girl?" Puriel asked. "Never mind," I said. "Let's get out of this crowd. It's making me anxious." We followed the road until we hit the sea again on the other side of town. A small peninsula of land formed a sandy harbor. Across the bay, past a scattering of sailboats, a near vertical shaft of rock jutted up into the sky. It was so steep, it was almost defiant. "Is that it?" Jessie asked. "It looks a lot like the one in the painting," I said, "but I can't see the temple from here." "How do we even get over there?" Madeline asked. I nodded down at the beach to a long pier. A white ferry was docked at the end, loading up with tourists, taking pictures with iPads and smartphones. "Does this go out to the island?" I asked the woman checking tickets.
"Yes, but this one is sold out," she said. "The next ferry is in 3 hours.
I was about to tell the others the bad news when a figure blocked my path. His clothes were soiled, and he smelled like fish. His face was tanned with deep lines, but somehow kept a youthful appearance.
"You want to see the ruins? Yes?" he said. "Private tour guide. I can tell you everything about the history. I speak English very well."
"On the island, right? But the ferry is sold out." He smiled, flashing his uneven teeth.
"Private boat. I can take you right now. No need to wait," he said.
I gestured to the others, and we followed him down the beach to another pier where the man started untying a small wooden rowboat. It wobbled dangerously as he stepped inside and held out a hand to me. "We can't all fit in that," Madeline said, raising an eyebrow. "We don't all need to go," I said. "I can go check it out. The rest of you can get on the next ferry or bring the Minakawa over later." "I'm coming," Citri said, climbing into the boat and sitting down. Puriel watched the boat rocking back and forth and looked like he was going to be sick. "Should we not all wait for the next ferry?" he asked. "It's okay," I said. "We'll be fine. We should be pretty safe up there. Like you said, hunters don't like water." "I don't want you to go alone," Puriel said. "But that boat looks unsound." "It's better if you stay here anyway," I said, "to protect Jessie and Sarah." "Maybe they can teach you how to swim," Citri said with a smirk. "I'll come," Madeline said. Citri took her hand and helped her into the boat. "What about you?" I asked, nodding at Max. "I thought you wanted to see some action." "Someone's gotta bring the fish back to the Minakawa," he said, lifting his bag. "Plus, seeing Jessie in a bikini is action enough for me." Jessie smiled and punched him on the shoulder. I raised an eyebrow at her, and she shrugged. Then she stepped closer and crouched next to the boat. "Do you really think the Shears are up there?" she asked. "I won't know until I check it out," I said. "But there has to be something. All the signs point here." "Are you sure you don't want me to come with? I don't like you going off on your own like this." "It's only for a few hours," I said. "Citri can protect me. Besides, you were right before. What you said at the house. We may not be on a vacation, but we can at least pretend to be having fun. Sarah deserves it. After everything she's been through in the past few days, a day at the beach sounds perfect. Besides, whatever is up there, it's meant for me. There's no reason to put Sarah or you in danger needlessly. I'll take Citri and Madeline, Puriel and Max will stay with you, and keep you safe." "Fine, but any sign of danger at all, you come back to us. Deal? Don't do anything stupid." I nodded and settled into the small boat. The man pushed off with his oars. "Take care of her," Puriel called out after us. "I will," Citri replied. The bay was mostly smooth, but the boat still rocked with the rolling waves of the tide. When we were halfway there, something shiny swirled in the water beneath us. I thought I saw the end of a tail that looked way bigger than a fish. I held my breath, holding tightly to the edges of the boat. By the time we reached the island, my stomach was queasy from the motion. A dark rock loomed above us, blocking out the sun. From up close, it looked like a skyscraper. A single set of steps had been carved into the rock, zigzagging up to the top. At the bottom near the base was a gift shop and a cafe. 834 steps, Madeline said, reading the sign. Piece of cake. For you, maybe, I said. No, I mean you guys go ahead. I'm going to stay here and eat a piece of cake. I'll wait here for you to get back. She grinned when I rolled my eyes at her. I was panting and clutching the handrail when we finally reached the top. I could see the whole island from here and even make out mainland Turkey on the horizon. It's beautiful, I said. Then I saw the ruins and my heart fell with disappointment. They didn't look anything like the painting. Only the walls remained of what looked like a Gothic cathedral. Vines crept over the walls and the large stone archways. The roof was missing completely, opening up to the clear blue sky. It's not here, I said. The painting shows a temple with pillars, not a church. Citri paused to read the sign on display near the front entrance. This says the abbey and monastery were built over the ruins of an older temple, one of the most famous temples of Asclepius. Alice's father, right? God of healing? Right. Hippocrates was born here and studied medicine here. His oath is still taken by contemporary doctors. It's based on the one core principle. First, do no harm. They can't use their knowledge to end life, even if wished by the patient. People would come here in droves to be healed. So maybe when Orestes Zedico was here, there were still the ruins he painted. Citri nodded, and we headed towards the ruins. They were larger than I thought at first, and went on and on. After we'd explored every chamber and path through the many structures, we walked around the outskirts. We climbed over piles of statues, discarded stones and walls, and shattered pillars, all half-eaten by dry yellow grass. I paused at a portion of the wall, retaining a frescoed portrait. Someone painted that, I said, thousands of years ago by hand, and now it's just lying here. Shouldn't it be in a museum or something? In this part of the world, stuff like this is so common they couldn't fit it all in a museum, Citri said. I don't even know what we're looking for up here, I said, finally. We'd been walking for almost an hour, and I hadn't seen anything interesting. The painting said to look beneath, but we couldn't find any entrance that would take us deeper. Just the ruins of the abbey, fragments sticking up into the sky like a giant hand. I walked close to the edge of the plateau and leaned out over the cliff. The wind tugged at my hair and clothes. Hundreds of feet below, the blue water crashed against the rocks. Looking farther, I could see Jessie and Sarah playing on the beach across the bay. Max splashed them, and I smiled, imagining Sarah's laughter. I felt someone behind me and turned to say something to Citri, but before I could get a word out, someone pushed me roughly off the cliff. I turned and caught a flash of blonde hair as I plummeted downwards. I hit the water so hard the air was knocked out of me. I scrambled towards the light and took a deep breath as my head broke the surface. Then I felt hands around my ankles, dragging me underwater. 9. My eyes burned from the salt water as my captives dragged me towards a dark shape in the rock cliff. A tunnel under the water. My limbs scratched against the rough walls as we tore through it, For a moment, it was pitch black, and I had the disturbing sensation of moving quickly without having any frame of reference. Just when my lungs felt like they were going to explode, I saw a light up ahead. We emerged from the pool at the bottom of a wide cavern. I coughed up water, blinking at the sudden brightness. Lit torches cast flickering shadows and illuminated dozens of faces peering down at me. No, not faces. One face, multiplied dozens of times. I thought I recognized the girl from the market, but they all looked so similar it was hard to tell. As I pulled myself out of the pool, they shrank back like a multi-headed monster. They were beautiful, with large blue eyes and porcelain skin. Some of them looked like they'd never seen the sun, their skin so pale it was almost translucent. "Welcome to Asclepion," a woman said. She had the same features as the others, but looked older. Crow's feet appeared around her eyes when she smiled. The other girls were wearing light blue robes, hers were scarlet. "Who are you?" I asked. "What do you want from me?" "We do not want," the woman said. "We serve. We are daughters of Triton, descendants of Poseidon. Have you come to be healed?" Two of them were still in the pool, treading water behind me. I couldn't see their legs, but something colorful was swishing below them. "I was fine before one of you pushed me off the cliff and almost drowned me," I said, checking the scrapes on my arms. I was glad I'd been wearing jeans, even though now they stuck to me like a second skin. "Not all wounds are physical," the woman said. "I'm not here for Asclepius," I snapped. "If I'd wanted healing, I would have stayed with his daughter in Neva. I'm looking for the Fates." There were murmurs around me. Many of the girls made circles with their mouths and eyes. "Nobody sees the Fates," the woman said. "But they're here?" I pushed hopefully. "They have been seen," she said, "but not in our lifetime. We heal, we comfort. People may spend the night in the temple. They are visited by the gods in their dreams. It has been this way for thousands of years. This we can offer you." I stood up and peeled off my gloves, showing the dark band that wrapped around my wrist. This time, there were audible gasps from the girls around me. "I've had this all my life," I said, "and it led me here. People keep trying to kill me or control me because apparently I'm the only person who can wield the golden shears, a legendary weapon I'm not even sure really exists. All I want to do is protect myself and keep my friends safe. So if you know where the Fates might be, I'd be grateful if you'd share that info. But if you can't help me, let me go and I'll keep looking on my own." "So, you're the champion." The woman smiled, her eyes sizzling with energy. "There is magic here, but we cannot wield it. If you get the weapon you seek, what will you do with it?" Good question. I knew what Abel wanted me to do with the shears, end the war, but I still wasn't sure I wanted to kill Zeus. Even though he kept sending hunters after me, even though without him, Madeline and everyone else like her would be safe, and we wouldn't have to keep running or hiding, living in fear. I didn't condone Zeus's war against magic, but it wasn't exactly my problem. Or at least it hadn't been until recently. I couldn't get Puriel's nickname for me out of my head. God Killer. Is that what I wanted to become? "I will protect magic," I said finally, "and find a way to stop Zeus so he can't keep hurting innocents." "That's a nice speech, though it lacks conviction. It would impress me more if you believed it. But we will show you the way. Anyone against Zeus is an ally of the Daughters of Triton. Before you can see the Fates, however, you must pass the tests." "Tests?" I asked. "They're usually fatal," she said, her lip twisted into a grin revealing pointed teeth, and for the first time I was afraid of her. I need to discuss this with my friends first. They're probably worried about me. Is there another way out? I craned my head, looking down the hallway. I didn't want to be dragged through that tunnel again. It was harrowing enough the first time. The woman nodded to 3 girls and they jumped up, offering me their hands and leading me through towards a tunnel lit up by oil lamps. The other girls shrank back, clearing a way for us. If you are serious about your request, come back at sunset. Meet us by the entrance of the abbey. We will show you the path beneath, but first you must be cleansed. Return with your friends tonight, and we will prepare you. We passed through dozens of passageways. Some were lit only by the sputtering flames of a homemade candle. Then we began to cross through larger rooms. One of them was filled with gold and silver statues and long rectangular slabs that had been hewn out of the stone floor. Some had been engraved, like sarcophagi. "Where are we?" I asked. "One of the healing chambers," said one of the girls. I was pretty sure she was the one I'd seen at the market. "Supplicants would come from all over Europe, offering treasures to Asclepius in order to be healed." "And he healed them?" I asked. "Magic healed them, though he was an expert in channeling it. But there are many factors: the kaikion, the stillness, the darkness. The body heals itself given enough time and energy. After several days with no light, the brain thinks it has died. Many who visit us leave reborn, in more ways than one." There was something chilling about her beauty, a hardness that jarred with her youthful complexion. These daughters of Triton were dangerous. The entire island was inhospitable. If the Fates were here, they'd chosen a good place to hide. The cavern opened up and I could see a light at the end of the tunnel. We walked up hundreds of steps and finally emerged onto a small lip of land on the backside of the island. There was a clearing and a few wooden tables. A rock towered above us. I couldn't even see the ruins from down here. "Follow the path along the cliff face, then use the stairs," the girl said. "You'll find your friends there." "Wait, what's your name?" I asked. "Eumelia," she said, with a sparkle in her eye. I found Jessie first. As I rounded the last corner of the narrow path and stepped up on the ledge of the plateau, I could hear her shouting my name. Her face was full of panic and she looked relieved when she saw me. She pulled me into a tight hug before pulling me away and making a face. "Why are you all wet?" she said. "I went swimming after all," I said, and I made some new friends. "You made friends?" she asked, her eyes narrowing. "We've been going crazy looking for you. Citri came back alone saying you disappeared. I thought Puriel was going to deck him. We took the Minakawa back here and we've been looking for you for an hour." "I couldn't have been gone that long," I said, "and it wasn't exactly voluntary. I'm sorry you were worried. Where is everyone else?" We walked around the outside of the fallen church, climbing over the rubble of more ancient layers of construction. This place was an architectural graveyard. The others came running when they saw me. Sarah gave me a squeeze. "What happened?" Citri asked, grabbing my shoulders. "You were there 1 second, then you vanished. I thought hunters had taken you." "You didn't see the blonde girl? She pushed me off the cliff." "Pushed you off?" Citri's face drained of blood as he glanced towards the edge. Max walked near towards the cliff and whistled when he saw the drop. "Oh my God, Kai, that's like 200 feet. Are you sure you're okay?" There was a gust of wind and I shivered. I didn't like being surrounded and there was too much to explain with everyone asking me questions. I noticed a pile of stones near us that seemed to move. Then I saw the yellow eye. It was the Minakawa blending in. I walked over to them and put my hand out, fumbling until I found my bag. I'd left it tied to the saddle earlier. "I met the daughters of Triton," I said over my shoulder. Mermaids, I think, but they guard the island. They said the fates might be here, or at least they can show me the way. They want me to do some kind of ceremony, a purifying ritual. They'll meet us here at sunset."
"A party. Sounds fun."
Citri gave a tight smile. "I'm going to put on some dry clothes," I said. "Should I be worried about tourists with cameras?" "The last ferry of the day left the island already," Madeline said. "There's no way on or off. It's just us." It felt like a lifetime since I left Neva, but surprisingly, I still had one clean set of clothes. After I changed, we walked to the front of the church. The sun was setting on the other side of the ruins, which cast long shadows across the flat surface of the giant rock. Rays of light filtered through the ruins, illuminating patches of wildflowers growing up through the wreckage. The front wall was completely gone. Fragments of colorful pink and blue glass clung to the edges of what must have been a stained glass window centuries ago. Now they seemed like teeth of a gigantic beast, ready to snap us up. Eumelia appeared the second the sun disappeared over the horizon, trailed by a line of her lookalikes. They were wearing white robes with light blue tunics over them and crowns made of branches. The candles they carried lit up their faces, drawing attention to their similar features. I was getting better at distinguishing them, but the resemblance was still spooky. I would have guessed they were all sisters except for the sheer number of them and the age differences. Some girls looked like they were Sarah's age or younger. They formed a circle around us in front of the remains of the church before Eumelia stepped forward. "Are you ready? Follow me." We formed an uneasy line toward the edge of the cliff. I heard Jessie gasp as Eumelia disappeared down the path I'd been on earlier. It was so narrow it looked like Eumelia walked straight off the edge. "Careful," I said, following after her. We walked in silence over the treacherous part of the path. It was so steep I had to walk sideways with my hands clinging to the wall in support. I breathed a sigh of relief when we'd all made it down to where the path got wider.
"I don't like this," Puriel said. "How do you know it's safe, that you can trust them?"
"If they wanted to kill me, they would have done it already," I said. "Plus, we're already here." The clearing looked different than it had earlier. Tables with white linens spread out under the trees, covered with silver trays of grapes and fruit. One of them even had a whole roasted pig with an apple in its mouth. There were also barrels of wine, cheese wrapped in grape leaves and soaked in olive oil, and a dessert made of almonds and honey cut into diamond shapes. Several girls were lighting a bonfire in the center of the clearing. "Your friends can relax here," Eumelia said, taking my gloved hand, "while we prepare you." Puriel put his hand on his sword, but before he could draw it out, two of the girls were holding curved blades under his chin. "There will be no need for that," the older woman I'd met earlier called from the mouth of the cave. "I am Amaratha, and we will do you no harm here." Eumelia gestured for me to follow, and she led me towards a cave. Sarah trailed after me with wide eyes. "You want to come too?" Eumelia said in a teasing voice. "Can she?" I asked. "I don't see why not," Eumelia said. She and the other girls led me into the cave and down a narrow passage to a side room. Natural spring water bubbled up into a wide pool, and the rocky floor was carpeted by rose petals. They lifted off my top and were preparing to scrub my skin with a mixture of milk and honey when Sarah stopped them. "No," she said suddenly, stepping in front of them. "You can't touch her skin. Leave the sponge, we'll do it ourselves." I smiled at Sarah's protectiveness. "We are aware of her gift," Eumelia said, frowning slightly. "None of us cares about learning the moment of our death, as long as with our lives we have served a purpose." "It's not about you," Sarah said. "It's about Kaidance. What she sees, she doesn't like it." Then we will use these, Eumelia said, holding up a pair of long white gloves. They were made of a shiny fabric satin, but thinner. She passed a pair to Sarah and to the other girls, and I watched them pull them on. It was strange, watching everyone else don gloves in order to touch me, like I was radioactive. I was usually the one who had to wear gloves. When they were done, I rinsed off in the pool, and they dried me off with a large towel. I lifted my arms as they dressed me in a thin white gown. They wrapped the fabric around me like a toga and tied it loosely with a golden rope around my waist. Then they braided my hair and wrapped a wreath around my head with leaves of purple flowers. Laurel leaves, sacred to Apollo, Eumelia said. Why do I feel like I'm being offered up as a sacrifice? I asked. She shrugged. If you make yourself appealing, it is more likely for the gods to favor you and acquiesce to your wishes. It is not uncommon for women to be blessed by a god's attention. I hope that's not a euphemism, I said. I'm not letting any gods near me. I was presented to Amaratha, who nodded once, then handed me another pair of white gloves. The ones you have been wearing are filthy, she said. We'll wash them for you and your clothes, and you can claim them tomorrow. Thank you, I said, bowing lamely. Amaratha was wearing a dark purple gown and a crown of golden leaves. She looked like a goddess in her own right, and I remembered how powerfully beautiful Stephanie had been when she revealed her true self to me. I wondered how much power Amaratha had, and hoped I'd never be on the opposing side of it. Finally, they led me back out of the cave with 2 maidens on either side carrying large white candles. Behind us, Amaratha carried a large silver chalice. I felt self-conscious in my getup. It felt like I was at a weird costume party. It made me think of Halloween when all of this started, when Puriel first saw me. I was wearing a raven mask and a black dress. Now I was all in white with a crown of flowers. I caught his eye and smiled. He nodded to me, but his expression was indecipherable. Citri was easier to read. His eyes roamed my body as I stepped forward. The fabric was so light I was afraid he could see through it. It made my skin flush. You look amazing, he said, leaning forward and whispering into my ear. Did they give you a pedicure too? Madeline asked. Damn, next time I want to be the one who descends into the jaws of the earth, seeking the immortal goddess. Sure, I said. Next time it's all you. I feel like a doll. I don't know why any of this is necessary. Something feels wrong about this, Puriel said quietly. Did they tell you what's actually going to happen? Where you're going? I shook my head. They'd given me an idea, but I didn't want to worry anyone needlessly. I'm supposed to be here. This is what I came for, right? Just be safe, Jessie said. Don't do anything risky. Go down, find the Fates, get the Shears, and come back as soon as you can. Sure, I said. I'll even pick up some Skittles if I see any down there. No problem. I smiled at her, then looked around for Amaratha. She was waiting by the fire. I nodded to let her know I was ready. First, drink the kaikyon, she said, holding the chalice up above her head. Purge your fears, your desires, yourself, what you once were. Forget. Go deeper. Look beneath. She lifted the chalice to my lips, and I tilted my head to sip from it. The drink tasted so terrible I almost spit it back into the cup. It was bitter, almost rotten. Amaratha passed the cup around the circle, and I watched my friends' faces contort as they ingested the sour liquid. Is there alcohol in this? Jessie asked. Not exactly, Amaratha said with a sly smile. She passed the cup to Max, Madeline, Citri, and Puriel, then set it down on the table. She didn't offer any to Sarah.
"Have some wine," Amaretha said. "Eat, if you wish. We will come get you when we are ready."
My shoulders fell. More waiting? I felt like I'd been waiting all day and I was getting antsy. Why couldn't they just let me in? Why all this ritual and ceremony? Some of the girls started playing music with flutes and some kind of string instrument. Two of the younger ones grabbed Sarah and they spun around the fire, dancing to the rhythm. Then Max asked Jesse to dance, but he was corny about it, attempting to do some kind of mock tango that ended up getting them both tangled up together. Jesse laughed and then pushed him away and started dancing with Sarah instead. I felt the muscles in my neck and shoulders relax, and tension I'd been holding for weeks begin to melt away. Seeing Jesse and Sarah smile filled me with a glowing happiness. This is what I wanted. Friends, peace, to be hanging around at a party having fun without feeling responsible for the weight of the world. Citri brought me a glass of wine and stood beside me. He was so close I could feel the warmth of his body next to mine, but he was careful not to make contact. I'd always tried to accept the fact that I was different, special. Having Citri so close to me and yet so far away made the reality of my situation almost unbearable. If we defeated Zeus, Jesse and Max could have a life together. Sarah would grow up and meet someone who cared for her, but I would always be alone. I thought of the kiss I'd shared with Puriel in Florence and looked up to find him watching me. Kissing him hadn't been so bad. At least I hadn't seen any violent deaths in his future. Maybe that was the answer. I just had to find someone who didn't die, who couldn't die, or at least not for a long time. But was Puriel really who I wanted to be with? Or was I just settling because I knew he could touch me?
"What is it with him, moping all the time?"
Citri asked, noticing the extended gaze I shared with Puriel. "I think he's just being careful," I said, "protecting me."
"I can protect you,"
Citri said gruffly. He put his cup down hard and red wine soaked through the white tablecloth. "If I find the Shears, maybe I'll be the one protecting the two of you." I smiled, looking up at him through my eyelashes. He lifted his eyebrows and smiled back at me.
"You know, I can actually picture that. You, a badass warrior princess, taking out 20 hunters by yourself."
"I took out 4 at JDRI, I said. "I saved Puriel. If I had more time at Neva, Stephanie could have taught me more. But I left, and Matt died." The image of Matt's body flashed across my mind. The death I'd seen, the one I'd caused. I'd been so stupid. Matt almost died protecting me from Puriel. Then I released Puriel, and he killed Matt anyway, just like my vision. Everything turned to death and ash around me. The happiness I'd been feeling a moment before turned to bitterness, and my mood plummeted. I watched Jesse and Max sitting close together at one of the tables. Jesse fed him a grape, and he whispered something in her ear. "Does Priya know?" I asked. "About me releasing Puriel. Does she know that he was going to propose?"
"No,"
Citri said, frowning.
"But we'll deal with that later."
"She's going to kill me," I said.
"I won't let that happen,"
he said. "I would deserve it. It's my fault. Everything is my fault. Everyone who gets near me dies." "It may seem that way. You don't understand. You can't imagine what it's like to live like this. Nobody can. Nobody will ever understand." I stood up and stormed off through the trees. I didn't know where I was going, but I was suddenly fuming. I felt a rage deep within me, maybe one I'd been holding on to my whole life and was suddenly brewing to the surface. Rage at my parents for not believing me, rage at the red car I couldn't stop even though I knew it was coming. I made it through the thin pines to the sea. The brisk air stung my nostrils. It was cold away from the fire, and I felt both feverish and freezing at the same time. Suddenly, I heaved over and puked, retching until my stomach was empty. "Purge," I heard Amaratha's voice say. It sounded like she was right next to me. I spun around, but I was all alone in the darkness. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and splashed water on my face. Then I made my way back to the others. I tried following the music in the light of the fire, but no matter how far I walked, they never seemed to get any closer. I thought the patch of land on the back side of the island had been small, but now it opened up like a kaleidoscope, presenting me with an array of paths. No matter which path I chose, however, I could never find my friends. I felt like somehow I was going in circles, lost in a deep forest when the fire should have been right in front of me. My legs felt heavy and I stumbled into the brush. When I got up again, my vision was funny, affected somehow. Geometric patterns danced in front of my eyes, and the branches and leaves grew and multiplied. I ran through the forest, picking up the hem of my white gown and shouting for someone to come find me. Just when I was ready to give up, I broke through a patch of branches and found myself on the edge of the clearing again, with the campfire directly in front of me. The flickering light cast enormous shadows on the cliff face. A few of the girls were still spinning around the campfire. Their identical faces looked like porcelain masks, creepy marionettes conducted by an invisible hand. I looked for Citri, and my jaw dropped when I found him. Madeline was on his lap, running her fingers through his hair. She looked up at me and smiled wickedly, then bent down and gave him a deep, open-mouth kiss. He ran his hands over her body and cupped her breasts with his palms. My eyes filled with tears and I stumbled backwards into the forest. I felt so stupid. What had I expected? It's not like he could touch me. I stalked off through the wood again, running blindly until I smashed into someone. Citri. I shoved him away. "How did you get over here so fast?" I asked, looking behind me. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "You disappeared. I've been looking for you since you ran off." "Bullshit," I said. "It looks like you had your hands pretty full with Madeline a minute ago." He looked at me like I'd gone crazy. "That literally never happened," he said slowly, his palms up. "I saw you," I snarled, clenching my fists. The anger focused my vision, and I saw his thread, floating lazily above him. Part of me wanted to grab it and squeeze it until he crumpled on the ground. Instead, I pushed past him, trying to knock him off balance. He caught me around the waist and pinned me against a tree. "I don't know what you think you saw with Madeline," he said slowly, "but it never happened. I'm here for you. You're all I care about." I struggled and tried to slap him, but he caught my wrist in his hand. Then he kissed me. I pulled back with shock, expecting a vision, but none came. I sighed with relief. Nothing, no bloody death. His eyes searched me for answers, and mine widened when I realized this could really happen. I grabbed him by the back of the neck and pulled him down to me again. He kissed me before I could change my mind. Puriel's kiss had been gentle and tentative. Citri's made my blood burn like fire. Rough, excited, like he was trying to smother me, like I was air and he needed me to survive. His stubble scratched my cheek, his hands explored my body. One hand lifted up my dress and I felt his hand on my thigh, lifting my leg around him. I moaned into him, pulling him tighter. I could feel his warmth through my skin. My whole body trembled, responding to his touch. My skin. Purge. Purge your fears, your desires. I heard Amaratha's voice again, whispering on the wind. My fears and my desires. If Citri kissing Madeline hadn't been real, how could I be sure that this was? "I can't do this," I said, pushing him away. My hand lingered on his chest. It felt so amazing to be touched, to be wanted. But that could wait. I wasn't here for that. I couldn't get distracted. Abel needs me to get the Shears, to defeat Zeus. Until we do that, neither of us can afford to make any mistakes. If this is real, whatever it is, it can wait. Agreed? Citri looked hurt, and I could tell he wanted to argue, but he held his tongue, and I took a deep breath and backed away. This time, the fire was easy to find. They were waiting for me at the mouth of the cave. Amaratha with her purple robe and golden crown, Eumelia with her white gown and blue tunic. She was wearing a deer skull on her head, and her hair was pulled up in tangled knots in its antlers. "It is time," Amaratha said. "I'm ready," I answered. Then we descended into the cave. "10. Eumelia's flaming torch barely pierced the darkness of the underground tunnels. Once we were alone, she paused and handed me a flask. I sniffed it skeptically. "Relax," she said. "It's just water to clear your head. You're going to need it." "You're not coming with me?" I asked. "We guard, we do not enter," she said with a shrug. In the flickering light, she looked ageless. "But aren't you curious? Don't you want to know if they're really down there?" "Few who seek the fates find them," Eumelia said. She chewed her lip. It looked like she wanted to say more, but instead she continued forward. We turned so many times I was completely lost, and we still went deeper. The silence was so absolute it pushed into my eardrums. The air felt damp and chilled, and condensation dripped down the rock walls. "It is that way," Eumelia said, stopping suddenly, pointing up ahead into the darkness. "Take the candle," she said. "Be careful. Go as far as you can. Return the same way." I trembled, and the hair on my arms stood up. "Is it dangerous?" I asked. "That depends on how far you get. Few enter, even fewer return. But you should know, even if you survive, nobody sees the fates without paying a great price." She left the light with me and disappeared the way we'd come. The isolation crashed down on me. Whatever was up ahead, I would need to face it on my own. "Nothing can hurt you," I whispered to myself. I continued down the passage until I came to a dead end. There was a mural on the flat wall in front of me. It looked like an antique map of the world. In the center was a tree with long roots and branches spreading out in every direction. It reminded me of the indoor temple and tree at Abel's house in Neva, but this wasn't a genealogy. Some of the branches connected with the roots, others seemed purely decorative. At first, I wondered if I'd gotten lost, or if Eumelia had sent me in the wrong direction, but I hadn't seen any other turns or passageways. This had to be the right way. There has to be something here. I pressed my fingertips against the rough rock wall and closed my eyes, trying to feel my way inside. There was magic here. The energy gave me goosebumps. There must have been a hidden message, something like what we found in the painting, something only I could see. I was getting better at shifting into my visionary state. The first time it happened, mist was kicking my ass. After that, it mostly happened when I was in pain or upset. A defense mechanism, maybe, triggered when my adrenaline shot up, but I didn't have to wait until something bad happened. I could control it. It just took longer. I took a deep breath and unfocused my eyes, then stepped back until the whole mural fit into my field of vision. Gradually, I noticed it. Some of the roots were subtly glowing with energy. They converged at a spot in the lower left side of the mural. I blinked and focused my eyes on the wall again. I couldn't see anything there, but when I explored the area with my fingertips, I could feel a very tiny line in the rock. A circle. I put my palm against it and pushed. It gave under the pressure, and I heard a heavy grinding as the doorway rolled open. The ground trembled under my feet, and I was hit by a gust of warm, sour air. I wrinkled my nose at the smell of rotten eggs. I knew from a Science Channel documentary that it was probably sulfur. The same show had explained that the Book of Revelations places Satan's permanent residence on a lake of burning sulfur. This place literally smelled like hell. The tunnel opened up into an enormous cavern. The ceiling was so high I could barely see it, hundreds of feet above. My footsteps echoed in the empty space. The path cut through the rock and pitched down a steep flight of stairs, carved directly into the rocks. Water trickled down the walls, forming massive stalagmites and stalactites. The steps were slick, so I held one hand against the wall and descended carefully. My fingers felt a smooth patch of the wall, and I held up the light to find a curving white stone. I could have sworn it was a tooth, a fossilized fang as long as my arm, preserved in the wall. In the center of the room were 3 crystal-clear pools of teal-colored water. The smell was stronger here. It was giving me a headache. I heard a hissing noise and found a small fissure in the rock surrounded by black charring. Very carefully, I reached the candle out in front of me. It connected with the natural gas and erupted into a pillar of green fire, singeing the hair on my arms. The fire lit up the cavern, and I gasped when I saw the wall near me. A huge carving of 3 women loomed above. It was so eroded with age, it looked like their faces were melting off like wax. Underneath the carving was an altar of some kind and a pile of blackened remains. Hundreds of gleaming white ribs curved up from the pile of charcoal. It must have been a giant reptile of some kind. I found the skull. I could have fit my head in its jaws, and its rows of razor-sharp teeth were 10 inches long. Good thing it was already dead. One of the faceless women above was pointing a stern finger to the right. I followed it, and in the far corner of the cavern, I found a narrow passageway, a crevice in the cave walls. I slipped into it sideways, slowly moving forward. I felt something brush against my foot, but it was so tight I could barely bend over. I reached my hand down and with trembling fingers, casting a spotlight on the ground. Large white scorpions scuttled around my feet. I bit my lip to keep from screaming. Thank God I had my black all-stars on. The sisters had tried to get me to put on a pair of dainty sandals for the ceremony, but I'd refused. I already felt naked. I bit my lip and forced myself forward. I felt a disgusting crunch as I stepped on one of the cave critters, and then nearly slipped on its slippery, wet insides. I was almost in tears when I finally stumbled out of the narrow chasm into a wider room. I squatted down to check the floor. It was blissfully free of cave critters. I kicked my feet anyway. My skin was crawling, and I rubbed my hands over my skin to make sure I didn't have any scorpions on me. I took a few deep breaths, then explored the room. There was a long, extinguished fire pit and a bare patch of stone that had been worn smooth over time. The walls of the room were covered in notes and illustrations, chiseled into the rock or written in black charcoal. It looked like Italian. I only saw one thing I recognized, a name, Oreste Zedico. Was he the last person here? That was centuries ago. I couldn't read the writing, so I studied the pictures. It looked like a battle scene from some primitive mythology. A stick-figure man facing a giant serpent, then butchering the serpent and burning it on the fire under the giant statues I'd passed when I'd entered. Had he caught that monster and eaten it to stay alive? Then there was something else. A man in a boat and a small round circle with arrows pointing into what looked like a well. I didn't know what that one was about. Next to the fire pit, I found a long white tooth. Someone had wrapped one end in leather and sharpened the edge. I picked it up, grateful to have some kind of weapon with me. On the far side of the room were rows of single scratches. Hundreds of them. It looked like some kind of pattern, but then I realized it was counting. Zedeko, or whoever was here before, had been counting the days. I wondered how he could even keep track. With no natural light source down here, the nights would be indistinguishable from the days. I panicked, thinking about whether I'd have to stay down here that long. What if someone shut the door behind me? Would I be trapped down here too? The blood rushed to my ears. It was stupid of me not to stick a rock or something in the door to make sure it stayed open until I returned. But I'd come so far already. I wanted to see what was at the end of this path first. Through the room, there was another tight crevice, but shorter this time, and then more stairs down. At the base of the stairs, a wide cavern with a low roof opened up into an underground river. At the edge of the water was a dock that looked like it would rot away if I stepped on it. A small canoe was tied to it with a piece of twine. Seriously? I tried to think back, in case I'd missed any other passageways. How could I be sure I was even going the right way? Then I remembered the drawing in the cave. Maybe they were directions. But if that were true, I should have already killed a giant snake by now, and there was no way that was happening. I stepped carefully into the canoe and untied it. There was a long stick on the dock, presumably for steering. I grabbed it and untied the twine, shoving away from the pier. The canoe drifted forward calmly. I tried to touch the bottom, but it was too deep. I navigated by pushing myself off the walls instead. Deeper into the bottomless abyss, the perennial darkness, the eternal unknown. I kept thinking up names for my odyssey. Maybe it would seem less scary if I made it sound like a fairy tale. The heroines of those stories always triumphed in the end. Didn't they? Something bumped against my canoe, and I saw the water ripple smoothly. Something large was moving below the surface. Shit! I held my candle closer to the water, but all I could see was my own reflection, wavering uncertainly over the ink-black liquid. The boat was still rocking, and my heart pounded in my chest, but I couldn't give up now. I had to keep moving. I reached out and grabbed a stalagmite, using it as a lever to launch myself forward. I pushed off the walls to steer myself and keep my momentum. Then, I hit something so hard I was flung forward. I scrambled out of the boat onto a rocky surface. I'd reached the other side. I moved away from the water quickly and continued forward, grateful to be on hard ground again. But only a few minutes later, the passageway was blocked again. Another solid wall, another relief had been carved into it. The fates again, but the carvings were clearer here. Ornamental patterns were carved around them, and it looked like they were seated on thrones of some kind. Their expressions were proud, almost haughty. They lifted their chins like royals demanding to be worshipped. They didn't look anything like the women I'd seen in my dream. I stayed there for at least 15 minutes, trying to see some hidden secret in the decorations, but there was nothing. Finally, I had to admit defeat. I must have missed something in one of the earlier chambers. I had to go back. I worked up the courage to climb into the boat again, trying to be as silent and still as possible. I was breathing so quietly, I could hear each drip from the ceiling as it splashed into the water, sending ripples across the calm surface. I breathed easier when I'd made it halfway without incident, then sighed with relief when I saw the shore and the pier I started from. That's when something bumped against the bottom of the canoe, shooting tingles up my spine. I clutched the edge of the boat as it tilted dangerously to one side. And that's when I saw it. A long, green shape under the surface. It looked like a giant eel. Its tail curled up out of the water and wrapped around the end of the canoe, pulling it under. The wood splintered as the creature tightened its grip. I screamed and tumbled into the water. My lightweight dress bunched around my waist, and my black shoes felt like anchors pulling me downwards. I paddled wildly towards the shore. The cold skin of the giant water snake brushed against my skin, and I cringed as a vision flooded my senses. Then I knew exactly what I had to do. I dragged myself out of the water and backed away until I hit a wall. The serpent raised itself over me, and I saw it clearly for the first time. Massive green scales shimmered down its long neck. It swayed hypnotically, flicking its long forked tongue. It was terrifying, but I knew I could defeat it. I'd seen it. In the water when it touched me, I saw its imminent death. Right here. It was going to die, and I was going to kill it. I just didn't know how yet. It hissed, pinning me against the rock. I could feel the hot stench of its breath as it flicked its tongue just inches away from me. Rows of white fangs glistened in the dim light of the candle. I waved the fire at it, trying to scare it off, but it flicked my arm with its tail, and my candle went into the water. As my eyes adjusted to the complete absence of light, I realized I could still see its dim outline, illuminated by the creature's thread, which was glowing like pale moonlight. I reached for it, just as the creature launched itself at me. I dove to the side and turned to run. I'd only gotten a few feet when I felt its powerful jaws clamp down on my leg. I cried out in pain as the needle-sharp teeth dug into my skin. It pulled me backwards, dragging me roughly across the cave floor. Then it coiled its body around me, spinning me like a spider wrapping its prey. I still had Zedeko's homemade dagger. I tugged it out and stabbed the snake several times. Dark blood spilled across its pale white body, but it didn't stop wrapping around me. It lifted me upside down in the air and shook me so hard I thought I was going to snap in half. I lost my grip on the knife and it went crashing against the cave wall. I struggled, but with every move its coils seemed to tighten. I gasped as it squeezed the life out of me. Dazed, I saw the thread again, shining brighter this time. I felt the creature stiffen when I grabbed it, but he didn't let go. I yanked and tugged on the thread, willing it to break, but it was surprisingly strong. I was close to blacking out when I brought the thread to my mouth. I positioned it between incisors and bit down, hard, gnawing on the thread with my teeth the way Jessie always opened packages, even though I always told her not to. Scenes of our childhood together flashed in my mind. The serpent convulsed as the thread frayed, and then finally snapped. It collapsed in a pile like a bundle of rope, then gave one last tremble before falling still. The severed threads faded in my hands. I sucked in air and touched my ribs gingerly. Surprisingly, I was still in one piece, apart from my leg, which was oozing blood from the neat row of bite marks. It hurt, but I don't think it was poisonous. Poisonous snakes don't need to kill their prey by wrapping around them. I lay against the hard stones, shaking. I was cold, wet, and exhausted. It was so dark I couldn't see my hands, even when I held them right in front of my face. I wanted to be done. I wanted to go back to my comfortable room at Neva. I wanted to sink into the soft mattress. Instead, I pushed myself up and headed back through the cave systems, feeling my way forward until I reached the fire in the first main room. I spotted a line of candles below the giant carving of the three fates in what looked like an altar. I tore one off, breaking the wax, and lit it, then limped back to the room with Zedeko's drawings. I studied his illustrations again and realized that it wasn't a cookbook showing me how to stay alive. It wasn't a recipe, it was a ritual. I returned to the snake and cut into its stomach, then reached inside until my arms were buried up to my elbows. The entrails and organs I pulled out made wet, squelching sounds. I kept digging until I found a pair of almond-shaped organs that I guessed were kidneys. They matched the ones in Zedeko's drawing. I took them back to the altar below the three fates. 3 jugs were filled with oil. I tossed some over the remains of the previous offering, then lit the oil with my candle. It sizzled and burned, tossing up thick smoke and sparks. I placed the kidneys on the flat area I assumed was for offerings. The blood dripped down my arms, staining the edges of my white gown a deep crimson. I tossed the kidneys into the fire, and they sizzled and shriveled up. The snake behind me collapsed into ash, its skin and flesh turning into soot, leaving only its bones and a pile of teeth. The earth trembled beneath me, and I was sure a door was opening at the other end of the caves, where I'd been stuck before. I almost smiled with relief, but then I saw the teeth move. They were dislodging from the creature's skull and burrowing into the earth like seeds. After a moment, figures started sprouting up out of the ground like zombies rising from the grave. They were made of rocks, pebbles, and the black soot from the remains of the snake. Time to go. I raced back the way I'd come, passing through the narrow chasms in Zetiko's chamber. I dove into the water when I reached it and started swimming through the chasm, past the broken remains of the canoe I'd used before. The ghostly warriors were catching up to me. They scrambled on their hands and knees across the vertical walls, defying gravity. When I reached the other side, 2 of the shadow warriors were already waiting for me. Their threads were black like soot, difficult to see in the dim light, but easy to disrupt. All I had to do was touch the thread, and they vanished in a puff as the particles collapsed into a pile of charcoal. But there were many of them, and it was hard to get to them all. They blocked my path, biting and scratching until I could locate their thread and end them. I took torturous steps forward, fighting off the horde one by one, blocking their attacks with my forearms, until I finally stumbled through the threshold of the now open doorway. The rest of my attackers disintegrated behind me. I took a deep breath and moved into the room. In the center was a well with light blue water that seemed to sparkle. I thought it was casting light onto the ceiling of the cave before realizing it was actually reflecting some kind of bioluminescent fungi on the ceiling. It shimmered like a universe of stars. It rippled like a giant organism, almost like it was breathing. I peered into the well at my own reflection. My dark, wet hair clung to my forehead, and the white gown was now soaked with blood. "Hello?" I called. My own voice called back to me. There was no one here. No Shears. No sisters. It was completely empty. 11. I retraced my path through the labyrinth of tunnels and emerged into the cool air outside, feeling like I'd returned from the grave. The sun hadn't risen yet, but there was enough light to see by. I stumbled forward and found the others sleeping off last night's festivities. Only Sarah was awake. Her eyes went wide at the sight of me. I was all scraped up and practically soaked in blood. "I'm fine," I told her. "Just tired." "And the Shears?" she asked. I shook my head, trying to keep my eyes from tearing up. I'd put all of my friends in danger, traveling to the other side of the world, and accomplished nothing. I thought getting the Shears, or at least meeting the Fates, would give me certainty and confidence. They'd be able to tell me what to do. I'd finally know my purpose. Instead, I was still alone, and left with more questions than answers. "One of the sisters left your clothes," Sarah said, nodding. "And there's a stream for bathing." I washed the blood and dirt off my skin as well as I could, then changed back into my jeans and black top. I'd removed my necklace last night, afraid it would get lost in the caves, and it was a relief to feel the hard plastic Legos against my collarbone again. When I was done getting ready, I went back to the clearing. Jessie, Max, and Puriel were awake now. They sat at one of the tables, eating bread and cheese and sipping coffee. I poured myself a mug of the steaming, near-black liquid
inhaling the scent deeply and letting it work its magic on my fuzzy brain. "So, no shears, huh?" Jessie asked. "How is that even possible? All the clues point here." I shrugged, gripping my mug to warm my fingers. "I'll let you know if I ever figure it out. They must have been here at one point, maybe centuries ago, but they aren't here now." "Maybe you missed something," Max said, pushing some food into his mouth. "Sure, that's possible," I said, my eyes narrowing. I mean, I did have to wrestle a giant snake, fight an army of shadow demons, and nearly drown in an underground river. "Holy shit," Jessie said. "Are you okay?" "Let's just say it was a long night. Still, I got through every test. I made it into the cave with the well. It was the right place, I'm sure of it. There was nowhere else to go. They should have been there." I didn't mention that there had been a few unsettling differences. In my dream and in Zedeko's paintings, the cave walls of the inner sanctum were covered in carvings and prophecies. The cave I'd been in was bare and empty. Puriel was watching me carefully, but he didn't say anything. His eyes were sympathetic, but I couldn't stop thinking about what Citri said the other night. Puriel served Zeus for thousands of years. Did he even want me to find the shears? Last night's memories were jumbled and confusing. I blushed, thinking about Citri's lips on mine. Had that even happened? Amaratha and Eumelia approached the tables quietly, in clean white gowns. The other sisters scurried around, avoiding eye contact. They looked decidedly less friendly than they had last night. "Did you find what you needed?" Amaratha asked. "No," I said. "I passed the test. I got to the end. There was nothing there." "Only those who live without can look within," Eumelia said. "I don't know what the hell that means," I snapped. "And I'm getting really sick of hearing it. You sent me in there. I could have gotten lost. I could have died. Why would you let me take the risk if you knew the fates were gone?" "We know no such thing," Amaratha said. "We did our part. The rest was up to you." And I failed. The implied message rang in my ears. "But where are they? Where do we go now?" Tears of frustration were forcing their way into my eyes. "Now we go home," Citri said, coming up behind us. "Thank you for your hospitality. We will be leaving shortly. Just give us a moment to collect our things." Amaratha nodded and left us alone. "Home?" I asked. "To Neva?" "That was the deal, remember? I came with you to find the shears. I helped you follow this trail of breadcrumbs, but now it's over, right? So there's no reason to keep risking your life, all of our lives. Now we need to be smart and take shelter. I'm surprised Zeus hasn't already figured out where we are. We'll drop off Max and Madeline, then we'll all go back to Neva." "You really think Abel will take in Sarah and Jessie without the shears?" I asked. "I don't see why not. He's a long-term strategist, and you're important to him. I'm pretty sure he'll make allowances for you. We won't know if we don't ask." "What about Puriel?" I asked. "Could he be pardoned? Live with the other torches at Neva?" Citri didn't answer right away. Finally, he sighed. "Even if that were possible, and I have my doubts, nobody at Neva would trust him." "I can't just leave him," I said. "After all he's done for us, for me." "I'll be fine," Puriel said. "Citri's right. It's what's best. You're in too much danger out here. I am grateful I've been able to protect you this far, but eventually my usefulness would run out. I'd fail, and someone would get hurt. It would be another burden for me to carry." "You can always come live with us," Madeline said, linking an arm in his. "We don't have anything against torches, especially handsome ones." I caught eyes with Jessie, and she rolled her eyes at me. I felt like I should giggle or respond somehow, but my stomach was in knots. I'd gotten used to being with Puriel, plus he'd fallen for me.
The idea of him settling down, living a life, never seeing him again, it made me feel numb and empty. I wanted to go back to Neva triumphant, as a hero. Instead, I had to beg Abel to protect my friends, and I had nothing to offer him in return. This situation felt all wrong, but I couldn't see a way out of it. I had no other suggestions or ideas. My quest had led to a dead end. Now I had to face the consequences. The others started helping the sisters clean up. Madeline and Jessie went for a quick rinse in the stream. I just sat there, staring off into space and sipping my coffee. "Listen, about last night," Citri said. "Don't," I said. "Last night is a blur, we were both confused, and what does it matter anyway? There are bigger things going on than us." Citri looked confused, then hurt. "I don't care about that other stuff," he said. "I don't care about the golden shears, or Abel, or this goddamn war. I only care about you. I kissed you because I wanted to, because being near you without being able to touch you drives me crazy." So he really did kiss me? My skin tingled, remembering his body against mine. The realization I didn't have to be alone anymore, that I could be intimate with someone. I wanted him to kiss me again, to hold me and tell me that everything was going to be okay somehow. "But it was a mistake," Citri continued, destroying the rising optimism in my chest. Just when I had a picture of a future I could be happy in, it was gone. "I lost control. I should be protecting you, not distracted by my yearnings. Plus, Abel thinks your powers might only work so long as you're pure. So, if we were to go too far..." I stood up, clenching my fists as blood rushed to my face. Every time I thought Citri was on my side, he brought up Abel. And what the hell? He was concerned about protecting my virginity now? The one thing I'd probably never lose because nobody could stand to be near me. Oh my God, had they discussed this? Picturing them together sipping brandy and talking about my sex life pushed me over the edge. "It's fine," I said. "I kissed Puriel too. It didn't mean anything. I think he just wanted to know how it felt. I don't get much action, so I have to kiss as many people as I can. Maybe I'll kiss Max next. Or Madeline. You don't mind, right? As long as I don't take it too far so I can still be of service to Abel." Citri's jaw dropped open. The muscles on his neck tensed, and I thought he was going to yell at me, but I turned and joined Jessie and the others before he had a chance. They'd cleaned up and everybody was ready to go. We left the Minakawa up on the other side of the island since there was no room for them down here. Eumelia and a few of the other sisters led the way, up the narrow trail that clung to the cliff walls, reversing our procession from the night before. We emerged on the top of a rocky plateau behind the crumbling ruins of the cathedral. I was about to say goodbye to Eumelia when she yelled and pulled out a curved dagger. Puriel and Citri reached for their weapons as Eumelia ran past them towards a crumpled shape near the ruins. I thought it was just a scrap of fabric at first, but Eumelia rolled the shape over and I saw a face. It was one of the sisters, blood soaked through her clothes. I pulled out my sword and handed Jessie the shotgun. "Stay here," I said. We crept forward through the open back of the ruins until we could peek out through the mouth of the cathedral. Puriel's eyes widened when he held a hand up for us to stop. I poked my head between Puriel and Citri so I could see past their shoulders. In the field outside the cave were dozens of leeches, surrounded by crumpled figures in white. The scattered bodies of the sisters contrasted with the furious dark shapes of the leeches as they gathered in the center of the plateau. "I've never seen so many in one place," Citri said. "They usually avoid each other. Something must have drawn them here. Can you see what they're gathering around?" "Whatever it is, it stinks," Madeline said, holding her nose. The dark shapes were gorging themselves on something as they fed. I could see them growing larger and larger. Then one of them moved, and I saw a patch of gleaming black feathers. "No!" I shouted, pushing forward. Citri caught me and held me back. The leeches paused, and several of them rose up and twisted to peer back at me. The Minakawa lay on their backs with their stomachs ripped open, guts and intestines tumbled out into the dirt. Someone had broken their wings, and their feet were tied together with rope. The leeches surrounded the bloody corpses like vultures, grabbing handfuls of blood and flesh and stuffing them into the grotesque orifices of their mouths. I felt sick and crouched down so I wouldn't pass out. "They're feeding on magic," Citri said, "and there's too many of them. We can't do anything to help them now." Puriel nodded. "If we sneak away quietly, they will probably ignore us. We don't have much magic in us compared to one of those animals." Eumelia was still brandishing a pair of curved blades. I could tell she wanted to fight, but she glanced at Sarah and nodded. "We will go back down. We will be safe in the caves. Follow me and be quiet." Our plan was ruined when Sarah's scream pierced through the silence. At least a dozen hunters blocked the back end of the cathedral. Two of them gripped Sarah and Jessie tightly. "This is not good," Max said. Citri pulled out his shotgun, but he never got a chance to fire. He was too stunned by the beautiful woman walking towards us and her mesmerizing eyes. Her white dress parted to reveal elegant ankles and golden sandals. They seemed to drift just above the ground, like she was floating. The walls of the ruined cathedral brightened as she entered, as if the shadows couldn't stand to be in her presence. But maybe it was just the sun's reflection off her golden breastplate and helmet. A red cape trailed behind her, and she was holding a long spear, just a little taller than she was. "Who invited Xena, warrior princess?" Madeline said. "That is Athena," Puriel said under his breath. "And this is a trap." "So how is my favorite pet?" the woman said, smiling at Citri. "You did this?" he growled. "Of course I did. After that fiasco in Seattle, Daddy needed to send someone competent. You are surrounded and outmatched. Give me the shears, or you'll all die." "But they aren't here," I said, stepping forward. "I don't have them." Athena's laughter echoed in the small space. It was as beautiful as she was. It sounded like bells and snowflakes. There was something pure about her, but not in an innocent way, raw and deadly, like a river. "In that case," she said, "I guess there's no reason to keep you alive. Like I told Dad, we should have just killed you earlier. You're no threat to us. I can't say I'm surprised, actually, though I am a bit disappointed. I heard about the Shears centuries ago and started some rumors. I knew Abel would jump at the idea. A perfect weapon, something powerful enough to kill Zeus. But it was just a rabbit for him to chase. A distraction. He's always been so gullible, believing in rumors and fairy tales. But then the rumors grew, until Dad heard them as well. It started freaking him out. What if they were real? How did I know they couldn't hurt him? He's been growing paranoid. Honestly, it's a little annoying." "You started the rumors?" I asked. "You mean it really is just a myth?" "You should see your face right now," Athena smirked. "Did you think I didn't know about Zedeko's painting? About this place? All I had to do is line things up, and you did exactly what you were expected to do. Bravo." "Zeus would not want you to kill us," Puriel said. "He wants her alive, I am sure of it." "How dare you speak to me, Torch? You're nothing. You have no power of your own. Or is this the part where you get your antagonist to reveal her plans so you can figure out your escape? I'll go along with it only because I know there is no escape for you. Does Zeus want her alive? I don't know, and I don't care anymore. We tried it his way. Stop making humans fear us. Teach them to love us by withdrawing.
by disappearing. It kind of worked, but it's boring. I'm tired of hiding, of waiting while Zeus and Abel plot a final confrontation that neither is brave enough to begin. So I will begin it. And don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I wouldn't waste good minions on a fool like you. So I butchered your birds and attracted the leeches. I don't think there's been a feast this magical for centuries. They're strong now and powerful. I've fed them, and now they answer to me. So now we'll have some games. But I want to see what all the fuss is about. Hopefully. Show me what you've got, Threadbearer. We're not going to fight for your entertainment, I said boldly. If you're going to kill us, just get on with it already. Before I even finished my sentence, Athena's arm lashed out. She moved so fast I couldn't see what happened until I saw the dark red stain spreading out across Max's chest. No! Jessie screamed. She and Madeline caught him and laid him gently on the ground. The wound isn't fatal, Athena said. At least not yet. He will be dead within the hour, though, so if you want to save him, you'll need to hurry. Kill the leeches, and we'll let you go. She's lying, Citri said. She wants the leeches to kill us so she can tell Zeus it was an accident. You really are a dog with a bone, Athena said, rolling her eyes. I could just kill you all if you insist on doing things your way. If you don't want to fight, just lie still and let the leeches suck the marrow from your bones. Either way, it'll be over soon. She signaled toward the leeches. They'd been watching us since Sarah screamed, and now licked their lips in excitement. The hunters spread out in a large circle, trapping us inside with the leeches. Athena leaped onto the remains of the outer walls and reclined against them, crossing her legs casually as the leeches moved in. We're all going to die. Puriel guarded one side of us, his long sword poised in front of him. Citri had a curved blade in one hand and his gun in the other. We stay here, he said. The ruins offer some shelter. They can't all come in at once. We take them out one by one. I'm in, Madeline said, standing up and pointing the shotgun towards one of the openings. Jessie, Sarah, you stay down, I said. Protect Max. Can you really take them all out? Jessie said. The leeches. Maybe, Puriel said. He didn't finish the thought, but I caught the implication. Even if we took out all the leeches, we'd never defeat all the hunters, or Athena. She was just too powerful. But I'd learned a few things in the cave. Even if I hadn't found what I was after, I was getting better at seeing the threads. The gnarled, smoky threads of the leeches were easy to see in the daylight. They looked messy and erratic, and I discovered something else in the cave, something I hadn't told anyone yet. The fates don't need the shears to cut a thread. I had used my teeth. Maybe any sharp object would work. Athena didn't seem the type to make mistakes, but in this case, I think she'd underestimated me. Or maybe she was counting on me to underestimate myself. But I wasn't going to, not this time. With or without the shears, I was tired of Zeus and his gang. I was tired of being forced into impossible situations, and I could not let Jessie or Sarah get hurt, not to mention Puriel or Citri. Nobody is going to die. I promised myself. I stood between Citri and Puriel just as the first leeches rushed in. These were much bigger than the ones we'd faced at the gas station, and uglier by far. A cross between men and nightmares, mutated monsters wrapped in smoke and darkness, almost like storm clouds with yellow eyes and long teeth. Some of them had horns or extra sets of arms and legs. A few scuttled towards us like giant spiders. Their threads moved so quickly, and they were so close together, I had to be careful not to accidentally nudge Citri's or Puriel's threads when I grabbed them. They screeched when I plucked their threads. One stumbled right in front of us.
Puriel sank his blade into the massive creature's eye, pushing it until it broke through to the other side of its head. Citri put 2 rounds in the forehead of another one, just as a third took a swing at him. He went careening backwards and smashed against the wall. "Citri!" I shouted, but I couldn't lose my focus. I found the next thread and grabbed for it, yanking down hard as I did. The leech collapsed on the ground in front of me, looking dazed. Madeline put the shotgun to the back of its head and pulled the trigger, sending a splatter of black goo across our legs. I heard gunshots as Citri fought another off and rejoined our group. Then they started coming in greater numbers, 4 at a time, then 6. I couldn't stop them all. I plucked at their threads like I was playing a complex song on an imaginary harp. I didn't have time to see what happened next. I just struck any black thread I could find and hoped it would slow one down long enough for someone else to finish them off. A flash of light caught my eye. Athena waved her arm and called in her hunters. I risked a glance at her and saw her frown. This was not going as she'd planned. The hunter's thread had been easy to see at night. They shone like golden stars, but in the early morning daylight, they were harder to pick out, especially as they mixed in among the dark black threads of the leeches. My brow started to sweat with exertion as I concentrated. Instead of just swiping at threads randomly, I figured out I could strum or pinch a hunter's thread at just the right moment. They'd freeze when most exposed, and Citri or Puriel could easily take them down. Several times I stopped a blow that looked fatal, but sometimes I didn't. I cringed each time I heard Citri or Puriel grunt and knew they were injured. After we'd killed at least a dozen leeches, Madeline took a punch to the face and crumpled. I shouted and grabbed the hunter's thread just as he was about to finish her off with his sword. Citri spun and fired over his shoulder, narrowly missing me but taking out his target. Between us, we made a deadly team, but I didn't know how much longer we could hold out. It was all happening too fast. My arms were getting weak, and my eyes stung with dryness from keeping them open so long. But then the last leech fell, and we were down to only 5 hunters. It looked like we might actually get out of this alive. Citri turned back to both of us and grinned like he couldn't believe it. And that's when Athena's spear pierced his chest. "Citri!" I shouted. I turned back to Athena with fire in my eyes and saw her thread sparkling like spun gold. I reached out to grab it. I didn't care if I couldn't kill her, as long as I could make her suffer. Before I could get my fingers on it, however, she jumped over the 3 of us with an elegant flip. She pulled her spear out of Citri, and with an impossible flick of her wrist, brought the flat edge down across my reaching arm. I felt the bones snap immediately. The pain came a few seconds later. It all happened so fast, I was too stunned to move. I fell to my knees, cradling my broken arm. "It's pathetic, really," Athena said. "You are quite remarkable. But you let yourself get distracted so easily by your feelings for one another. It makes you weak and vulnerable. Worse than that, it makes you stupid. Give me a bit of love and I can topple kingdoms." "Love is not stupid," Puriel said. "And sacrifice can be noble." "What do you know about love, Torch?" Athena said. "You loved my father, but you betrayed him anyway. You were made perfect, obedient, loyal. That was the purest love of all. You owed him everything. But at least you'll experience heartbreak as I slowly kill all of your new friends one by one." Puriel hung his head in shame. His shoulders were moving, and I thought he might be sobbing. But then I realized, as he held up one bloodied hand and stuffed something red into his mouth, he was eating. He bent down over the body of a fallen hunter and slurped the silver blood into his mouth. "No!" I yelled. Puriel's eyes were dark when he turned back to me. "Twice fallen in so short a time," Athena laughed. "Have you no shame, Torch?" She moved in for the kill with a pair of short, curved blades she'd pulled from sheaths strapped across her back. Puriel lifted his sword and flexed his arm. I could see magic rippling through his system. His veins were thick and black beneath his nearly translucent skin. His neck bulged like a tree trunk, and he grew in height until he towered above us. I gasped as I realized what he had done. Athena flashed her swords, but Puriel blocked them with his own. She attacked him with her two blades, slicing him again and again, but still he grew bigger. With his other hand, he continued eating, ripping off juicy pieces from fallen corpses and scarfing them down. The whole area was practically soaked in magic. The bodies of the dead leeches oozed the potent energy they'd stolen from the Minokawa, and the bodies of the hunters sparkled with vestiges of Zeus's potency. Instead of being drunken greedily by the earth, it floated above the rocky surface like clouds of glitter. The hunters didn't need it, and Athena had her own power, but it gave Puriel an immense advantage. And he seized it by turning into the one thing he hated most. Puriel rampaged around the open field, sucking in the magic like he was pulling helium out of a balloon. He drank it greedily, growing larger while fighting off Athena's advances at the same time. When he was twice her size, he wrapped his massive arms around her. He pinned her arms to her side, then bit into her neck with his unnaturally large mouth and sucked a beam of blue light straight from the source. For the first time, Athena looked afraid. She buried her swords to the hilt in his shoulders, and he roared, tossing her away. She rolled to her feet and charged, ducking out of his grasp and slicing Puriel to the bone again and again. But with so much magic in him, his wounds sealed themselves up, leaving crosses of dark scars over burns that had previously obscured his tattoos. Soon he would just be a massive wound. He swung his sword at her, but she was too fast and ducked behind one of the walls of the ruins. He pursued her, crashing through the wall like it was just a child's set of toy blocks. She darted between his legs and slashed at his ankles. He roared in frustration, and sparks flew out of his mouth. There was so much magic in him now, I was afraid he'd burn himself up. I reached for Athena's thread with my left hand as Puriel's sword burst into a yellow flame. I was too weak to do anything but pinch the string. But it caused her to falter, just for a second, but it was enough. With one massive swing, Puriel cut Athena nearly in half, from her collarbone to her belly button. Then he collapsed onto the ground next to her body. 12. Pain and adrenaline moved me forward. My brain felt like someone had turned off the power. All I could feel was the anxious twisting of my gut and the throbbing pain from my broken arm. I winced as the bones shifted with every step, grating together. We descended around the rock cliff and back into the cool shadows of the caves below. Sisters arrived like a school of fish to retrieve the injured and claim their dead. I'd counted at least 6 bodies, but there were probably more. Max and Citri were lifted onto stretchers, and the procession continued through the dark tunnels until we entered the large cavern with the decorated rock slabs, the ones that looked like tombs. They were both pale and cold like marble, but according to Amaratha, they still had a chance. My heart froze in my chest when I heard that. There was only a chance that Citri would survive. We left Puriel behind on the surface above. I'd protested at first, but Eumelia insisted. Citri and Max were in critical condition, and Puriel, at the moment, was too large to carry. She said she'd leave a sister to keep watch over him, and I could check on him again in the evening. They made me drink something bitter from a wooden cup, and after that my body felt so heavy I could hardly move. They set the bone and wrapped my arm, then bound it against my chest. I couldn't feel the pain anymore. The stone bedrock below me felt cool and soothing. I felt like I was falling through it, sinking deeper and deeper into the earth. Then I saw a point of light, and I followed it until it enveloped me. In my mind, I was back in the cave again, but this time the walls were carved with symbols and prophecies. I traced the grooves with my fingers. I heard a whisper and spun around, but the cave was still empty. "Look beneath," the voice said. "I did that already," I answered. "I looked beneath the painting. I found the message. It brought me here." "Only those who live without can look within," the voice said. It sounded like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. "Live without what?" I said. "Empty yourself. Let go. Journey through." I looked again around the small cave. There were no passageways or secret doors. There was nothing here except the well. "Journey through what?" I asked, but this time the voice was silent. I approached the well cautiously, peering into it and expecting to see my own reflection. Instead, I saw blue sky and white clouds, and then I was flying. I woke up in almost total darkness. The pain had lessened, and my mind was sharper. Suddenly, all my thoughts came rushing back, and I remembered everything. I sat up quickly when I heard sniffling nearby. "Hello?" I asked. "Oh, thank God you're awake," Jessie said, wiping away her tears. She was sitting next to Max and holding his hand. "I've been freaking out." "How are they, Max and Citri?" "Amaretha comes in every hour to check on them. She says just to give them space and let them heal." "They'll be okay then?" "No, I don't know. Her bedside manner sucks. She says things like, 'We just need to wait and see.' Like, what the hell, right? I thought this was a hospital or something." "Kind of, but I don't know if they've updated their practices in the last few thousand years. We should get them to a real hospital." "They're too weak to travel," Jessie said. "I asked that already. How do you feel?" "My arm hurts," I said, "but it's nothing. I got off easy." I actually couldn't believe any of us were still alive, and Athena was dead. That shouldn't have even been possible. "It's not fair," Jessie said. "He didn't even have a chance to fight back, and now—" She choked back a sob, and I reached my hand towards hers. I pulled back when I saw my pale skin and realized I didn't have my gloves on. They must have taken them off while I was sleeping. I found them next to my bed, but realized I couldn't put them on with only one hand. I'd just have to be careful not to touch anyone for a while. "I'm sure it'll be fine," I said, hoping I was right. "You're guessing," Jessie said. "Can you check for certain?" She glanced at my hand and nodded towards Max's bare chest. It was covered in white bandages. My blood ran cold at what she was suggesting. "You want me to find out if he's going to die?" I asked. I have to know. I can't handle the uncertainty." I thought back to what Stephanie had told me at Neva about the bird in the box being both alive and dead until the box was opened. If I found out that Max was going to die now and announced it, in some way I'd be responsible for his death. I glanced over to Citri, lying alone on a slab near us. I saw his chest rise and fall in the visible darkness. I imagined touching him and finding out that this was it, that this was the moment where he met his death. After being alive for who knows how many centuries, he'd die here because of me. My breath stuck in my throat and my pulse raced. Suddenly my skin was warm and it felt hot and stuffy in the cave. I needed to get outside. "I can't," I said, backing away. "I have to check on Puriel. I'll be back soon." I went outside quickly, leaving Jessie inside with Max. The cool evening air and the smell of pine trees hit me when I stepped outside the cave. It was dark already, but I wasn't sure how late it was. I couldn't see any stars. The sky was a black void. I cut around the cliff and climbed the path leading up to the top. The sisters had cleaned away the carnage, but in the moonlight, I could see the dark stains on the ground where the bodies had fallen. A fire was burning inside the cathedral ruins, and in the light of its flames, I could see Puriel. I'd been afraid of what I'd find, but there was no trace of the gruesome beast he'd become earlier. His body was its normal size again, but sweat covered his skin and he was shaking. Eumelia sat next to him, wiping his forehead with a damp towel. "You're up," she said when she saw me. She put the cloth to one side, stood up and stretched. That's when I noticed the heavy ropes tied around Puriel's ankles. 2 sisters stood nearby, watching us warily. Long broadswords rested against their shoulders. "What's going on?" I asked. "Why is he tied up, and why is he shaking like that?" "He's in shock," Eumelia said. "He took in too much magic. I've never seen a leech consume that much, that quickly." "Will he be okay?" I asked. "You have to understand, he is a leech now. He'll never be the same. Now that he's fed on magic, the thirst for more will be unbearable. You'll never be able to trust him again. He won't be able to be around you or anything magic. He will keep killing until he destroys everything he cares about and eventually turns into the monster you saw today for good. It would be better for everyone if you just put him down now." My mouth went dry. "You mean kill him? But he saved us," I said. "You'd be doing him a favor," Eumelia said. "Imagine how he would feel if he does hurt someone. What if he turns on you? You think he could handle that kind of guilt?" "He'd never hurt me," I said, biting my lip. "If you let him go, you're putting others at risk. We can do it for you if you prefer." "No," I said. "Absolutely not. Just try to keep the fever down. You don't know Puriel like I do. He'll be fine. He'll be able to fight this." Jesse was outside when I returned to the cave, smoking a cigarette. "Where'd that come from?" I asked. "Citri had a pack in his jacket," she said. "Where's Sarah? I haven't seen her since I woke up." "I think Amaratha took her to meet the mermaids," Jesse said. "She was starting to freak out. I can't calm her like you do." "I'm sorry about before," I said. "About Max." "It's fine," Jesse said. "I shouldn't have asked." The air was tense between us, but I didn't know what else to say, and she wasn't the one I was worried about right now. I returned to the cave to check on Citri, and this time we were alone. Citri's kiss had brought out feelings I didn't know existed. Seeing him lie there, looking so vulnerable, made something shift deep inside me. "You don't die now," I whispered, running my fingers through his hair. "You can't, because when you kissed me, I didn't see your death. So you see, this can't be where you end. You must get better." But I wasn't sure anymore. Did my powers even work like that? Maybe kisses didn't count. Maybe his future had changed since last night. How could I know for sure? I glanced around me to make sure we were still alone. Then I reached forward slowly. I held my breath as I touched my lips to his. I was expecting the worst, but it wasn't there. I didn't get a sensation of death. Instead, I felt happiness. It was like running through a meadow filled with flowers, chasing butterflies and laughing. I wondered if it was my vision or maybe a memory of Citri's. That's when I remembered my dream. The well, the sky. A tear rolled down my cheek, but I smiled, and I knew exactly what I had to do. I found Jessie near the entrance. "I've got to go back down," I said. She raised an eyebrow at me, and her eyes drifted to my broken arm. "Are you crazy?" she asked. "You barely made it out of there the last time." I missed something, I said. There's something else, I know it. And if I can find the Fates, I can ask them to save Max and Citri. Maybe even Puriel. Jessie's eyes widened. You really think that's possible? Amaratha said she'd already done all she could, that it was up to them now. They've done it before, I said. They spin and measure the threads of all lives. If anyone can save them, it's them. I have to try. The trip down was easier this time. No giant snakes or ghostly warriors. The hardest part was crossing the river without the boat, in near pitch blackness, with an infinity of space above and below me. It was like floating in the center of the universe. I clung to a piece of wood with my good arm and kicked a path through the inky water. The door to the inner sanctum was open, just as I had left it. The cavern was calm and receptive, and the silence embraced me with an almost palpable presence. I approached the well cautiously and peered inside, trying to see through the dark veil of its watery surface. Only those who live without can look within. I still wasn't sure exactly what it meant, that I had to give something up. Is that what Zedeko's drawing was about? Had he dropped his wife's wedding ring into the well? If I needed a sacrifice, I had nothing valuable to offer. You have something. I reached up and clutched my Lego necklace, the only thing I had left of my brother. It had kept me sane at JDRI. Whenever things were overwhelming, I squeezed its hard edges and reminded myself that I'd tried to save him. No matter what everyone else thought, I wasn't crazy. I wasn't a killer. It was a mantra I clung to, but maybe I'd outgrown it. Maybe I couldn't move forward without letting go of the past. I pulled off the necklace and dangled it over the surface of the well. Please let this work. I forced myself to uncurl my fingers, dropping the necklace into the water. I watched it sink until I couldn't see it anymore, and nothing remained but the ripples across the surface. Then they faded as well, and the pool displayed my own reflection again. I felt a rising panic, thinking I just gave away my necklace for nothing. But then there was a light from the bottom of the well, and I realized I could see through to the other side. I took a deep breath and dove headfirst into the water, pushing myself forward until down became up and I pulled myself out on the other side. I emerged with a splash and a gasp for breath. Then I climbed out and placed my wet feet on the hard stone of the reverse world. It was a mirror image of the cave I'd just been in, except this world was teeming with magic. The colors were brighter and everything seemed to have a mystical glowing quality to it. This was the cave of my dreams, and the one of Zedeko's paintings. The walls were covered in prophecies, timelines crisscrossed in meandering directions before ending abruptly in pictograms I assumed referred to cataclysmic or world-changing events. Spools of multicolored thread were scattered on the floor. It looked like a pack of kittens had been let loose in a craft store. My heart pounded in my chest as I felt a glimmer of hope. I'd found it. A secret passageway to the cave where I'd seen the fates in my dreams. They must be here, and they had to be able to save Citri. I searched the cave carefully, but I couldn't find the scissors. Maybe Atropos had them, unless what Athena told us was true and the scissors were just a myth she'd concocted to keep Abel distracted. I didn't care. The scissors were Abel's dream. As long as Clotho and Lachesis were here, I could just ask them to make Citri's thread a little longer. It had to be possible. I thought I heard a voice and turned towards the cave entrance. In my dream, they'd been carrying water from the well up to the tree on the top of the hill. Maybe that's where they were. I hurried through the dark tunnel, following the light until it finally opened up and I was outside. I shielded my eyes from the light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. There was no sun, and I wondered if it ever got dark in here. When I could see again, I noticed a dark shape on the path leading up the hill. The blood drained from my face when I realized it was the body of a woman. I ran to her, kneeling so I could see her face. She was beautiful and looked only a few years older than me. I didn't notice the blood seeping through her dark robes until it covered my palms. It was bright red, fresh. A chill ran down my spine as I pictured being trapped in this alternate universe with whatever monster had done this. What if I died here? I hadn't even told Sarah goodbye. I wanted to run back into the cave and go through the portal again, back to my friends, back to safety. Instead, I ran up the path until I found the second body. It was near the top of the hill, just before it leveled out into the wide open field. Lachesis. And she was still breathing. I rolled her onto her side gently. Blood gurgled from her mouth as she tried to speak. "So you finally come," she whispered. "You fulfilled your destiny, but you have also ended ours." "What happened?" I asked. "Who did this to you?" "You alone have the power to stop him," she said, gasping for breath. "Find the Shears." "Wait, they're real? Where are they? Why aren't they here?" Her head fell to the side, and the weight of her lifeless body pinned my arm into the dirt. My eyes filled with tears as I shook her. "Wait, you can't go yet. Tell me how to spin the thread. My friend is dying. I need your help. I need your help." But it was no use. She was gone. This couldn't be happening. I'd come here to save Citri. If Clotho and Lachesis were dead, that couldn't happen now. But why hadn't I seen his death when I kissed him? Had his fate changed so quickly? I clenched my fist and continued up the hill. I wasn't afraid anymore. Whoever killed the Fates had condemned Citri to die. They'd taken away my one chance to save him, which meant, I realized now, they'd also taken away any future I cared about. Whatever did this was going to pay. The meadow was just as I remembered it. Bright red wildflowers stood out against the ash-white stalks of grass. Steep mountains and hills were separated by chasms and canyons. It was breathtaking. In the center of the valley was an enormous tree with peeling bark, and at the base of the tree, a young girl with blonde hair. "Sarah!" I called out, running over to her. What was she doing here? I froze as Sarah turned around. Her young arms dripped with blood. She reached into the body of Clotho, tearing off chunks of skin and tossing them to a pair of small black dogs who fought over the scraps. "13.
"She cannot hear you," a voice said from Sarah's lips. It was deep and masculine. "Forgive me, I do not think we have officially met, though I feel like we're old friends."
"Zeus?" I said. "How did you even get in here?"
"I found out recently I had a daughter,"
said the voice coming from Sarah's lips.
"Well, I have thousands of daughters, if we want to get specific. But this daughter is a friend of yours. Something that's not commonly known. In fact, I've kept it a secret all these years by not taking advantage of it often, is that I can take possession of the bodies of my direct progeny, which in this case turned out very well for me. All I had to do was follow you into the cave. It took you a while to figure out the well. It is lucky for me that you're so slow, but I guess I can't hold that against you. I've been tagging along and listening through this one's adorable little ears until I had it all figured out. And then you opened the doors, and I used her body to pass through. It's beautiful here, don't you think? A world beyond time, beyond death, no discord, no heaven or hell, just peace."
"How can you talk about peace when you've just butchered 3 women?" I asked, my voice trembling.
These were not women, he scoffed. They were controlling everyone, measuring out fortune and destiny, choosing when a thread ends or begins. What good is freedom in the face of that kind of certainty? From now on, only I will decide who lives and who dies. Those who support me will live forever. Those who do not, well. He gestured to the torn body of Clotho at Sarah's feet. It didn't work out so well for Athena, I said, daring to let a smirk cross my face. Sarah's small features hardened with fury. I felt a crackling of electricity, and the hair on my arms stood on end. I will admit, that was an unexpected surprise, Zeus said, calming himself. Still, there is something poetic about it. Who would have thought that the soldiers I made perfectly loyal, conductors of my energy, would be capable of causing that much damage to me? Still, Athena played her role. It was a noble death. A temporary setback, a lost battle, but it led me here, to this victory. The well should have stopped me. It only allows you through if you're making a genuine sacrifice, something you truly cannot bear to lose. It must be painful. The fates did not think I'd be able to give anything up, but they were wrong. I sacrificed my beloved daughter. Her blood purchased my entry. My skin grew cold. So that's how he'd gotten in? The pieces all fit together so perfectly. By defeating Athena, we'd unlocked the door for him, and now the fates were dead. Do not look so surprised. He smiled smugly. I have been playing this game for thousands of years. You just started. You cannot hope to get ahead of me. I'll admit I was worried about you before. Abel believed in the Shears with such fervency that I started believing in them too. And if they were here, and if you had taken possession of them, well, let's just say, I have gone to extraordinary lengths to protect myself. I guess I should not have been concerned after all. The Shears aren't even here. I was surprised it was this easy, actually. I expected more resistance. The powers of the fates are legendary, but these were just 3 women. Frail, weak, almost mortal. Disappointing, actually. Do not look so sad about it, Zeus continued. He brushed a strand of blonde hair out of Sarah's face with bloody fingers. You did your best. That is something. But it's over now. I've won. Without the fates watering this tree, the world tree, magic will slowly die out of the world. In another century, all magic will be gone, except for my own, and I will bestow it on my allies. Or hoard it to myself. Every human will worship me. There will be one rule, one religion, one God. Peace and stability for everyone. Does that not sound wonderful? Abel will stop you, I whispered. I had to restrain myself from reaching out and wrapping my hands around Sarah's neck. Zeus infuriated me, but I couldn't touch him while he was hiding in Sarah's body. Hardly. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to kill a god, Zeus said. Abel, as you call him, even though he is my older brother, has never been as strong as I am. That is why he is so anxious to believe in a pair of golden shears, a legendary weapon with enough power to defeat me. That is why he's hiding behind you, an emissary of the fates who alone can wield them. It's naive. But enough about him. Let's talk about us and the future. What future? I asked. Our future. You are young and not undesirable, and you do have powers that may prove useful to me. The power to see the threads. You can recognize magical beings, can't you? You can help me finish my purge. You can point them out, I'll take them down. You can lead my hunters into battle. With Athena gone, I need a new general.
I'd rather die, I spat.
That is your choice, of course. I'll give you some time to think about it. In the meantime, let me offer you a small gift, a token of my appreciation for your part in handing me this victory.
Sarah reached up and wrapped her finger around a strand of her blonde hair and tugged it out by the root. She handed it to me.
These are the benefits to being my ally, Zeus said. And I am generous with those loyal to me. Take this strand of hair, braid it together with the one whose life you wish to save. Cut an apple in half and place the braid inside. Join the two halves with honey and bury them where they will not be disturbed.
He sighed when I made no move to take his gift.
All you have heard about me so far has been negative, but there's no reason to be rude. A war is coming. Thank you for that, by the way. I have been so bored. Without the meddling of the fates, I can finally take out my brother's little sanctuary and his army of torches. There is a good chance that most of your friends are going to die, but they don't have to die today. Take the strand. Do as I tell you, and you can at least save one life.
Sarah crumpled to the ground as Zeus left her body. I picked her up, gritting my teeth against the throbbing pain of my broken arm, and carried her back into the cave. My arms were aching when I finally made it back through the caverns to Asclepion. I heard the sobbing before I saw the others. Jessie and Madeline were standing in front of one of the rectangular slabs, standing over a body.
"He's dead,"
Jessie said, crying into my shoulder. My heart skipped a beat. I'm too late. I pushed past her to see Max on the slab. His face was pale. I felt a flash of relief that it wasn't Citri.
"Did you find anything down there?"
Jessie asked. "Can you bring him back?" There was a spark of hope in her eyes, an almost manic intensity. A week ago, she hadn't believed in magic. Now she expected miracles. "The fates are dead," I said wearily. The light died in Jessie's eyes. I hated myself for stealing it. She'd been right all along. There were no happy endings.
"Oh my God! Why is Sarah covered in blood?"
Madeline said, joining us. "Are you okay? What happened down there?" "She followed me," I said. "Kind of. It's complicated." My thoughts were too cloudy to try and explain everything that had happened between me and Zeus. And right now, it didn't matter. "Citri?" I asked.
"He's still alive,"
Jessie said, biting her lip. "Barely." "They moved him to another room," Madeline said. "Follow me, I'll show you." She led me to a smaller chamber nearby. Amaratha was standing with her hands on Citri's head, surrounded by candles and 3 of the younger sisters. They were whispering something. Their chants vibrated off the walls and filled the room with a strange energy. I lifted my eyebrows when I caught Amaratha's eyes. She gave me a quick shake of her head in reply. "There is nothing more we can do," she said finally. "He will die before the sun rises. I will give you a moment alone with him." The others passed me on their way out, murmuring apologies and condolences. I didn't hear them. This could not be happening. If Citri died this way, here, I would have seen it. Why didn't I? I was so sure that the fates could save him, that for once someone I cared about wouldn't die and it wouldn't be my fault again. Citri was pale and sweat beaded across his face. His breathing was so shallow I could hardly see his chest rising. I curled my fingers into his hair, not even caring anymore about touching him. Sarah's golden strand of hair was wrapped around my finger. It stood out from Citri's dark curls. I'd be a fool to trust Zeus after what I'd seen him do to the fates. On the other hand, if Citri was going to die anyway, how could I not at least try to save him? I tugged out a strand of Citri's hair and coiled it into my palm. I wasn't going to say goodbye, not when I could still do something to stop this. Maybe I was meant to save him. Maybe that's why I couldn't see his death earlier. I walked out of the room and grabbed the first sister I could. I need to make some food for Sarah, I said. Do you have a kitchen or something? She nodded and showed me the way. We entered a long chamber that had a row of neat holes cut through the rock to let in natural light. There were baskets full of produce and fresh bread. My eyes lit up when I saw the apples. I grabbed one and inhaled the sweet scent. Then I found a knife and a jar of honey. I hesitated with the knife in one hand. I knew I should ask Madeline about this. I didn't know enough about magic yet. What if I made things worse somehow? But part of me didn't want to tell Madeline and Jessie about the gift Zeus had given me. Was it really too late to save Max? Or was I simply choosing Citri instead? Zeus told me I could save one life today. I wanted to tell myself I wasn't just being selfish. We needed Citri. I didn't even know how we'd get back to Neva without him. And if Abel didn't let us in, we'd continue to be in danger. Even without Athena, it'd be easy for the hunters to pick us off one by one. I looked down and realized I'd already sliced the apple in half. The two sides displayed mirror images of their star-shaped interior. I added a spoonful of honey, then twisted Sarah and Citri's hair into a braid and pressed them into the sweet center. I joined the two halves of the apple back together and palmed it while I headed outside. The sea was calm and still. There was just enough light to separate it from the sky on the edges of the horizon, though the sun still hadn't risen. Jessie was near the entrance, smoking again. "Hungry?" she asked, nodding to the apple. "For Sarah," I lied. "Isn't she still inside?" Jessie asked. "I'm going to check on Puriel first," I said. She lifted an eyebrow, but she didn't say anything. Shit, I was planning on just burying the apple nearby, but now I had to go all the way up to the top of the plateau. I felt her eyes on me as I walked around the cliff and started up the path. I didn't know how much time Citri had left. Each breath could be his last. When I reached the top, my eyes zoned in on a grassy area on the edge of the ruins. Zeus had said to bury it somewhere it wouldn't be disturbed. I found a spot between two weather-worn chunks of stone. They'd probably been left over from the original temple, the one in Zedeko's painting. The soil between them was tough, but I tore out chunks of grass and dirt with my fingers until there was a hole deep enough to fit the apple into. I placed the apple inside gently, then piled the dirt back in around it, packing it down lightly with my foot. I cursed myself for not finding any fresh water. Did I need it? Did I have to wait for the seeds to sprout? Zeus didn't say anything about how long this would take. I sat back on my heels, feeling ridiculous. Maybe this was just a cruel joke. Zeus was probably up there somewhere laughing at me. I hadn't even wanted to be in this war. When Abel recruited me, I turned him down. I ran away because I didn't want to become a killer. But now I wish I had found the shears. I would cut through Zeus's thread without a second thought, just to see his face as I ended him. I stood and brushed off my knees. Then I made my way into the ruins of the cathedral. The fire they'd built for Puriel had died down to embers and a few slow tongues of yellow fire. "You are up early." Puriel's golden voice caught me off guard. Since he'd fallen, it had a slight timbre to it. It sounded even huskier now, though there were still notes of honey, a hunter's sweetness meant to attract prey. I preferred how it sounded now. "You're awake," I said, sitting across from him. I saw no trace of the darkness that had flooded his eyes earlier. They'd returned to their custom-burnt amber. My eyes flickered to the heavy ropes around his ankles and wrists. He saw me looking, and I felt guilty for mistrusting him. That's when I noticed his arms. They were smooth and perfect as they had been when I first met him. "Your burns, the scars, they're gone," I said. Puriel smiled sadly. "When I fell, my marks burned. I had no magic to heal myself. I have been reborn, in a sense, to a new life. Only this life is a curse. It will be over soon enough." "It doesn't have to be like that," I said quickly. "You once told me hunters are protected because they have each other, and torches are at risk because they're all alone. But you're not alone. You have the others, you have me. You can fight this. You can learn to control it." "That is kind of you to say, though I think your faith in me is misplaced. Athena was right. I have fallen twice in a short period of time. That would suggest my willpower is not especially praiseworthy." "You fell the first time because you knew Zeus's orders were wrong. You fell to save me. But you didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't intentional, so I can't praise you for that. The second time, however, you fell deliberately, right? You sacrificed yourself and became the thing you hate most to save us all." "Or maybe I was just hungry." He smirked. I didn't believe it for a second. "It was the noblest thing I've ever seen," I said, blinking the tears out of my eyes. "And I'll never be able to repay you for it." "Then perhaps, in some small way, I have redeemed myself after all. Serving you was the most edifying experience of my life." "You're not my servant," I said. "And what do you mean, was?" "Now that I have a taste for magic, the thirst will grow. I will lose myself, piece by piece, until I become something unrecognizable, something monstrous. I don't want you to see that, and I can't put your friends in danger." "So what? You're staying here." "I have asked the sisters to dispatch me." "Wait, what?" I stood up, clenching my fists. "No way!" "One of the few benefits of my fallen state," Puriel said, "is the freedom to make my own choices, and I have made this one. Before I change so much, I can't even be sure of my own freedom anymore." I bent down next to him. I wanted to reach out and touch his face, but I held back. "You can fight this," I said. "You're different from the others. You didn't fall because of weakness. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Plus, what you did to Athena, I think Abel is going to want to meet you. I don't think anything like that has ever happened before. He's going to want to understand it." "You want me to return with you?" Puriel asked, lifting his eyebrows. "To Neva, the place you freed me from, the place we escaped from?" "It sounds ridiculous when you say it like that." I smiled. "But so much has happened since we left, don't you think? I left to find the Shears, and because I didn't want to be Abel's puppet. Now the fates are dead. I don't know where we go from here, but you're a part of this story. You still have a role to play. I can feel it. I need you with me." His eyes widened a little, and I thought I saw a spark of hope in his eyes. I remembered what he'd said about needing a purpose and direction. I just have to make sure to keep giving it to him, or he'd lapse into depression again. He reached out and touched my cheek. I closed my eyes and savored the explosion of stars that followed. I smiled as I realized Puriel wouldn't be dying anytime soon. "You are full of surprises, Kaidance Monroe." The sun was rising, and the early morning light pierced into the heart of the cathedral. I shielded my eyes and saw a shadow standing in the archway. It was Citri, silhouetted by the sun. For a second, my heart caught in my chest. Was he a zombie? Had I created a monster? But then his eyes met mine. He smiled, and I knew it was him. I'd been trying to control my emotions all night, refusing to give in to fear and doubt, but now the dam burst. Tears flowed down my cheeks as I ran to him. "14.
Citri called Hef on a slim mobile, and within 20 minutes a pair of black helicopters descended like dragonflies, kicking up dust and rocks. I gave Amaratha and Eumelia a quick hug and promised to keep in touch. Citri and Puriel loaded Max's body into the back of one of the choppers, then we climbed in and took off. As Europe flew by below me, the roar of the wind made it impossible to talk, but that was almost a relief. I leaned back and let the hum of the machine lull me to sleep. We landed at a hangar outside of Rome to board Abel's private jet. Hef was waiting for us when we landed. His face froze when he saw Puriel.
"What's he doing here? And who is that?"
he asked, pointing at the bundle of bloody sheets containing Max's body.
"You didn't know him. We'll tell you all about it on the plane,"
Citri said. Hef's face was skeptical. "It's nice to see you," I said, putting a hand on his shoulder. He gave me a grim smile.
"You too. We've been searching for you everywhere. Glad you survived your little adventure. Can't wait to find out what the hell's been going on."
We climbed the steps into the plane, and Sarah's eyes went wide, looking around the luxury cabin. Each seat was practically a couch. Hef grabbed some snacks and soda from the fridge and offered them to her. I took a Coke as well. We didn't talk until the jet was in the air and had leveled out. Hef was the first to break the silence.
"Abel's expecting updates, immediately. What should I tell him?"
Puriel and Citri both glanced at me, and I knew why. So far, nobody else at Neva knew that I was the reason Puriel escaped, that Matt was dead because of me. They wanted to know if they should lie for me or omit the truth. I considered it for a second. We could just say Puriel abducted me and Matt was an unfortunate accident. But no, I couldn't ask anyone to lie for me. The truth was bound to get out anyway, and I'd rather tell Abel than explain it to Priya's face. I decided to start with the good news. "Athena is dead," I said. Hef's mouth opened so wide I thought his jaw was going to fall off. "She gutted the Minakawa we'd brought to Europe and attracted a bunch of leeches. We killed them all, but Athena was too powerful for us. Then Puriel sucked up all the magic at once and struck her down."
"It was impressive,"
Citri said, nodding.
"And the fates? We tracked you to the museum. Figured you were searching for them after Zediko's painting got stolen."
"Oh shit, we should probably give that back," Jessie said.
"Why don't you give it to Abel?"
Citri said.
"Might butter him up a little as we crash on his doorstep."
"I found the fates," I continued. "But then Zeus killed them. I didn't get a chance to ask them about the Shears."
2 steps forward, 1 step back,
Hef said.
"Still, the Shears were a long shot anyway. I can't believe you took out Athena."
"There's something else," I said, biting my lip. "Puriel didn't kidnap me. I ran and freed Puriel on my way out. Matt's death was an accident, and I'm so sorry, but Puriel has saved us several times. I trust him, and he killed Athena. He's important. I won't let Abel execute him. Oh, and all my friends are coming back to Neva with us."
"Anything else?"
Hef said with a twinkle in his eye. I realized I was being bossy, but I didn't care anymore. I might have been shy and awkward when I left Neva, but that felt like ages ago now. I'm not even sure I was the same person. I glanced over at Sarah. There was more I needed to say, but I hadn't told the others yet how Zeus possessed Sarah's body. For all we knew, he could be sitting with us, right now. Looking at her, the hatred and revulsion I felt for Zeus came flooding back, rushing through my veins. I turned away before she could see my expression. How could I have missed it? That she was a root and a direct descendant of Zeus. That should make her crazy powerful, stronger than any one of us. I shuddered, thinking back to what I'd seen her do to the fates with her bare hands. It broke my heart that I couldn't trust her anymore, that looking at her filled me with disgust. Now that the fates are gone, I think Zeus will be bolder. He said he's going to attack Neva, wipe them all out. After that, there will be nobody to stop him. Tell Abel to double security. Hef nodded,
then walked towards the cockpit into a private chamber, pulling out his phone. My skin went clammy thinking about Abel's reaction to all of this news. Would he be angry at me? Would he even let my friends and I back at Neva? What if he banished Puriel, or worse, put him back on death row? When Hef opened the door again, he nodded at me with a smile. Abel had met all my demands. I felt the knot in my stomach relax, partially, but there was one more thing to confess. I got up and joined him in the other room. "Sarah is Zeus's daughter," I whispered. "Zeus can take control of her body. That's how he killed the Fates." "You just don't quit with the bombshells, do you?" Hef said, scratching his beard. He looked past me at the others in the first cabin. "They don't know?" "Nobody knows yet. I'm afraid if I tell everyone, they'll look at her differently. I don't want them to act weird around her, but I wanted you to know before we got to Neva. Otherwise, I'd be letting in a Trojan horse, right? Zeus could use her to spy on Abel's operations." "I'm pretty sure that's impossible," Hef said. "With all the wards and shields we've put up, we'd know the second he steps into Neva." "He might only need a second. If Sarah got near Abel and Zeus took her over..." "Got it. We'll keep her under tight watch. And I'll make a pair of iron bracelets. Tell her they're good luck charms. Zeus is so magical, if he did possess her body, they'd burn through her wrists." "Not an option." I glared at him. "No, of course not. Just saying. She'd be less of a threat without hands, right? But anyway, I'm 95% sure Zeus won't be able to get in. This would just be a failsafe." I nodded. It was a terrible plan, but it was all we had. I took my seat next to Citri. "Everything okay?" he asked. I could tell he wanted to talk. I glanced over at Sarah and Jessie. They were asleep, but I still wasn't ready to tell Citri any more about what happened in the caves. "Fine," I said. "Just tired. Talk later?" I gave him a weak smile, and he reached out and took my hand, pulling it against his leg. I had put my gloves back on, but I felt electricity shooting up my arm anyway. I'm pretty sure my ears were turning red. He leaned back and closed his eyes without letting go of my hand. After a while, I drifted off as well. When I woke again, it was light outside. Rays of sun were slanting through the windows, casting a spotlight on our linked fingers. I smiled drowsily. It reminded me of my morning ritual at JDRI, testing the weather before I got out of bed. But now, everything was different. I wasn't alone anymore. I was still smiling when I looked up and locked eyes with Jessie. She was staring at me with a fierce expression. Then she burst into tears and fled to the back of the plane. What the hell? I followed her to the back and watched her lock herself in the bathroom. I paused outside for a moment before tapping on the door, softly. "What's going on?" I asked. "Just go away," Jessie said. "I'll be fine. I just need a minute." "Please, Jess, open the door. Whatever it is, I want to help." I was about to give up and go back to my seat when I heard the door unlatch. I opened it inward and I pushed into the bathroom. It was larger than I expected. Jessie was sitting on the counter in front of a wide mirror, wiping her eyes with a tissue. "I'm so sorry about Max," I started. "I can tell," she snapped. "What's that supposed to mean?" She rolled her eyes at me. "Seriously? 2 days ago you kissed Puriel, and now you're with Citri? It's like I don't even know who you are anymore." Her words hit me like a slap to the face, and I felt my cheeks redden. I stepped away from her and leaned against the door. "It's not like that," I said. "I mean, with Puriel, he's more like an older brother." "Does he know that? Because he still follows you around with puppy dog eyes." I wanted to deny it, but what if she was right? I should have spoken to Puriel first. After all he'd been through, after all he'd given up, did he do it just for me? To be with me? "I'm sorry," I said finally. "I don't even know what's going on with me and Citri. We're just drawn to each other. I feel like I can't stand to be away from him.
That's great for you. I just can't deal with seeing you with him right now. With them. You have 2, and I only had 1, and now he's gone. Citri was dying. Amaretha said she couldn't save him, then you came back, and suddenly he got up and was fine. You saved him, but you didn't save Max. You let him die.
My mouth dropped open at the accusation, but she didn't give me a chance to respond. She just pushed past me and left me standing there, looking at my own stunned reflection in the mirror.
Chains, really? I asked as Hef pulled a pair of shackles from a trunk in the back of the helicopter. It's just for appearances, Hef said, opening the cuffs and holding them out to Puriel. He left here like a convict and a murderer. He can't just walk around like nothing happened. People depend on Abel for justice. He can't be seen playing favorites. Besides, he is a leech now. It's fine, Puriel said, holding out his hands. I am at Abel's mercy, and I deserve no less. You deserve a bottle of wine and some good food, Citri said, for saving our asses. I'll make sure you get it, even if I have to bring it to your cell.
I frowned and bit my lip. I hadn't wanted Puriel to end up a prisoner again, but I could talk to Abel about it once we were settled. I desperately needed a shower, and my dark hair was as ratty as a bird's nest. I patted it down self-consciously as we headed towards the main building. There was a crowd in the front of the entrance, a mix of heirs and torches, several hundred of them. They started clapping when we approached. They parted as we passed through them, giving us looks of awe and admiration. Several of the torches reached out and clasped Puriel's shoulder. A few even gripped the edge of his clothing, like he was some kind of savior. They looked at me with glowing eyes, like they couldn't believe I was real. "What the hell is going on?" I whispered to Hef.
Abel must have told them that Athena is dead. You're heroes.
This was not the welcome I was expecting. Did they even know that the Fates were dead? That we still didn't have the Shears and that Zeus could attack us at any minute? They should be preparing, not standing around, ogling us. Not everyone was smiling. I froze when I saw Kurt and Priya standing with their arms crossed. I took a step forward, but faltered. Priya moved first, throwing herself at me. I almost held up my hands to defend myself, but she pulled me into a tight squeeze. "Thank you," she whispered. I pulled away and scanned her face, but she seemed sincere. "For what?" I asked, cautiously. "You got him. You brought him back. Now he can face justice for what he did to Matt." Shit. Abel must not have told anyone what really happened, which meant everyone still thought Puriel kidnapped me. She didn't know that I was just as culpable in Matt's death, and now she was thanking me? Lying to her was tearing me apart, but I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. Not here. It was too crowded, too public. This wasn't the time. I squeezed her shoulder and kept moving. We left the crowd behind as we stepped into the mansion. 4 torches flanked Puriel and led him downstairs. His eyes lingered on me as they took him away, and I vowed to go visit him in the evening. Alice pulled me into a tight squeeze and joined us upstairs. We stopped at my room first. Everything looked the same as when I left it. I felt a pang of guilt when I opened the drawer in the dresser and found a new collection of jewelry, even more opulent than the previous batch. We've set up 2 new rooms for Sarah and Jessie just down the hall. I wasn't sure if you'd want to share or not, but anyway, just in case. Jessie's eyes popped when Alice opened the door to her room. I'd forgotten the impression that Abel's house made on me when I first arrived. It was like living in a castle or a mansion, a fairy tale come to life. Sarah's room was decorated in pink and filled with toys and dolls. There was even a unicorn rocking horse. "You've outdone yourself," I told Alice. "This is amazing." "I just wanted your friends to feel welcome," she said. "Now, let's fix your arm." It was still in the makeshift sling. Alice seemed to approve of the job the sisters had done setting it and wrapping it up. "It would be easier if I could touch you, but for now, this should stop the pain."
She held her arms up a few inches away from my arm and concentrated. I saw a glimmer of blue energy pass between us. There was a warm, throbbing pain for a few moments, but then it passed. Alice unwrapped the bandages and asked me to extend my arm and move my fingers. I was surprised I was able to. It's still weak, so be careful with it. Don't move anything heavy, and no fighting for a few days. But it should hold long enough for you to take a shower. Abel wants to see you before dinner. I nodded. The sudden influx of energy lifted my mood and left my mind sharp and focused. What I really wanted was to take a long bath and go to sleep, but I needed to talk to Abel. I took a quick shower and changed into some clean clothes from the wardrobe. I was sick of wearing tight jeans, so I picked out a simple long dress that fell to my ankles and covered my arms and shoulders with a soft green cardigan. I pulled my hair back into a loose bun and headed to Abel's office. Citri was already there when I stepped inside through the open door. Abel's eyes lit up when he saw me, with genuine warmth. Stephanie was more reserved, standing in the corner with a glass of whiskey in her hand. The smell of polished leather and old books was comforting, but I was still wary. I hadn't talked to Abel since I'd run away.
"I'm so happy to see you again, Kaidance,"
he said, gesturing towards the couch. His kindness made me feel awkward. Was he going to pretend everything was fine? That I didn't free Puriel and get Matt killed? "I'm sorry," I said finally. "For running, for letting Puriel out. It's just, I found the kittens. That's when I realized how hard you've been looking for me. I didn't think you'd let me go. And you didn't tell me my friends were in danger," I added silently. Part of me wanted to yell at him. I was still pissed about how controlling he was. But for better or worse, Abel was my ally now. I needed his protection, and I didn't want to start this conversation by fighting.
"You're back safely, that's all that matters,"
Abel said.
"And if I had known the sequence of events that led to Athena's death, so many things I didn't expect from you, more than I could have ever hoped for. I've been around a very, very long time. It's not easy to surprise me."
"I didn't really do anything," I said. "Puriel killed Athena."
"But he fell for you. He fought for you. And to think a torch was capable of that? Of consuming that much energy? It's a loophole, something Zeus never saw coming. That much unclaimed magic going into one leech at the same time? I don't think it's ever happened before. We have no idea how powerful he could be."
Abel's eyes flooded with excitement, but I couldn't share his enthusiasm. I reached for my necklace before I remembered it wasn't there anymore. It had bought passage into the mirror world where I'd found the fates, and I'd opened the doorway, letting Zeus in. Matt died. Max died. Citri was very nearly killed. The sisters were able to save him. I lied. And the fates are dead. Zeus killed them, but I let him in. It's all my fault, and we still don't have the Shears. Stephanie rolled her eyes at me like I was being melodramatic. "On his own, Max was nothing, hardly even magical," she said. "Matt's death is a tragic accident, but necessary to the events which led to our current victory. Both of them gave their life for something greater. There are worse ways to die."
"He took pawns, and we took his queen,"
Abel agreed.
"You and a torch defeating Athena. I never would have believed it, even without the Shears. Don't you see? We are closer to winning this war than ever before. The future is uncertain, which is good news for us."
"Is it?" Stephanie asked, frowning her pouty lips. I would have guessed she was my age if I didn't know she was Abel's wife and queen of the Underworld. "Zeus will be desperate, unstable, trickier than usual. We've had him backed into a corner before."
"That's why we need to think of everything. And we need to know exactly what happened between you two in the cave. Don't leave anything out."
I told them about how I'd found the passage through the wall, and that Zeus had already gotten through in Sarah's body, and how she killed the fates with her bare hands. She killed them on her own? Stephanie interrupted. But she is just a girl. Most heirs aren't able to actually wield their power until they're older, Citri explained. It might be set off by too much pressure or stress, but it's unlikely to manifest otherwise. It takes an exceptional amount of power to kill a god, Abel said. I understand what happened with Puriel. He had consumed so much magic from so many sources that he was a match for Athena. But Sarah defeating the Fates, even with Zeus possessing her body, it should not have been possible. Unless they'd already stored their magic somewhere else. What do you mean? I asked. Abel's eyes sparked with inner fire. It was like watching a conspiracy theorist grasping at straws, holding on to anything that kept their beliefs alive. Don't you see? The Shears must be real, he said, pounding his fist on the table suddenly. They stored their energy into a weapon so that you could use them to kill Zeus. That's why they were too weak to defend themselves against Sarah when she found them. But why wouldn't they just kill Zeus themselves? I asked. Because they're weak old women, Stephanie said. They wouldn't help Zeus kill the other gods, but still refused to pick sides. They gave up the responsibility to someone else. They gave a human the ability to see the threads and hid the shears somewhere else. It's basically their way to contribute without directly influencing events. I bit my lip. Lachesis had told me the shears were out there somewhere, but I didn't volunteer that information. I didn't want to give Abel that much hope. Not yet. I still had no idea where they were or how to find them. What's going to happen to Puriel? I asked, changing the subject. I saw Priya outside. She still thinks I was kidnapped and that he's a murderer. She's going to want justice. Are you going to keep him locked up? He will have a terrible craving, a thirst, from now on. Most leeches destroy themselves once they've tasted power. They become a little more than animals. Puriel may seem in control of himself right now, but it won't last. Now that he's started down this path, there's no saving him. But he's not like the others. He's different. He didn't fall because of weakness. He did it because of strength. For me, for us. And we're all grateful, Stephanie said. But that doesn't mean we should be stupid. Leeches have never been allowed in Neva, and now we know that we were right to refuse them. They can be far more dangerous than we ever imagined. What if he lost control and attacked one of us next? He wouldn't. I stood up, suddenly angry, but Abel raised his hand to silence me. Most leeches go mad because of the hunger. The longer they go without magic, the more of themselves they lose. It's not the power that destroys, it's the thirst. But don't worry, now that he's here, we'll take good care of him. He will have a steady stream of magic to feed on, just enough to keep him strong, but not so much that he becomes dangerous. You won't kill him then? Abel raised his eyebrows in surprise. No, we won't kill him. When you left, you took away Neva's greatest weapon, but you've returned and brought 2 more with you. 2? I asked. Puriel may still be of use to us. I want to understand how he works, what he's capable of. And then there's Sarah. Sarah is not a weapon, I said slowly through clenched teeth. But she could be when she gets a few years older. She's a direct descendant of Zeus, the first that I know of in centuries. She could become more powerful than any one of us. What about Priya? I asked. If Abel thought Sarah wouldn't be able to access her powers for a few years, at least she'd be safe here in the meantime. I could handle that for now. Matt was going to propose to her. I stole that from her when I decided to free Puriel. I have to take responsibility. She deserves to know the truth. Should I tell her? Tell everyone? I wouldn't advise it, Stephanie said. We need to be unified right now. They think you're our champion, the champion they've always needed. They are willing to forgive Puriel because he killed Athena. He was scheduled to die. What choice did he have but to run? Telling everyone you helped him escape would just confuse things. And anyway,
It really was an accident. You couldn't have known. She stopped talking and looked away when she realized that of course I could have known. I did know. I'd seen the vision of Matt dying, exactly as it played out. I'd been foolish enough to think we had changed the future when I stopped Puriel from killing Matt the first time. A heavy pause filled the room as we all avoided the unfathomable issue that had defined my entire life. If you saw the future, were you ultimately responsible for it, no matter how it came about? Abel broke the silence first.
You said Zeus is planning to attack us. Now that the fates are gone, he thinks we are defenseless, that the war will be over quickly. I'm counting on you, Kaidance, and your friends to prove him wrong.
"15. Dion, Tori, and Mist were missing at dinner. I wondered whether it was because the company was becoming too mundane, too human for them. Dinners were supposed to be family only. I remembered Miss being pissed off that I was allowed to join. Now Sarah and Jessie had joined as well, digging into the delicacies of Neva like they'd never tasted food before. I saw Sam smile at Sarah, and she smiled back shyly. I realized suddenly that they were siblings. Sarah was fathered by Zeus, just like Mist, Stephanie, Dion, Tori, Sam, and Hef. She belonged at this table more than I did. After the plates had been cleared, Abel tapped on his glass, and his rich voice cut through the formal dining room.
I've been thinking of throwing a ball to celebrate our recent victory,
he said.
Are you serious?
Jessie said, crossing her arms and pushing her chair away from the table.
What we need is a funeral. Max isn't even in the ground yet.
We just had one, Alice said quietly. For Matt.
We've had more defeats than we can count,
Abel continued.
And funerals have become so commonplace that most of the residents at Neva have long since learned to save their tears. But the death of Athena, that is an event that should be marked, celebrated, if nothing else, at least with a toast.
He stood, the lines of his crisp dinner jacket folding smoothly as he reached into an antique cabinet in the corner.
I have been saving this particular bottle of champagne for well over a century. I think it should be just right.
I'll drink your booze, Jessie said sullenly, furrowing her eyebrows.
But I won't join your celebration. Not even a celebration of the brave and daring Max, who gave his life to gift us with this great victory? Who died a noble and heroic death?
There was a sparkle in Abel's eye, and I couldn't tell if he was teasing. Jessie couldn't either, but she pursed her lips and raised her glass anyway. How much does everyone know? I asked. I mean, about the fates. Athena is dead, but so are they, and we still don't have the Shears. It's not exactly a victory. We will tell them in time, Stephanie said, reaching out and squeezing Abel's shoulder as he filled tall-stemmed crystal glasses with bubbling gold liquid. But Abel is right. It's been a long time since we've had anything to celebrate, and the losses have been far more common than the wins. Let them have this. I imagine the camp will be full of revelry tonight. But Zeus...
Do not worry,
Abel said.
We've taken precautions. The torches will be on guard and we've upped security. Also, you may not have noticed, but our ranks are growing swiftly. As news of Athena's death spreads, many magical beings are being forced to choose sides in the war that may be coming. And of course, there is really only one side to choose. Zeus gives no quarter. Tomorrow, we will begin making plans and talking about our agenda. But tonight, please relax. Make yourself at home, get some rest, and try to keep in mind all that you have accomplished. It is truly a tremendous achievement.
I still felt anxious, but I raised my glass with the others and sipped the sweet champagne. It fizzed against my tongue. Sarah cast an envious look at Sam's glass until one of the servers brought out a magnificently dark piece of chocolate cake in tiny silver forks. Even Jessie looked momentarily placated. Her eyes closed as she took a bite, savoring the frosted delicacy. Citri was waiting for me outside my room after dinner. Jessie rolled her eyes and grabbed Sarah's hand. "Come on, let's check out all this stuff in your room. I think I saw an iPad in there. Maybe we can watch a movie."
"I brought you something,"
Citri said when we were alone. He grabbed a long parcel that had been leaning against the wall by the window. I pulled the paper off to see gleaming metal. My face paled when I realized what it was. "You kept it?" I asked.
"The Spear of Athena is a legendary weapon," he said. "It's normally too heavy for a human to lift, but I got Hef to install a vial of pure magic inside, kind of like a battery. It should make it lighter."
He tapped a button on the side and it lit up with blue fire, like the hunter's swords, crackling with energy.
"It's like a lightsaber," I said, waving it carefully with my good arm.
It felt unwieldy and off balance. I was just starting to get used to the feel of my little sword.
"You don't have to use it,"
Citri said, noting my expression.
"But it will give you a longer reach, especially if you learn how to throw it."
"I doubt I could throw it 10 feet, I said. "And even if I could, I'd never hit anything. Maybe you should give it to Puriel."
"I thought about that,"
Citri said, running his hands through his hair.
"But locking him up and then giving him a divine weapon sends mixed signals, don't you think?"
"A divine weapon?" I asked.
"Something used by the gods, fueled with their power. Also, usually a weapon of their choice. I thought about giving it to Mist, but she has her bow. Tori would love it, but she has enough toys. Dion is pretty good with his staff. He could teach you if you wanted to learn how to use it. I actually brought it back for Abel, but you should decide who it goes to, or whether you want to keep it."
"Thanks," I said. I tried to smile, but it didn't reach my eyes. This gift felt all wrong. It was just another reminder of what Abel and Citri hoped I would become. A warrior. But I hated conflict of any kind. Jessie had always been the fighter at JDRI. Then I had Citri and Puriel to watch out for me. I didn't want to be a burden or let others risk their lives for me, but the idea of using this dangerous-looking magic spear to hack through hunters made me nauseous.
"What is it?"
Citri asked. "I don't know if I can do this," I said. "I'm too small, too weak. You need someone who can actually use this without cutting her own arms off."
"You're not weak,"
Citri said gruffly.
"You're the strongest woman I've ever met, and the bravest. Zeus is right to fear you, with or without the shears. You've accomplished something that nobody else thought possible."
"You mean killing Athena? But I didn't do that."
"Puriel was there because of you. And this is about more than killing Athena. Torches have always been treated as second-class citizens, and leeches far worse than that. Worthless, empty monsters, a cancer, a perversion of everything good. But now the rules are being rewritten. It may not seem like it right now, but this is a huge victory. Even if you don't use the spear, it's a symbol of what you're capable of and what you might become. Like Abel said, it's long overdue for us to have any hope. Seeing you with Athena's spear will remind people that nothing is impossible."
The excitement in his voice and the fire in his eyes stirred up feelings in me that hummed through my body. I didn't like being used as a symbol, and the thought of leading troops into battle felt ridiculous. But if they wanted me to carry it around sometimes, that much I could handle. Right now, I was much more focused on how close Citri's body was to mine, and the way his bottom lip was pouting out just a little more than usual, and how absolutely alone we were, for the first time since our kiss outside the cave. We'd both been a little out of our minds that night. I couldn't forget his eagerness, how he'd pressed against me. My skin flushed at the memory of his fingers buried in my hair, his lips burning a path down my neck and collarbone. The champagne made me bold. I wrapped my arms around his neck and brought him closer to me. I could feel his heart race as our bodies brushed together. But then he very gently pulled my arms away and took a step back, looking down the hall. My heart felt like someone had taken it out and stepped on it. After all this talk about how strong I was ashamed of how badly his rejection stung. If he didn't want me, why did he hold my hand on the plane?
"I'm sorry," he said. "There's just a lot going on right now."
"More important things?" I said, crossing my arms. He nodded, stepping into the trap I'd set. "So that's how it's going to be again?" I asked. "Abel first, his war, his commands. We fit in on the edges." "No, I get it," I said when Citri frowned. "I do, really. I just wish it didn't have to be that way. I finally found something good in my life, and I want to hold on to it. I'm afraid if I don't, it'll disappear." I felt like I'd bared my soul to him, and I waited anxiously for his response. His eyes softened, and he held a hand against my cheek. I leaned into it, savoring the feeling of his warm skin on mine. The simple pleasure of being touched, one that I'd avoided for the last decade.
"I'm not going anywhere,"
he said, his voice charged with emotion. I stepped closer to him, feeling his firm chest against my body, tilting my lips up to his, willing him to kiss me again. He smelled like pine trees and promise. We stood there for what felt like an eternity, not quite touching, like two planets sharing an orbit. He moved closer and kissed me once on the forehead and once on the cheek, letting his lips graze past my ear. My whole body was on fire. I could see the desire in his eyes, but also the hesitation. There was something else he wasn't telling me. Maybe Abel wasn't the one he was afraid would see us. I thought again about how close he and Alice had seemed when I first got to Neva. Was there something between them? Was he trying to be discreet so he wouldn't hurt her feelings? I knew I was reaching, but there had to be a reason he kept pulling away, and I wasn't ready to admit that it was because he didn't like me enough. It hurt too much to consider. Citri said he had more business to deal with, and that he'd check on me later. I paced around in my room for a few minutes, but I was restless. There was no way I was going to sleep anytime soon. That's when I remembered Puriel. I felt guilty for not thinking of him sooner. It was already late when I stepped out of my room. I paused outside of Sarah's door, but it was silent. Maybe she'd fallen asleep. I wondered if she curled up in Jessie's bed the way she used to do at JDRI. She'd never had her own room before. I wasn't sure if it would calm her, but I hoped she'd feel safe here. I almost didn't recognize Puriel's cell. The small room had been transformed into a sanctuary. Flowers and piles of trinkets blocked out the cold cement floor and walls. It smelled like jasmine and incense, and stacks of gold coins glittered in the darkness. Puriel was laying back on a soft mattress against a mountain of satin pillows. I thought he was sleeping until he spoke.
"The torches left those,"
he said, nodding at the coins.
"They like shiny things. They collect and trade them as a token of honor."
"They respect you," I said, biting my lip. It was frustrating to be speaking through the iron bars. So close, but so separated. I spotted a tray of food and several bottles of wine. It looked like Citri had made good on his promise. I wondered what they talked about. It was strange, picturing the two of them alone. Not friends, exactly, but no longer enemies.
"He's brave,"
Puriel said suddenly, breaking me from my thoughts.
"And loyal. I understand why you would choose him."
I blushed. How did Puriel always know what I was thinking about? "It wasn't a competition," I said.
"Was it not?"
Puriel gave me a sad smile that tugged at my heart. He'd sacrificed himself for me, twice, though the first time was unintentional. When Puriel looked at me, his gaze cut straight to my core, and rather than seeing the monster, the darkness, he accepted me for who I was. Citri sent mixed signals, and I hated how he was either hot or cold, but I felt drawn to him in a way I couldn't explain. I was a ship in a storm, and he was my lighthouse. I'm sorry, I said. If I hurt you, people around me get hurt, the people I care about most.
In Zeus's army, I felt I had purpose, Puriel said. Certainty. I was a reflection, an appendage. I went where commanded, but I did not really exist. Until I met you. I didn't know longing until after I'd fallen. There was so much I was missing out on. Thank you for showing it to me.
I nodded, but I wasn't sure how to respond. I felt bad for Puriel, but at least things were out in the open. He liked me and I liked Citri. As I said goodnight and left him behind, a small part of me hoped I wasn't making a huge mistake. At least he was safe, for now. I hated seeing him locked up, but I realized my comfortable room was every bit as much a prison as Puriel's cell. Abel still called the shots. We were guests in his house. I understood how Madeline and Taylor felt. Even though Abel's house was palatial and we lived like royalty at Neva, I also never felt like I could relax and be myself. There was the constant pressure of Abel's presence and a recurring whisper that seemed to hum from the walls. What does he want from me? But it was worth it to keep my friends safe. Maybe this was why Abel acquiesced my guest list so quickly. He knew that with my friends here, I'd be less likely to run away again. And by letting Puriel in, he had a way to goad me into action. Abel would supply Puriel with just enough magic to feed his hunger and keep him in control of himself, like an addict. But it wasn't out of the kindness of his heart. On the one hand, he just added a new weapon to his arsenal against Zeus. On the other hand, it was a way to keep me in line. But he didn't need to, not anymore. I'd only been gone a few days, and yet everything had changed. I was so much stronger now than I had been when I left. This time, I was here by choice. This time, I was committed. Zeus had nearly taken everything from me, and he was still out there. He'd been friendly with me because he wanted me on his side, to be his mistress. But as soon as he figured out that was never going to happen, he'd get bored and try to kill me again. The only way for us to escape Abel's protection was to remove the danger. I didn't know how we could defeat Zeus without the scissors, but maybe if we trained hard enough or learned to control my powers, there must be a way. I was already in bed when I heard a rap on my door through our connecting rooms. The door opened, and Citri poked his head in.
Are you decent?
He asked. Sometimes, I said, relishing the smirk that appeared on his lips. He came in and sat on my bed. The distance between us felt like a chasm, a tear in the fabric of space.
Sorry about earlier, he said.
It's fine, I said. I just don't like sneaking around, keeping it a secret. We shouldn't have to hide, unless you're ashamed of me.
It's not just that, he said.
I waited for him to fill me in, but he didn't. He was staring at the walls, avoiding my eyes. The tension between us was unbearable. I was tired of not knowing what was going on with him. Then I remembered what he said on the island. We couldn't take it too far because they were afraid I'd lose my powers, and then I'd be no use to them. I have to stay pure, right? So Abel can use me to defeat Zeus?
I don't see how you're still resistant to that,
he said, frowning. He still didn't understand. Is it so hard to believe I don't want to kill people? More than that, to kill a god?
You'd be responsible for saving so many, for saving all magic. Everyone here at Neva, they look up to you now. They're counting on you to finish what you started.
Great, thanks. No pressure or anything.
You don't have to make any decisions now. All I'm saying is, what if Zeus and his hunters came in tonight and took Sarah or Jessie? Wouldn't you rather have your gifts and be able to at least try and save them? There is nothing worse than standing by helplessly as someone destroys everything you love.
His eyes hardened, and I knew he was speaking from experience. I had seen that look before on Mist, on Tori. The look of pure, raw hatred for whatever Zeus had done to them. I wondered if I'd wear it someday. I just don't want to be manipulated, I said. I want my choices to be my own. Sometimes I don't even know if you like me or if you're just getting close to me because Abel told you to. His eyes widened and I saw his muscles tense. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. For a moment, I thought he was going to put a fist through a wall. Abel's never said anything about our relationship, he said finally, because he'd assume I'd know better than to get involved with you that way. If he finds out, I'm certain he'd tell me explicitly to stay away. I'm supposed to watch out for you, protect you, not get distracted. His eyes roamed my body hungrily, and I realized I was only wearing a thin nightgown. I distract you? I asked, holding his gaze. He licked his lips and nodded. Daringly, I reached forward and put my hand on his thigh. You want me? Citri groaned, wrestling with himself. I want you, he confirmed. But I can't, not yet. There's still more you don't know. So much more. So tell me, I said, biting my lip. It's about who I was before, the things I've done, the things I'm not proud of. That doesn't matter anymore, I said. A flicker of pain flashed through his eyes and he pulled away. They will always matter, he said. They're a part of who I am, no matter how much I regret them. But if I told you the truth, you wouldn't look at me the same way. I was about to keep arguing with him when he leaned forward and kissed me, mid-sentence. He put one hand on the base of my spine and pulled me closer to him. I gasped for air when he finally let go. No more talk tonight, he said. I just wanted to make sure we were okay, that you were okay. I was still breathless from the kiss, and I couldn't think straight, so I nodded. He left me with a smug smile and waved goodnight. I sank back into my pillows. My heart was still racing, but I was more relaxed than I had been earlier. It might be trivial, but knowing Citri was nearby, that he wanted me for real and not just for what I could do, it made me feel more comfortable at Neva. Maybe I'd never be a warrior. Maybe Abel would figure out another way to kill Zeus and Citri and I could be together. The future might be uncertain. Zeus could attack at any time, but at least I was able to fall asleep, dreaming of a future where I didn't end up all alone, scorned by humanity, as Sarah and Jesse found boyfriends and husbands, and I just kept getting older. It was enough, for now. My eyelids grew heavy, and before long, I was dreaming. I was with my brother in my old room at my parents' house. Charlie was playing with a wooden train set on the floor, and I was reading to him from my book. My mom was downstairs on a sewing machine. I could hear its steady rhythm as Mom mended some of Charlie's pants. Then the humming stopped, and I heard my mom yell upstairs to Dad. "Honey, have you seen the scissors?" she asked. I'd taken them out earlier to cut up construction paper for a school project. I tried to remember where I'd put them, but I couldn't think. I looked around the room for them, then checked my desk and backpack, and that's when I noticed a golden glow coming from under the floorboards, lighting up Charlie's toys and train set, casting strange shadows against the walls. "16. I burst into Citri's room and shook him awake. "Kai, I told you, I know where the shears are," I said. He sat up and rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. "Seriously, couldn't it wait until morning?" "I'm going to pretend you didn't just say that. We just got back. If we're going on another trip, we need to prepare, get packed. They're in my parents' house. I mean, my childhood home, where I grew up. It's less than an hour from here. If we leave now, we could get back in the morning before anyone knows we're gone." Citri frowned and threw the blanket away. I averted my eyes, even though he was wearing boxers. He pulled on a pair of jeans and a black shirt. "So you're coming," I said. "I'm still thinking."
We should tell Abel at least, get some backup, and we should bring Mist with us, or Dion or Tori, or all three. We barely survived our last encounter. We took out dozens of leeches and hunters, I said. Athena is dead and Zeus doesn't know where the Shears are yet. Shouldn't we just go quickly and quietly? You said the gods are easier to track because they have so much energy. If we go with a big group, it's more likely Zeus will catch on. It's still risky with just the two of us. So we bring Puriel. You know he doesn't deserve to be locked up like that. Citri looked unconvinced, but he followed me as I made my way downstairs. A light was coming from Puriel's cell. Someone had brought him a lamp and a stack of books. He was reading something called The Constellations of Philosophy. Jailbreak? Puriel asked when he saw us. Something like that, Citri said, unlocking the door. We're taking a field trip. My parents' old house, I said. I think that's where the Shears are. How do you know this? Why now? Puriel said, his eyes widening. I had a dream. I remembered something from when I was young. And do you think they're still there? We'll never know if we don't go check. Why, you got something better to do? Well, this book is. Put it down, nerd, Citri said. The book isn't going anywhere, and if Kai is right and we get the Shears, Zeus might think twice about attacking Neva. So, let's go get him. Puriel shrugged, stood up, and stretched his arms. His sword had been mounted on the wall across from the cell, almost like a display. He took it down and gave it a quick twirl. I suppose I will be needing this, he asked. Let's hope not, Citri said, though I'd seen him tuck a pair of handguns into holsters beneath his jacket. We cut through the house to the garage. Citri pressed a button on his keychain, and one of the cars flashed its lights. Don't you have anything less conspicuous? I asked, raising an eyebrow at the sports car. It's black. It's fast. What more do you want? Never mind. Let's just go. Citri pushed 80 on the way to my parents' house, hugging the curves and the road smoothly. Pine trees flew past us. It reminded me of the first time he picked me up, when Puriel was chasing us on a bike with a flaming sword. Now he was squeezed awkwardly in the back seat. 40 minutes later, we pulled up across the street from what used to be my parents' house. My house. The only home I'd ever known, apart from a juvenile detention facility and a mansion full of Greek gods. The lights were off. You think everyone's asleep? I asked. I don't think so, Citri said, nodding to a boarded-up window. Looks like it hasn't been lived in for a while. That's when I noticed the peeling paint on the walls and the long, uncut grass in the front yard. I'd always imagined strangers living in my house after my parents moved away, but it was even worse seeing it abandoned like this. Citri checked the perimeter, and I heard the sound of breaking glass. A moment later, he opened the front door and gave us a stiff bow, like he was welcoming us home. Inside was completely empty. Apart from a layer of dust, no furniture, even the light fixtures had been removed. Tangled wires spilled from holes in the walls. Citri turned on a flashlight and pointed it towards the stairs. I climbed slowly, my hand on the rail. It was surreal to think the last time I went up these stairs I was half as tall. Could the Shears really still be here after all this time? I pushed the door open to my room. It was so dark I could barely see the floor until Citri shone his light inside. I remembered what I'd seen in my dream, how the room lit up when I was looking for the scissors, and I tried to picture the Shears in my mind. Nothing happened. I'm here, I said, to no one in particular. I need the Shears, the golden Shears. I'm ready for them now. Maybe there is a secret password, Puriel said. Only those who live without can look within? I said. Look beneath? Still nothing. Then I unfocused my eyes, the way I had learned to do to see the threads, and saw the subtle glow beneath the floor, just like in my dream. They're here, I breathed, scarcely believing it. I had traveled all the way around the world to find out that the scissors had been with me my whole life. Show me, Citri said.
I pointed with my foot at the floorboards in the center of the room. He pulled a hunting knife out of his coat pocket and dug it into the narrow gap between the boards until he could pry one up. The old nails gave way with a screeching noise that made my skin crawl. And then, there they were. A pair of golden scissors about 7 inches long. The ornamentation engraved on the surface sparkled under the flashlight. Neither of us moved for a long moment. Then I kneeled down and reached for them with shaking hands. That's when the house exploded like a piñata. The walls and ceiling eviscerated like they were put in a blender until I was standing on a raised platform surrounded by sawdust and pieces of what used to be the furniture. I shouted as Puriel and Citri were flung backward by the tempest. They clung to the exposed edges of the floor as the storm raged. And then, the wind was still, and in front of me was the most beautiful man I had ever seen. He was strong and well-built, with the light fuzz of a gold beard and the perfect hair that framed his face like a work of art. It wasn't until he opened his mouth that I realized it was Zeus.
"That's far enough,"
he said. He grabbed my arm and ripped me away from the shears. I winced in pain as he twisted my arms behind my back. Citri pulled out his pistols and tried to get a shot. Puriel dove for the shears and pulled them out of the floor.
"Down, or she dies,"
Zeus roared. Citri put his guns down reluctantly, and Puriel lowered his golden weapon.
"Very good, Puriel,"
Zeus said.
"You always were one of my finest warriors. Bring those here, please, before you hurt someone."
I watched as Puriel's feet started moving toward Zeus. His face contorted like he was trying to stop himself. He clenched his fists when he was halfway across what used to be my room.
"Don't be stubborn,"
Zeus said.
"You wanted redemption, didn't you? Bring me the shears and I'll grant it. You'll be captain of my army. Do you remember what it feels like to be filled with my glory? Here, have a taste."
Puriel's body flooded with blue energy. For a second, his face lit up with pure bliss. Then it was gone again. He stumbled, gasping for breath.
"Don't you want to feel that way all the time?" Zeus asked. "Powerful, confident. You don't have to live this way anymore, as this thing, filled with doubt and desire. Come back to me and you'll never have to feel pain again."
Puriel was bent over, breathing heavily. When he raised his head again, he caught my eye. I could have sworn I saw him wink at me. He continued towards us, holding the scissors out toward Zeus's outstretched hand. At the last moment, however, he tossed the shears to me. I pushed off of Zeus and grabbed the shears in midair. They lit up in my hands, glowing with power.
"Do it!"
Citri yelled. I whirled around, searching desperately for Zeus's thread, but when I found it, I didn't understand the tangle of knots that I was seeing. Thousands of threads had been tied around Zeus's. One of them led straight to Citri.
"What are you waiting for?"
Citri growled.
"Kill him!" "I told you I took precautions,"
Zeus said, laughing at my hesitation.
"You saved his life by joining it to mine, and your feelings for him now protect me." "What did you do?"
Citri asked, his face paling. "You were dying," I said, my eyes brimming with tears. "It was the only way to save you."
"A little trick I picked up in Mesopotamia,"
Zeus said with a smug expression.
"A charming spell that links a person's destiny with my own. They live out their natural time span. It doesn't increase the length of the thread, but it does make them much harder to kill. I've been doing it for years, and I've saved countless lives. If you kill me now, they will all die instantly, Citri included."
I looked again at Zeus's thread, knotted and tangled with thousands and thousands of others. It would take years to untangle them all.
"Seriously," Zeus said. "I'm a little disappointed. Humans are so predictable, so weak in their concern for one another. Did he even tell you who he really is? Why don't we show her, boy?
Citri's face contorted and he doubled over in pain.
Do it!
He yelled.
Cut his thread now!
Citri's muscles bulged and his fingernails turned to long, dark claws.
You've heard of Cerberus, I presume?
Zeus asked. The three-headed hound of hell?
The 3 hounds of Hades,
Zeus corrected.
Though the story has been confused. They only have 1 head each, and they're not exactly hounds. Before I decided to clean up my image, I was sometimes known as Zeus Lycaeus. Do you know what that means?
I shook my head.
A long time ago, when I was much younger, one of my favorite temples was on the slopes of Mount Lycaon. Wolf Mountain, the tallest peak in Arcadia. Each year we held a grand festival, and out of the ephebes who worshipped me, I chose one to serve me. I gave them strength, speed, ferocity, and fidelity, all the traits of a good watchdog. Don't listen to him,
Citri growled. Gray hair sprouted over his arms and back, and his teeth were long and pointed.
They guarded my temples and tore out all the throats of anyone who challenged me. But I got bored,
Zeus said.
They were too wild, too animalistic. When I started over with the hunters, I put them down. You slaughtered them,
Citri snarled.
3 escaped,
Zeus said.
And my brother took 'em in. Abel's first guardians were my rejects, the runts of their litter. Citri is the last one left, and even though he hates me, he can't help but obey me. I trained him too well. I'm sorry,
Citri said, sinking onto all fours.
I thought I could resist him. This is what's going to happen,
Zeus continued.
You are going to kill Abel and join me. We will usher in a new era, and all the warring nations shall bow in perfect obedience to the rule of one god.
Why would I ever do that? I asked.
Because you've been lied to, and you're smart enough to choose the right side,
Zeus said.
Let me tell you a story about how it was before the war. One time, a woman named Niobe made a joke at a party that she was superior to Leto because she had 14 children, while Leto only carried 2, Apollo and Artemis. When the twins learned of this insult, they flew to Earth and killed Niobe's children. When her husband, Amphion, tried to avenge his children's death, they killed him as well and left the bodies unburied for 9 days. After Niobe lost her whole family, she came to me, deep in anguish, and asked me to end her suffering. It moved something inside me. That's when I knew that things had to change. Humans looked to us for justice, and we were cruel. They needed something better to believe in. So I improved my act. Forgiveness instead of punishment. But it only works if there are no other gods to distract them. Otherwise, it would be chaos, everyone just worshipping the god that offered them the most benefits. It would be a marketplace, not a religion. But with you at my side, we could rule together. We could bring peace, stability.
I'll never join you, I said.
Well, you can't say I didn't try.
Zeus sighed.
Just remember what happens next. You brought on yourself. Citri,
he called, pointing at Puriel.
Please tear apart this despicable creature.
Citri snarled and charged towards Puriel. He was almost all wolf now, a great shaggy beast with dark gray hair. Puriel slashed his sword, trying to keep his distance.
Don't hurt him,
I yelled. Puriel looked at me with somber eyes, but nodded. He kept deflecting Citri's attacks, which grew more and more fearsome. Citri leaped at Puriel's throat, pinning him down and snapping his jaws at his neck. One of them was gonna get killed. Stop this, I begged.
It's too late for that now,
Zeus said.
This is for your own good. You need to learn that every time you disobey me, someone you love is going to die.
I squeezed my palms together in anguish, biting my lip. I couldn't cut Zeus's thread without killing Citri, but if I didn't stop Citri soon, he was going to kill Puriel. No matter what I did, I'd lose one of them. That's when I realized I was standing next to Zeus with a sharp object in my hands. Even if I couldn't cut his thread entirely, that didn't mean I couldn't hurt him. I plunged the shears into Zeus's thigh and twisted. Sparks of pure magic escaped from the wound like shooting stars. The golden shears lit up like molten metal in my hand, and my leather glove burned, sending up plumes of thick black smoke. I heard screams, and I wasn't sure if they were his or mine. Then he vanished, and we were plunged into darkness. I sank to my knees, clasping the scissors to my chest, cradling my broken arm, a piece of smoldering wreckage surrounded by the ruins of my former life. End of Book 2. This is Austen Gray. Thank you for listening to The Golden Shears, Book 2 of the Fated Destruction series, written by D.S. Murphy. Edited by Rick Agronic and Austen Gray, and performed by me, Austen Gray. To continue this series, be sure to pick up Book 3, The Emerald Tablet.